After being convicted, he was detained in a juvenile detention center. At that time, Ju Young was being used as a target by a group of inmates for their amusement. Seeing the scene before him, he trembled and begged the other guy to stop. But when he heard the boss mention the reward, he couldn't help but feel tempted. It turned out that upon arriving at this prison, Ju Young did everything. Anything that involved money, from shoveling snow for 300 won to warming shoes for 100 won. Even acting as a punching bag for others to vent their anger, he could do that too. And this time, just letting him shoot once would earn 500 won immediately. This made Ju Young unable to resist and nodded in agreement. When he thought he just had to endure the pain once, and it would be over, suddenly the elastic band broke in the middle, and at the same time dropped the coin. 500 won flew straight into the toilet. The boss saw this and was not angry at all, but even praised him for being quite lucky. Ju Young became excited at this moment, because it was the first time he wasn't hurt, and still received a large sum of money. While he happily thanked him, the boss said something that made him freeze. "Hey, if I give you money that easily, where's the fun? Pick that up from the floor for me." The people in the room were also looking forward to this, standing and laughing smugly. "Oh man, that's a bit much. I think someone farted here yesterday." But Ju Young on the other side didn't hesitate at all, and quickly bent down into the toilet to grab the coin. Witnessing this scene firsthand, they were completely shocked and exclaimed. The whole group looked at the splashing water, their faces disgusted as they shouted, "Damn it! Which dog did that? Oh my god, it stinks. Don't come near me." Here. After a while of struggling, Ju Young found and held the coin in his mouth. Seeing this, the group was even more amazed. "Whoa, top-notch, haha, just for 500 won you'd sell your soul." He clenched the coin tightly in his mouth, thinking it was just for 500 won. Ju Young kept that posture and thought, "I have turned that 500 won." He opened his eyes wide, his gaze full of determination, and thought, "Into 50,000 won already, you fools." Then a subordinate spoke up, reminding the boss, "It's time to go to the training yard." Seong-ho, still unsatisfied, asked again. "So soon?" He waved his hand behind him and said, "Cha Ju Young, you always smell rotten from behind." Hearing this, the subordinates in front burst out laughing loudly. After saying that, they turned and left, leaving only murmurs of discussion echoing. "Whoa, only been here a month, and Cha Ju Young is already in this state. Heard he's out of money. Truly selling his dignity." That's right. Blue sign, live responsibly and take responsibility for the life you choose. Ju Young heard the last words calling him that fool, but paid little attention as he dragged his heavy steps out. Laughter and voices still echoed. "Sent here for attempted murder. You are Cha Ju Young, charged with attempted murder. Sentenced to 3 years in prison." On the other side, Seong-ho's group was still very pleased. He walked while saying, "In front of the power of money killing, or whatever else is worthless." Another asked, "But why does Cha Ju Young crave money so much? Is he in debt?" At the same time, a guard outside called out, "Cha Ju Young 71989, you have a visitor." Hearing this, Ju Young immediately became happier. "Visiting prison is why I have to work hard to earn money." He looked toward outside the cell because the visitor was Da Yeon. Seeing him, she frowned in displeasure and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why does your face look like this?" Da Yeon continued to worry and poured out a long string of questions. "Don't they feed you here? Or were you beaten again?" Faced with a bunch of questions, Ju Young only stammered, "No, it's not like that." Da Yeon was his childhood friend. She scolded him further. "You idiot, I told you to show some toughness." Or poke his eye with chopsticks. This made him unsure how to explain to Da Yeon, so he just uttered, "Oh, and she was the only one who came to visit me." Suddenly, Ju Young asked, "Why do you come here so often? The transportation costs are expensive." Hearing this, she angrily stood up, her face fierce like a lion roaring. "Do you think I'm a beggar?" Then Da Yeon pointed at the money jar and lowered her voice. "Do you think I lack money to the point of having to send this to me, even though my parents are no longer around?" She then asked him to explain, but I'm not stupid enough to accept suspicious money randomly, which made Ju Young surprised and gape. "What suspicious money?" "Suspicious." He widened his eyes and asked back, "Because of the promise." Da Yeon calmly replied, The promise after graduating high school, we would go to Seoul together to live. Her gaze was sincerely caring, reminding him, leave the money to me. You just need to take good care of your health. While they were talking, the guard shouted, visiting time is over, causing Da-yeon to be stunned for a few seconds. But she still tried to say a few last words. You understand, right? Just think about getting out of prison. Da-yeon continued to advise, absolutely don't do anything foolish, that's a promise. Ju-young, sitting behind the glass of the cell, just raised his hand in greeting and smiled warmly at her. When he saw Da-yeon's figure leaving, the smile on his lips suddenly faded. Ju-young sat dazed, his mind full of chaotic thoughts. Suddenly he remembered the promise. Memories from the past flooded back. Da-yeon, I'm sorry. In the hospital, Ju-young kept apologizing to her. Stop talking, it's because of that guy that you had to. At that time, the girl's whole body was covered with wounds from head to toe. Da-yeon thought for a moment and said, sorry. Her whole body trembled as she said, are you joking? Then Da-yeon angrily pressed him against the wall and shouted, now is not the time to worry about others. She opened her eyes wide with worry. Your father was hit on the head by the vase you threw, and he is still in a coma. Looking at the man lying still on the hospital bed, Da-yeon continued, if he doesn't wake up, the police won't let you off. You should think about that. But Ju-young sadly replied, it's okay, they will consider that I have endured domestic violence for so long. He continued to comfort her that he wouldn't be punished severely, and what had to happen did happen. Defendant Cha Ju-young, the court ruled, a sentence of 3 years in prison, but Ju-young was stunned. His face pale as he thought, I have lived my whole life under my father's abuse, and just because I couldn't endure once I have to go to prison. When he went to prison, Da-yeon came to remind him to eat well and motivated Ju-young to try hard to get out of this hell quickly. At that time, she said, if anyone bullies you, tell me immediately. Okay? Da-yeon's voice echoed, promise me, but he only glanced without saying a word. Then Ju-young silently turned his face and left. Even in prison, causing trouble would increase his sentence. Back in reality, the thugs in the cell were arguing. Do you guys want to stay here longer? On the contrary, if you become a model prisoner, you might even get a reduced sentence. Maybe even get a reduced sentence, as he held the photo and looked at it carefully. Silently determined. So 3 years. Ju-young stared at the photo and thought, wait for me for 3 more years. It turned out the photo was a picture of him and Da-yeon together. While concentrating, Ju-young didn't notice Seong-ho approaching with a sinister smile full of mockery, saying, that's great, seeing that he was startled, and quickly hid the photo. Due to Ju-young's ambiguous attitude, he became more curious and asked, is she your girlfriend? He awkwardly replied, no, just a friend. Seong-ho laughed excitedly and said, oh, so it's a one-sided love. Immediately after, he arrogantly puffed up his face and said, give it here. Ju-young was a bit scared but firmly held on to the photo. This is not allowed. Seong-ho bared his teeth threateningly and emphasized, what's this Cha Ju-young dares to resist? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately raised his hand and shouted loudly, haven't disciplined you in a while, huh? Seong-ho beat him hard in the face. Just as he was beating enthusiastically, a guard's voice rang out, room 36 has a new arrival. Seeing that, he stopped confused and whispered, a new guy. Haven't heard anything about that. Suddenly, the figure of the newcomer gradually appeared. He walked behind, slightly threatening the new inmate. Please don't cause trouble right now. You're the only one I care about. When the newcomer entered, Seong-ho quickly recognized him and shouted, hey, I know that guy. He fell to the ground in fear, pointing at the newcomer, and said, the guy who killed 7 people. Hearing this, the subordinates were shocked, mouths agape as they looked on. It turned out the newcomer was Mak Ki-yom, charged with murder, sentenced to 25 years in prison, the highest sentence for a juvenile. The atmosphere in the cell suddenly became suffocatingly tense. No exception, Ju-young was also startled, thinking, this guy killed 7 people. At this moment, all attention focused on the newcomer. Seong-ho trembled as he stood up. What's the big deal? He approached and said, just 7 people who here is innocent. Seong-ho looked at Ma Gyum with a sinister smile and asked, so you've killed before? You look pretty scary. But don't get cocky, be reasonable a bit. Hearing this, Ma Gyum was very bitter. but still tried to keep calm. He intended to say something, but after thinking it over, decided to remain silent. He just turned his face away. Seeing Ma Gyom's indifferent attitude, Seong-ho was quite annoyed and laughed loudly. "I was going easy on you, but you're ungrateful." Retracting his words, he rushed forward and punched him from behind. But Ma Gyom was no pushover. Although attacked from behind, he was very agile and quickly dodged. This broke the rules here and shocked everyone into silence. Seong-ho gritted his teeth, thinking, "You bastard, get out of the way." Immediately after, he counterattacked. Ju-young was quite impressed by this person and thought, "That's different." He watched Ma Gyom attack him and exclaimed, "The guy who killed 7 people." Ju-young was horrified, eyes wide open. Whether true or not, it's the same. But at the second blow, he neither dodged nor resisted. That punch made Ma Gyom tilt his head back and spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. He was shocked, standing frozen, thinking confusedly, "What?" Next came a series of kicks from Seong-ho to his body. Each kick spared no strike, accompanied by curses. "Who the hell are you? You disrespect the boss in this prison." Oh. His eyes looked down arrogantly as he continued. "In this cell, whether you're a murderer, rapist, or addict, you still have to obey me." This scene made the others in the room unable to believe it, because they thought he was very strong. But at this time, Ma Gyom was being beaten badly. He was roughed up by Seong-ho like a dog. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Turns out, he was just a rookie. After that unforgettable beating, he lived days so humiliating that he didn't dare to raise his head to anyone. After being forced to kneel, Ma Gyom was made a henchman for him. "Hey, go get some water." But thanks to that, they left him alone. He glared at Seong-ho with resentment, but Seong-ho just grinned and asked what it's best not to oppose him. Ma Gyom not only did all the work for them, but got punched immediately whenever he made a mistake, right or wrong. He glanced at the scene and clicked his tongue, thinking, "It's true that new inmates still behave poorly, but thanks to him, Ju-young had to do fewer tasks. He mopped the floor while muttering to himself, 'I'm the one who's more troubled now.'" After a long day, night gradually fell. At this time, everyone in the cell was already fast asleep. Only he and Ma Gyom were still tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Ju-young spoke up to start a conversation. "Hey!" He turned his head and asked, "Are you stupid? Would it kill you to flatter the boss a little?" Ju-young continued explaining. "Anyway, in this chicken coop, the boss is king, the president. Be sensible and follow what I say." He kindly reminded Ma Gyom, "If you don't know how to fight, don't pretend. From tomorrow on, understand that yourself." But at this point, Ma Gyom suddenly interrupted. "You." Ma Gyom frowned and asked back, "Have you always lived so cowardly?" Hearing this, Ju-young also pondered confusedly and exclaimed, "What?" He thought silently. I advised him, but he still won't listen, while he had already turned away, not wanting to hear more. That remark made Ju-young even more restless, thinking, living in such a cowardly way. He remembered the shattered Daeyeon that day and silently resolved to endure. The image of Ju-young, angrily unable to hold back and hitting his father, appeared in his mind. "I will endure everything." He remembered her outside, waiting for the day to leave here. In a neighborhood near the prison, Daeyeon looked at the sky with snow falling endlessly and said, "So cold." Then she sadly thought of him. He looked so thin in prison. Daeyeon tightened her arms, thinking she needed to bring him something else, hoping he could persevere until his term ends. She still stood there, lost in thought, knowing it would be very difficult. Looking at the traffic light on the street, Daeyeon silently thought, "Hope you still eat well and stay healthy. Thank you for the gift." She hugged the food box tightly, hoping they would meet again soon. Thinking of this, the pedestrian light turned green. Daeyeon quickly stepped across to the other side of the street. Suddenly, a car sped down the road at a terrifying speed. When she realized it, the car was already close to her. Unable to react in time, the car crashed straight into Daeyeon. On the other side, Ju-young was still sound asleep, unaware of what was happening. She had also collapsed unconscious on the road. The beautifully prepared sushi rolls Daeyeon made hadn't yet reached his hands. The car that caused the accident fled, leaving her lying there gasping alone, along with scattered food in the freezing cold winter. As the sun rose high, a new day began. Early in the morning, Ju-young was urgently called out by a guard, who said, "It's a pity." He listened, slightly confused, and with a bad premonition anxiously asked, "Huh? What's a pity?" The guard replied. "Yesterday at the intersection in front of the prison gate, there was a fatal accident." The guard stammered on. "That is—" Hearing this, Ju Young felt as if the whole sky collapsed before his eyes. He fell into a daze, completely shocked. Ju Young sadly knelt down in his room. Seeing his unusual behavior, Ma Gyum was also somewhat confused. Meanwhile, Seong-ho, unaware of anything, just entered the bathroom and shouted loudly, "Hey Cha, Ju Young, you bastard! Aren't you cleaning the bathroom today?" Seong-ho quickly ran over to Ju Young, who was sitting dazed, and glared at him. "You've grown up now, haven't you?" Seeing him silent and indifferent to his words, he widened his eyes. "What?" Seeing Ju Young admiring a photo of his lover early in the morning, Seong-ho continued, looking at your girlfriend's photo in broad daylight and sitting dazed. "What's that about?" Suddenly, a subordinate in the room said, "Hey Seong-ho, there was a traffic accident at the prison gate today, right?" It was that girl. Seong-ho was startled and replied, "What, really?" He not only didn't comfort or encourage, but also sneered and said casually, "What, visiting her there? And you say you're just friends. Why did you lie earlier?" Seong-ho snatched the photo from his hand and laughed mockingly. "Poor thing, your girlfriend is dead. What can you do now?" He looked at the two people in the photo and lamented as if rubbing salt into Ju Young's wound. "Oh, so cute, what a pity it should have been mine." Suddenly, Seong-ho raised the photo and shouted, "Who wants this photo?" Starting bid 500 won a steal. The subordinates clamored, "I'll pay 600 won, I'll pay 700 won, 1,000, oh, 1,000 already." A chubby subordinate spoke up. "Hey, do you think you could date her?" The guy next to him laughed loudly. "You're crazy! How do you date a dead person?" He laughed happily. "Well, if she were alive, it wouldn't just be dating." Seong-ho licked his lips greedily, regretfully. What a pity it should have been. At this point, another asked, "You crazy, want to go to jail again?" The chubby one replied, "So what if that's my taste? Mind your own business." While they were mocking, they accidentally forgot Ju Young's feelings. At this moment, only he was silent, focusing on observing everything around. Perhaps Ma Gyum also sensed his discomfort. Suddenly, Ju Young recalled the conversation from last night. "Have you always lived so cowardly?" He was startled and replied, "What?" He stood watching the mocking attitude of those people that had not stopped. Ma Gyum heard the laughter echoing and said, "Now he's become a limited edition." His eyes suddenly became frightening. Seong-ho, still unaware of the danger, kept laughing. "Let me handle this." But before he finished speaking, he was hit with a powerful punch. It turned out Ju Young had struck Seong-ho. It seemed all his pent-up emotions were in that punch. Then he silently looked down. Witnessing this resistance, they were so shocked they couldn't keep their mouths shut. Ju Young furiously punched him repeatedly in the face without any mercy. His eyes became extremely cold and terrifying. Ma Gyum stood still watching Ju Young. He recalled the reason Ju Young had come here before. At that time he recounted, "Do you know, everyone calls my father the right-hand man of a notorious boss." Ju Young lowered his head and continued, "Since I was young, domestic violence has been an everyday thing for me." Then he resignedly said with a helpless tone, "But what can I do? After all, he's my father. So I have to endure and live." Ju Young spoke softly. Then he continued, "Only once did I fail to hold back." Hearing Ju Young's story, Ma Gyum was momentarily stunned. His whole body radiated aggression. That was when he touched my friend. At the same time, Ju Young punched Seong-ho until he was bruised. But he was still bitter and shouted orders to his subordinates to kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, they all rushed to attack. On the other side, he watched the fight, while recalling what he once said. "However, after growing up through near-death beatings, I learned one thing. Ju Young was attacking each one in turn. That was his way of fighting. Blood continuously splattered everywhere. Only Ma Gyum stood outside observing everything without taking action. By now the entire room was covered in a sea of blood. One after another lay staggering on the ground, shouting, "Wait, Cha Ju Young! I was wrong." Finally, Seong-ho gave up and begged for mercy. "I'll give you money. How much do you want? How much will satisfy you?" But Ju Young just laughed and replied, Money is good, but now. Then came a series of furious punches. I don't need it anymore. The photo of him and Da-yeon was stained with blood, the reason I got out of prison. Ju-young continued to punch him. He was outside looking and heard the words, "The reason I endured everything." Sung-ho was beaten badly, his face swollen, but it seemed he showed no sign of stopping. Everything seemed to vanish. According to him, Ju-young recalled the old scene he would inherit his father's path and become a gangster. As long as he did that, the abuse would repeat daily. That's what my father told me. Once I was beaten, then again, and again and again. It never stopped. The beatings repeated every day when I was young. When Ju-young was a child, his father kept saying, "Fight back against me." I couldn't look him in the eye. He once praised, "You've gotten stronger. Until the day you get a tattoo, you'll have everything Ju-young wants." That was also when I had a little anger left. At that time, tattoos and my father were two things I deeply hated, while he just smiled gently and said, "That's right." Then Ju-young lunged forward many times, his eyes. "That's how it should be, those damn dragon eyes." Suddenly the thought was cut off, and he returned to reality. Several guards came running one by one at the noise and shouted, "What are you doing?" Their eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the truth before them. Before them were prisoners lying groaning in pain. Perhaps Ju-young was the mastermind behind this madness. What the hell happened? He muttered in horror. "Cha Ju-young, it can't be you, right?" But Ju-young didn't hesitate and calmly replied, "Yes." Ju-young's face was now covered in blood. He just glanced at the guards and admitted, "I did it." Immediately after, in another cell, he was punished for his reckless behavior. But it seemed the pain inside Ju-young hadn't eased. Holding the photo and looking in pain, his eyes blankly thought about old memories, now just memories. Not knowing how long had passed, Ju-young still sat quietly staring at the photo. He still couldn't believe it, wanted to believe it. Suddenly, beautiful memories flooded back. Da-yeon angrily said, "Are you crazy?" But Ju-young quietly replied once while she indignantly continued. What parent would hit their child before the first day of school? Seeing his bruised face, Da-yeon shouted, "That's too much!" The two stood before the bustling schoolyard on the first day. She continued scolding, "He didn't even bother to come congratulate you." The two stood before the bustling schoolyard on the first day. She continued scolding, saying he didn't even bother to come congratulate him. She spoke more passionately, "I have to talk to your father." Hearing this, Ju-young panicked and stopped her. "Didn't you promise never to come to my house?" He gently patted Da-yeon's shoulder and said, "If you don't keep your word, you'll have to call me brother for the rest of your life." But she just looked away and cursed with one word. Then Da-yeon sadly continued, "Can a homeless person live such a hard life?" Hearing this, Ju-young was confused. "That's not what I meant." Then Da-yeon said loudly, Seoul making him puzzled and not understanding. To Ju-young's surprise, she continued, "When I graduate from high school, I will live in Seoul. I remember the days living here. I was so tired of life in the orphanage and this suffocating neighborhood." She continued excitedly about her future plans. "I will go to Seoul, graduate from a good university, then work at a big company. I will drive a Western car, carry designer bags, and live in an apartment with a view of the Han River." After hearing this, Ju-young asked in surprise, "Do you like material things that much?" Da-yeon laughed and asked back, "Don't you know?" At that time he thought, "I understand," muttering to himself, "Soon, if Da-yeon goes, I will be all alone, thinking about being lonely by myself." But she proposed, "So you will go with me, right?" Before Ju-young could say more, Da-yeon concluded and teased, "It's a deal." The two hooked their pinkies together, promising each other. She continued, "If you don't keep your word, you have to call me sister for life." He helplessly laughed and exclaimed, "What kind of punishment is that?" But outsiders looking in thought they were a couple and suggested, "You two look good together. Let me take a photo for you." Ju-young still tried, "We're not a couple," so Ju-young happily agreed. "Yes, sir, please take it." 1-2 toasts to high school graduation. Since then, the two have had a photo like this together. Back to reality. In the quiet corridor, suddenly loud noises echoed, as if the door would explode. It turned out he was punching the wall hard, tormenting himself. If only I didn't have to go there. Ju-young lowered his head to the ground. It turned out he didn't want to go either. At this moment, he seemed mad, continuously punching the wall. A series of punches of physical torment. Each punch became heavy and powerful. Ju-young punched until blood sprayed like rain and fell to the ground on himself and even on Da-yeon. But it seemed he still wouldn't stop. The blood-stained photo lay on the floor. Ju-young tearfully cried out, "Is this how I have to leave?" At the same time, a guard called out 7199 Cha Ju-young. He showed sympathy and said, "I'm very sorry you're in this situation." The guard continued with concern, "But since yesterday you haven't touched a spoon of rice." He stood outside the door and called in, "I can't leave it like this. Calm down first, then eat." The guard continued comforting. People have to live, but Ju-young ignored what he said. At this moment, he was completely broken, sitting down on the floor. Tears kept flowing. "Sorry." Ju-young continued, locking himself in the room, muttering, "Sorry." Cut to the juvenile prison cafeteria. Everyone was rushing to eat. Ma Gyeom was also there eating. By chance, he overheard the gossip of some people sitting nearby. "Have you heard the news?" "What happened?" One happily recounted, "His name is Cha Ju-young. I heard he beat a fellow inmate, so he had to go to punishment room." Another asked, "Why?" That person continued, "Because the chief mocked his girlfriend who died in his car accident and said he was crazy." The group gasped in surprise. "That's over." The whole group suddenly burst out laughing. "Just right." Suddenly a figure approached. It seemed that person had also heard their story, making Ma Gyeom, sitting behind, curiously watch. While the others were still laughing and mocking, saying, "So does that mean the chief will be replaced?" Young Chan appeared. Without any unnecessary movement, he pressed the face of the one who just spoke down into the rice tray. Young Chan angrily shouted, "What are you saying behind my back?" He laughed fiercely. "Sounds interesting." Then Young Chan laughed weirdly and continued, "Let me introduce him. Park Jong-cheol, special charge." After that, Young Chan grabbed the other guy's hair and curiously asked, "What about the guy who hit the chief?" He tilted his head up and asked, "Why do you think?" Then Young Chan squinted dangerously and suggested, "Maybe I should hit someone too." Faced with the threat, the whole group turned pale. No one dared to make a sound. Then the whole group forced a laugh and replied, "No, definitely not." Only the one whose face was pressed into the rice bowl didn't utter a word. Seeing that Young Chan leaned close and whispered into his ear, "Are you okay?" The mushroom-headed guy's face was covered with food and rice. He tried to reassure himself and replied, "Sorry, Young Chan, I talked too much." Hearing that, he laughed excitedly and looked around. Then Young Chan put his hand in his pocket and casually asked, "So his name is Cha Ju-young, right?" The voice echoed, making Ma Gyeom frown in discomfort. 1 week later, finally Ju-young was allowed back to his cell. The guard announced, "Cha Ju-young, the chief you hit, is still in the hospital." He reminded him, "Given the situation, we will release you in another week, so don't cause more trouble." Hearing this, he silently bowed his head without saying anything. He heard a noise and looked up. At this moment, Ju-young slowly walked back to his place. Despite receiving such good news, his face was still sad. Ma Gyeom remained silent, thinking. He defied the chief in this cell. He looked at them and thought, they won't let it go. Then, as expected, a subordinate shouted, "Bastard!" The mushroom-headed guy stood up and shouted, "Cha Ju-young you." But unexpectedly, he put his hand on Ju-young's shoulder and greeted, "Are you well? You must have had a hard time." They changed their attitude 180 degrees, flattering him, which surprised him a little. They surrounded Ju-young, asking, "Punishment room was tough. Right now you can rest." Each person asked, "Should I massage you?" "You must be thirsty now. Get some water." Witnessing this, Ma Gyeom had many interesting things to write in his diary. "Recently I learned a lesson. At school, people care about strength parents, appearance grades, and many other factors. But in juvenile prison, strength is everything." A while later, at the juvenile prison sports stadium, he leaned against the fence writing down interesting things everywhere. Suddenly, Ju-young spoke, "Hey, Ma Gyeom." He asked, "Why did you do that?" Hearing this, Ma Gyeom naively asked back, "Do what?" Ju-young lowered his head and said, "That day." He recalled the terrifying scene that day and said, "When I killed the chief gang leader, you stopped me. You killed 7 people, so you're in prison." Ju-young looked at his fist confused. "Why did you stop me?" Hearing this, he only thought, "Why?" Then suddenly memories flooded Ma Gyeom's mind. The scene of him wearing slippers stained with blood. The chaotic scene in the classroom. Why did you do that? Why? In that very room, Ma Gyeom had killed his classmates. He was covered in blood, looking up and asking, "For what reason?" At this point, Ma Gyeom just swallowed hard. After calming down, he opened his mouth and said, "It was because—" But before he could finish speaking, suddenly a loud shout rang out. "Are you Cha Ju-young?" Young Chan sneered and continued. "Interesting, you look weaker than I thought." He pressed his face close to Ju-young and asked, "Someone like you actually took down Kim Seong-ho. But that guy was pretty weak anyway." Young Chan just looked at him and hummed in response. After watching for a while, he became annoyed and asked, "Why did you do that?" "Defy him." Young Chan kept asking, "You must really want to be the chief, huh?" But Ju-young didn't bother wasting words on someone like him and coldly whispered, "Go away. I'm not interested." Faced with that brief answer, Young Chan was a bit stunned. He went from surprised to a slight smile. Finally, Young Chan smirked and said, "Cha Ju-young." He continued, "You really are an arrogant bastard." Then Young Chan stomped his foot and shouted, "Do you know what I hate the most?" He punched Ju-young hard in the stomach and continued, "It's those ungrateful dogs." Young Chan glanced at him warningly. "Let me replace Kim Seong-ho in teaching you a lesson." Without missing a beat, he unleashed a flurry of punches on Ju-young. His eyes were full of murderous intent, as if saying what would happen to a dog that bites its owner. Just as his blood was rising, a guard's voice reminded from outside the barrier. He looked at both of them without saying anything further. Ju-young sadly exclaimed, "Damn it, we got caught!" But Young Chan immediately forced a smile and joked, "Well," the guard unexpectedly ignored them as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Young Chan became even more confident. "Do you know?" Young Chan explained further, "As the chief, you can hit whoever you want to maintain order. That's the law in this juvenile prison." He arrogantly stretched out his hand. "So you have the right to hit." Despite all this talk, Ju-young still didn't act, which annoyed Young Chan. "Why don't you fight back, like when you hit your own chiefs?" Then he frowned and looked at Ma Gyeom, shouting, "Hey murderer, what's wrong with this bastard?" Then no one knew what happened. Only a blinding flash of light exploded. Immediately after Ju-young was thrown back, Young Chan angrily shouted, "You stagger like a beaten dog!" He rubbed his hands to warm up and said, "If you do that." At the same time, Young Chan rolled up his sleeve, revealing a tattoo on his arm. Then hitting, "You won't be fun." Ju-young's eyes gradually became hazy. Perhaps he was no longer paying attention to life around him because he had lost his will to live. Suddenly, the tattooed arm lunged quickly toward Ju-young. Looking at the dragon there, he remembered his cruel, violent father. Then the brutal beatings from childhood to adulthood appeared. This dragon tattoo was what Ju-young hated most. He looked at him and said, "From the way you talk, it seems you don't know what fear is." Young Chan stood watching Ju-young and guessed, "Could it be because—" He pressed his face close and laughed loudly, saying bluntly, "Your pain from that car accident." Not only did Young Chan punch, he also kicked Ju-young's face when that girl was hit by a truck. But when Da-yeon was mentioned, he immediately surged up and punched Lee Young-chan hard in the mouth, causing him to spit blood. Lee Young-chan was quite surprised by Ju-young's fierce reaction. Not stopping there, he grabbed his arm and slammed Young-chan's whole body down to the ground. At this point, the situation reversed. He was pinned with his head pressed against the fence, but still stubbornly said, "Bastard." Ju-young fiercely said, "Say that again." Young-chan panicked and replied, "What did you say, dog?" Hearing that, he kicked him hard in the head and ordered, "Say that again." At this point, Young Chan was a bit scared, gritting his teeth and shouting loudly, "Let me go! Damn it, if you let go, you're dead!" But Ju-young didn't care, still wildly stomping hard on Young Chan's head and shouting, "Say that again!" He used both hands to squeeze tightly, biting his hand, causing Young Chan to moan in extreme pain. The tattooed arm was squeezed tighter and tighter. He became fearful and said, "Wait, what are you doing?" In just a moment, Ju-young had twisted Young Chan's arm tightly. Blood sprayed like rain. "Say that again?" Ma Gyeom stood outside observing amidst his agonized screams. He growled, "Say that again." At this moment, Ju-young seemed mad, continuously stomping on Young Chan's body. Finally, he was beaten so badly by Ju-young that he was unrecognizable since childhood. "The only place I have a little anger is—" Ju-young looked with cold, threatening eyes. "You say that again, and it's right here." Two women were whispering, "I heard that's the mafia, right? That guy looks like a bully." Their eyes turned toward him. He will have a bad influence on this neighborhood. Ju Young's eyes drooped, controlling his emotions. Keeping calm is what I'm best at. He stood in front of a house, intending to open the door and enter. Suddenly, he heard a sound from inside. A scream. He hurriedly opened the door, his face shocked. That voice. Could something be wrong? Inside, Kang Ryong was smashing everything around. Chaos. Just in time, son. On the ground was a girl, her eyes slightly closed. He frowned. Is she your friend? His face panicked as he shouted Daeyeon. Bottles of alcohol were everywhere. He barged into someone else's house and even dared to point fingers. He said if I dared touch my daughter again, it would be better if this bastard didn't exist. But he held him back, thinking of Daeyeon's words. I need to talk to your father. His eyes cold, so I scolded him a few times. His eyes full of resentment. His hand clenched, must stay calm. That's what I'm best at. He glanced over. Told him if I heard it one more time. The flower was torn apart. Water flowed out like that day. His voice echoed in Ju Young's ear. Then I'll send him back to his parents. He turned and walked away. At that moment, Ju Young grabbed the ceramic vase in his hand and smashed it on his head. Near dawn, Ju Young still lay unconscious on the floor, sunlight streaming into the room. Ju Young's shoulders trembled slightly, his eyes angry, his clothes stained with blood, unable to calm down. Kang Ryong was taken to the hospital surrounded by tangled machines in a vegetative state. The doctor looked at the bed. Unfortunately, there is still a chance to wake up. The doctor leaned toward Cha Ju Young. Unless a miracle happens. He thoughtfully looked toward the hospital bed. His hands clenched like the frustrations he had endured. All right. He approached him, murmuring, "This is the end." Morning in prison, prisoners gathered outside. They were talking. What's going on? Isn't that crazy, Ju Young? He lowered his head, still hearing people whispering, just got out of the punishment room and already committed another crime. At Ju Young's feet was a young man covered in blood all over his face. His tattooed arm with horrific designs was bent backward. Ju Young's eyes were filled with extreme cold-bloodedness. All the prisoners were intently staring at him. Suddenly a voice rang out. Exercise time is over. Prisoners, return to your rooms. Everyone dispersed to other places. Inside the building, someone was watching the yard. It seemed a bit noisy down there. The man raised his teacup. Maybe because this is where the kids with excess energy gather. He chuckled softly. Glad to see you're well. I heard you just got discharged from the hospital, right? Many subordinates surrounded him. If you feel uncomfortable, please tell me. I will try to meet all your requests. He was Chang Seok, the director of the Juvenile Detention Center. He frowned. By the way, Chang Seok, who did you come to see? He smiled slightly, a smug expression on his face. In the cell, prisoners sat neatly facing each other. Their eyes focused on Ju Young. Next to him was a man writing in a diary. I guess I will be sharing a room with an idiot. I guess I will be sharing a room with an idiot. Outside, the guard called 7199 Ju Young, come here. His eyes showed surprise, mixed with curiosity someone was visiting. The guard led him down a dark corridor like his life, his eyes thoughtful. Who is it? Who's coming to visit me? He recalled that his mother ran away when he was very young. Relatives also cut ties. He slightly raised his head. Who is it? Upon arrival, the guard opened the door. He was very surprised. The place he arrived at was the detention center office. Why come here? Inside sat Ju Young's father on a sofa. Long time no see. He frowned when he saw him. He recalled the scene of him in the house smelling strongly of alcohol. Kang Ryong smiled slyly. Good to see you alive and well. He thought back to the moment he lay on the bed. His eyes showed surprise and fear. Impossible. He revealed the strange tattoo on his son's arm. He held him back, stammering, "How could you?" The detention director laughed and patted his shoulder. Hey, kid. Chung Seok leaned close and whispered. You look surprised, huh? He miraculously woke up not long ago. Kang Ryong stared at him intently. Kang Ryong stared at him intently. Chung Seok smiled. Lucky right. Because your father is still healthy. He recalled the doctor's words. Unfortunately, he still has a chance to wake up. Ju Young's face froze, unable to believe the truth before him. He said his father's chance to wake up was slim, but how could that be? He smirked mockingly. Still don't believe it. He frowned. The one who made me. Kang Ryong, the right hand of a powerful organization. He looked up at the ceiling. To become like this, not the police. He looked straight into Ju Young's eyes. But my own son. When I opened my eyes, I realized I was in the hospital. Tears streamed down his face like rain, and he felt extremely sad. His words confused Ju Young's gaze. Kang Ryong, all right, I feel very sad for you. An officer beside him handed him a tissue to wipe his tears. As a father, I really want to see you. I love my son. Ju Young felt dizzy hearing these words. He continued lamenting. This father couldn't do anything for you, so I had no choice but to kill her. Ju Young's eyes trembled in fear at his careless words. He recalled that kid crossing the street. That night, Daeyeon was holding a box of food. A truck suddenly rushed forward, its headlights shining on her, scattering everything. Rice rolls spilled everywhere. Daeyeon lay motionless on the road with the spilled food. She tried to get up, her face grimacing in pain. Kang Ryong stood across the street watching her. Daeyeon weakly said, "Please help. Please." Ju Young's eyes widened in horror. Kang Ryong stood up with one hand supporting himself and walked toward him. You look like you've seen a ghost. Didn't you say it's best? Without this father, he recalled Daeyeon lying on the road. This is what parents should do for their children. He walked away, leaving Daeyeon behind, muttering, "You probably don't understand, because you never really had parents." He frowned. "I thought you were a poor child who only knew how to endure and tolerate." He recalled the chaotic scene when you wanted to kill your father. Like that day the first time you struck. He laughed. That girl was the trigger. Your face turned pale hearing his words. Kang Ryong, so I tried to erase her. I tried. His eyes filled with anger. Killed her for you. Light shone into the room. Chung Seok gasped in surprise. Wait, hold him back. Quick as lightning, Ju Young turned to resist. But he didn't expect an electric shock from behind. Ju Young's body convulsed violently. His legs buckled. The officer wielded a stun gun with sharp prongs, sparks flashing from the barrel, causing Ju Young to fall face down onto the cold floor. Chung Seok looked at him, breathing a sigh of relief, twitching. Ju Young clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes showing clear resentment. Kang Ryong approached him. You want revenge by killing your father? He revealed a strange tattoo on his chest. He shouted, I'll tell you the only way to kill me. Their eyes turned to him. Kang Ryong said, some of our members are in this juvenile detention center. The prisoners had strange tattoos. Kang Ryong said, almost all of them have tattoos now, but some of them might become pillars of the organization in the future. He smiled evenly. Prove to me that you are the best of all and control the entire juvenile detention center. The sunset rays shone on this detention center. Kang Ryong said, if you can climb high and gain recognition, then that day you can defeat me. Ju Young's eyes were full of hatred. Kang Ryong said, and surpass me, the second in command of the organization. The dragon winding beside the character for heaven symbol of Kang Ryong's organization, preparing to face Thin Long. His eyes sharp, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. You will achieve what I, your father, could not in my lifetime. He stared at Ju Young lying on the ground. If you do that, my life will be complete because of you. He turned to look at Chung Seok. Please take care of my son. Chung Seok replied, of course, sir, don't worry. The officer fired the stun gun again at Ju Young. Chung Seok shouted, what's going on again? Behind Kang Ryong. Ju Young resisted. Don't talk nonsense. He turned around. Ju Young raised his fist. Today? His eyes full of resentment, he struck quickly. I will kill you. Kang Ryong, the whole organization and control with Thin Long. My whole life will be fulfilled because of you. Ju Young struggled to crawl, grabbed his leg. Stop saying useless things. His eyes full of hatred. Today will be the day you die. Behind him, he raised his fist. But before he could do anything, he pressed his head down. Please forgive my rudeness. He whispered into Ju Young's ear, young master. His arm raised, grabbing Ju Young's hair tightly. He slammed his head straight down onto the ground. Two officers stood stunned, their eyes fearful. He held Ju Young's body tightly, smiling smugly. That is my duty. When, under the boss's command, Ju Young refused to submit, gathered strength to stand up. He frowned. What the hell? He used force to hold him tightly, preventing resistance. Do you think my strength is only on par with Thin Long's commander? Kang Ryong smirked. Just with 2 legs you managed to resist my stupid son. Open your eyes wide and look around. Ju Young's eyes were filled with resentment. Kang Ryong and his subordinates surrounded him. You will never be able to reach me. He looked coldly at his son. Your reckless actions only make everything chaotic. He glanced. The only way to kill me is to control this entire prison. Ju Young's eyes burned with extreme hatred. Kang Ryong smirked and said, I look forward to the moment we meet again, my son. Kang Ryong and his subordinates left. Sunlight shone into the corridor. Ju Young's body was full of wounds, trembling as he tried to stand. His hand clenched tightly with hatred. In the woodworking shop, prisoners were focused on their work. Guillaume was welding a chair when the guard approached. You reached today's quota of 3397, you can rest now. He said, I understand. Elsewhere, a man frowned, muttering, Has that bastard Guillaume's hammer skill improved? He hasn't damaged his brain, has he? That man frowned. But whatever you do doesn't matter. He doesn't look like a killer at all. Another said, He looks more like a loser. From afar, a prisoner carried a box. I brought this toolbox. Guillaume Good put it on the shelf. Got it. He looked curiously, not understanding what they were staring at. The man's neck was covered with strange tattoos. Guillaume frowned. The toolbox fell to the ground. Screws scattered on the floor. Guillaume angrily said, Why did you knock over my neatly organized toolbox? You jerk, gunman. Sorry, my hand has a little problem. On the floor lay a long, sharp screw. Gunman's eyes lit up when he saw it. Perfect! He laughed. Is it yours, Guillaume? It's been a while since we graduated high school, hasn't it? He frowned. I saw you in the news. So we've met before, right? Do you remember who I am? Guillaume's tone dropped. Ah, of course, gunman. He looked into Guillaume's eyes. Yes, and I have something to talk to you about. He laughed about the news story, the one where you killed 7 people. Guillaume's eyes were thoughtful. Gunman, did you do that? I still can't believe it. Just imagine Guillaume from Teco High School actually did that. Guillaume asked, What do you want, gunman? Nothing. After all, you were always a model student at school. The guard approached and shouted, Hey, stop talking! Get back to work! He turned away, waving cheerfully. See you next time, Guillaume. He looked at the tools on the table. Holding a wooden plank with nails, he hurt himself, his hand stained with blood. At night in the prison, the space was very quiet. Inside the prisoner's room. Recalling Kang Ryong's words, The only way to kill me is to control this entire prison. His eyes flared with fire, full of resentment. The only chance to kill that man he called father. He observed everyone around him, wondering where to start. Prisoner 752 held his stomach. I'm starving to death, he hissed. Damn it, why is the menu all green? He frowned. Should I report this place for violating rights? He said, Are you dreaming? I haven't even had a pizza yet, so dying would be happiness. He said, Did you forget you're in prison? He said, That's the wish, idiot. Ju Young slightly raised his head, a wish. A guy sitting near the door whispered, Shh, the guard is coming. Ju Young stood up and walked toward the door. Boss guard, what's going on? He frowned. Ju Young. Why are you calling the guard? That it's nothing important. The guard looked at Ju Young Yu. But do you deliver pizza? Everyone's eyes turned to him in surprise. The guard frowned. Did you forget this is a prison? Get out now. He saw the pizza, his eyes lit up. That's wonderful. They all sat eating pizza. He said, How long has it been since I ate outside food? Another said, Ham, it's so good, I'm about to cry. Hey, thanks, Ju Young. Ju Young's eyes were thoughtful. I can't believe it, but both the warden and the guards work under my father's influence. He thought of Chang Seok being relieved that his father was safe, right? Kang Ryong. Take care of my son. Chang Seok. Don't worry, they treat that person's son well. Something very special. I need to probe the limits of what I can do inside this prison. He looked at him, Ju Young. No, Mr. Ju Young, who exactly are you? He frowned. Hearing him flatter him. Could his father be a politician? Could he be the 3rd generation of Shebon? He clenched his hand, looking out the prison window to get revenge. I can do anything despite being his son. He frowned. But why is Guillaume like that? Everyone was eating pizza, only Guillaume sat silently in a corner. That guy Guillaume, why don't you come eat pizza? The other ignored him. He looks strange today. He looked gloomy somehow. Is something wrong? Guillaume kept his head down, gripping his knees tightly. The next day in the woodworking shop, they were working as usual. Ju Young heard a noise. Gunmen approached. My hand slipped again. The toolbox fell to the ground. Nails and screws fell onto Guillaume. Gunman said sarcastically with a calm face. Sorry, my hand is a bit slippery. Guillaume's angry face gritted his teeth. Gunman, what are you trying to do? Gunman glanced at him. Guillaume turned to face him. What's this gunman? It's different from what you told me. They all widened their eyes. It's probably you. He frowned. A top assassin is my subordinate, too much expectation. So is it a lie that this guy is a notorious bully in the area? Gunman was silent and sullen. He laughed. Lying right. Our Guillaume. When he was young, really missed those good memories back then. His eyes dropped. Gunman, after all the fun we had playing together. You don't forget that, do you? He felt something hit the back of his neck. He was struck hard on the neck with a pipe. Does this remind you of back then? He rolled his eyes and his body trembled. Gunman. Why are you shaking like that? He gasped. Please, Gunman, stop. Tears welled up in his eyes, his gaze full of guilt. Please. They dragged him into a pitch-dark room. Gunman's eyes shining brightly, smirking. What did you say? It's hard to hear outside. Outside was a door nailed shut. Guillaume timidly and fearfully said, I said, let me out, please. He smiled wickedly. Oh no, holding a nail tightly, that's not possible. The fun is just beginning. He held a hammer in his hand, counting down start. Gunmen. 1, 2, 3. In that room, he could barely stand on his legs from fear. He pressed Guillaume's face down onto the sharp nail. Remember now, they wore smug expressions. He's shaking now, scared. Gunman held a nail in his hand. Can you believe it? Seriously. This bastard actually killed someone. He pressed his face into the pile of sharp nails. Guillaume gripped his wrist tightly. The nails scattered everywhere. They were surprised to see this. Guillaume pushed him away. Want to see? Ju Young stared intently. Guillaume grabbed his collar, eyes cold as ice. How I kill people. The double ceiling lights were turned on. Gunman was stunned by his resistance, then said, So you want me to teach you? Guillaume grabbed his wrist. I'll teach you how to kill. They struggled, their arms trembling from the effort. The guard suddenly shouted, Hey over there, break time is over. Get back to your places, understood? Taking advantage of the moment, Gunman pulled his hand away. Don't touch me. His comrades turned away, laughing happily, seeming pleased. Gunman clicked his tongue and left with them, but kept glancing back at Ju Young's attitude. Seeing Guillaume continue working normally, he silently cursed the fool. They returned to the room to play games. Gunman said Jesus and Buddha. Who do you think will win? The guy next to him answered first. Of course Jesus. But Nailhead argued. What do you know? Buddha is the winner. The other retorted, Does Jesus give you choco pies? Nailhead countered. Then Buddha must give you burgers. Just one issue caused them to argue fiercely. This is a religious war. The fat guy with ID 2738 waved his hand. Let's go do some religious activities. Moving to cell number 65, no one was inside. Ju Young and he each turned to a corner. He was silent, staring blankly, unsure what he was thinking. After a long while, Ju Young broke the silence. Thank you, Guillaume, for some reason. He recalled those he had beaten. If you hadn't stopped me, I might still have to sit here for another decade. Then he tilted his head and asked the question in his heart. When you asked why I stopped you, why did you ask that? Ju Young honestly revealed, I have a reason to leave this place. He hesitated and said, the person who killed my friend. So Ju Young planned I have to meet him, my father. Guillaume felt suspicious, but he said his father was in a vegetative state, only answering vaguely. That's a long story. Still, Ju Young thought he needed to express his thoughts, but thanked him for helping him leave quickly. Thank you very much. He frowned, looking at Ju Young thoughtfully for a moment. Then Guillaume spoke. Are you mocking me? How could you say that to someone sentenced to 25 years in prison? Ju Young realized he misspoke and corrected, I didn't mean that. At the same time, he wanted to show his sincerity. However, I will repay you. Light from outside shone through the high window into the room. He thought for a moment, then expressed, I understand now. Cut to the woodworking shop where prisoners worked, the iron door closed tight. The guard dropped a key in front of Guillaume. All right, here's the key. He put his hands on his hips and ordered him. Sorry, Guillaume. I suddenly have something to do at home. The guard hurriedly went out the door while instructing, Please clean the room for me. Good luck, Guillaume. He obediently replied, Yes, understood. He stayed alone looking over the table full of tools. Suddenly, Guillaume frowned when he saw a strange creature. It was lying still on the table, a butterfly. It made him think only of Gunmin. Ma Guillaume's complexion became very ugly. In the past, he once showed a butterfly to him. What do you think? Gunmin was very surprised. You did all this. That's awesome. At that time, he was 11-year-old. And Gunmin, a friend. Ma Guillaume still remembered and confirmed, I don't like insects much, because they look creepy, especially butterflies. Yun Gunmin used to be like that. Yet he just laughed happily, showing other specimen boxes. Gunmin, do you want to see more? He became cautious. What to Ma Guillaume, Gunmin was his first friend. When going to school, once the boys in class gathered and talked. What's his name? Gunmin. Doesn't he look a bit... How? He also heard them criticize him, and he collects insects. Disgusting. An aggressive brown-haired boy even approached to provoke. Hey, are you going to collect them to eat? Gunmin was embarrassed and tried to explain. What, no? He ignored it as if not hearing, right? You'll use them as vitamin supplements. Another gray-haired boy attacked. You'll eat them, right? Say it. At that time, he appeared to defend. Stop, I know it's free time, but go back to your places. The brown-haired boy whispered, Hey, the class president is coming. He glanced cautiously, wondering if he was going to get more penalty points. So they all left together. Sorry, class president, we were just joking. After chasing them away, he asked Gunmin, Are you okay? He shyly waved his hand. Yeah, thanks, Gunmin. Suddenly, Gunmin's face brightened again. Oh, right. Do you remember you said you'd come to my house to play? Suddenly, those friends came back. We have a new game class president. Since when did things change? Another day, the brown-haired boy invited, Should we have a soccer match with class 4 after school? But he cleverly declined. I have an appointment today. The bald boy insisted. Hey, class president, how can you miss it? So Ma Guillaume had to accept. They shouted excitedly. Awesome! I don't even know when the distance grew between us. Ma Guillaume once turned to look at his friend. Gunmin also silently watched the one who defended him, but they were gradually drifting apart. Until the next year, we were in different classes. He came home and stopped by to see if that was Gunmin's place. Was he already home? We played together less than before. Once Ma Guillaume overheard a two-braided boy gossiping. Hey, have you heard anything about Gunmin? He recounted, I heard he's a target of bullying. The other was surprised, huh? The two-braided boy was serious. I saw him get beaten last time. While talking, someone ran out to report. Oh no, everyone. Yun Gunmin was just taken into the warehouse. He immediately ran off to find his friend. Ma Guillaume showed obvious anxiety he had been holding back for so long. After a while, he arrived, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Ma Guillaume pushed open the warehouse door, but hadn't looked up yet. When he finally looked up and called Gunmin, the man without a vest glanced sideways. Is that the loser? The slicked-back hair guy tilted his head with interest. Probably. Should we take another look? At that moment, Ma Guillaume suddenly heard that familiar voice. So you're here. Gunmin suddenly appeared behind him. I'm right behind you. Without hesitation, he pushed Ma Guillaume into a small cabinet. He was stunned, unable to believe his friend would do such a thing. Gunmin. He tried to push the door open. What are you doing? Gunmin pressed harder and cursed. Damn it, get in! Gunmin used all his strength to push hard. Get in quickly. After closing the door, he quickly locked it with a key. The slicked-back hair guy sneered arrogantly. Wow, the insect collector actually succeeded. The other guy nearby chimed in. I told you he was an idiot. Earlier, he had set a condition for Gunmin. If you want to join our gang, you have to give up your favorite insect and deal with it. So Ma Guillaume banged on the door, shouting, Let me out! Gunmin! What's wrong with you? Gunmin pressed his face against the cabinet. Wait a moment, Ma Guillaume. He overheard them say, if we catch the insect. Now Gunmin carried a hammer and said, we have to peel it right away. Recalling this was the end. Back to the present, he suddenly went out and clapped his hands on the moth. But everyone only liked the butterfly and thought the moth was disgusting. Then Gunmin squeezed it tightly in his hand like, that's me now, he said while crushing the moth into pieces. All of it, and then Gunmin threw its fragments into the air. It's all because of you. Ma Guillaume suddenly became confused. Gunman, what the hell are you saying? Why is it because of me, but he didn't believe it? Don't play dumb. His face became serious as Gunman revealed his inner thoughts. You think I don't know? You're just pretending to be kind. Playing the friend while slowly distancing and betraying me. It turned out when Ma Gyom befriended others, Gunman thought, I know in your mind, I'm just a disgusting moth while you're a butterfly everyone likes. His face twisted. The day I realized that I felt every day was truly torment. Gunman touched a piece of the moth still stuck on his hand. Do you understand? You're the one who made me like this? He bit his lip, surprised that he thought he was the only one, then completely broken. Gunman clenched his fist. The moment I heard you killed 7 people. He gave a dangerous smile. I almost lost my mind. But then Gunman mocked such karma. Ma Gyom trembled with anger. His fingers pressed so hard into his palm they bled. You mean that, don't you? His face showed shock when Ma Gyom said, because of you, I... At this point, he choked and couldn't continue. Seeing this, Gunman became even more smug. It doesn't matter. Your life is already ruined anyway. Suddenly, his comrades held him tightly and covered Ma Gyom's mouth. Now you'll be crushed to dust. The slick-lipped guy seemed to praise Yoon Gun-min. Since you tried to bribe manager Meisu, I knew you weren't ordinary. You're amazing, Yoon Gun-min. His eyes lit up excitedly. It's not over yet. Hearing this, he frowned, sensing something wrong. After we collect the insects, a cabinet was brought in front of Ma Gyom. We have to peel them. He shrank back, showing panic. Ma Gyom struggled to break free from the group. Wait, but Gunman didn't care, because of you. He was still shoved into the cabinet, despite holding the door tightly. Everything was locked with a padlock and tied tightly with rope. It's all because of you, Ma Gyom. He angrily pressed his hands against the cabinet wall. Why are you doing this to me? Ma Gyom suddenly noticed a strange object inside the cabinet. It's a gift I made for you. Disgusting insects were crawling all over him. Ma Gyom bit his lip tightly, hearing Gunmin outside. So disgusting. They're your insect friends. Inside the cabinet was silent, as if nothing was happening. His face twisted into a grimace. How do you like it, Gunman? You like bugs, right? But there was no sound in response. Gunman pressed his ear against the cabinet. Why aren't you answering? Aren't you afraid of bugs? He bit his lip and frowned. You're enduring it. You're holding back from screaming, huh? The long-haired guy marveled. Wow, look at how he's enduring them. The white-haired guy also felt excited. He's pretty tough. The leader crossed his arms and questioned Gunman. Are you going to apologize to him? He's a killer, you know, he muttered. A killer. Nevertheless, Gunman continued to sneer. So what? He lowered his eyes. Ah, you look disgusting, bastard. Gunman put his hands on his hips and gave the leader a look. It hasn't even started yet. Hatred surged within him. From now on, I'll make him scream until his vocal cords tear. Suddenly, Ju Young appeared and intervened in this confrontation. He put his hands in his pockets and said, What are you planning to do? The leader charged aggressively. Are you trying to scare me, you bastard? The one with the tied hair wondered. Why is this guy here? Ju Young asked, What are you going to do to make him scream out here? Immediately after, he quickly twisted the white-haired guy's arm like lightning. How about this? The other guy went mad, raising his fist. What the hell are you doing, you bastard? Instantly, Ju Young kicked the white-haired guy hard on one cheek with his shoe sole. He used all his strength to knock him down. Flying into that cabinet, or like this? He tried to suppress his discomfort and glared at Ju Young. Through the gap in the cabinet door, he heard a call. Ma Gyom. He glanced through the small crack to observe the situation, thinking silently, I will repay my debt. He twisted his arm, stared at Gunman, and said, With this guy. At this moment, others in the room began to murmur, Where is he? The whole group sat neatly in the room, chatting. Someone said, Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Ma Gyom either. Another replied, The warden called him out to the woodshop. Ju Young sat alone in the corner listening to the chatter. Suddenly, he was called to clean up at this late hour. Having a bad feeling, he quickly stood up, surprising those around him. After finishing, Ju Young approached the door just as a guard passed by. He hurriedly called out Warden. The man turned back and responded, The guard pushed up his hat and asked, "What's the matter?" "It's you again." He recalled the last time ordering pizza. People asked, He ordered pizza again. "Forget it. Let's have chicken this time," someone suggested. Ju Young calmly said briefly, "Open the door." The group behind was extremely shocked upon hearing this. They all exclaimed in unison, "What?" Even the guard couldn't hide his surprise. He arrogantly asked back, What did you just say?" Back in reality, he slightly opened his eyes through the gap and whispered, "Hey Ma-gyom, to repay the debt." Ju Young twisted his arm to get ready while looking at Ma-gyom and continued, "Let's call it even this time." The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense and dramatic. He still stood proudly in the middle of the room looking at the people lying scattered on the ground. Suddenly, one guy spoke first. "Are you Cha Ju Young?" He arrogantly continued, "The guy who's been causing chaos everywhere lately." Not far away, gunmen seemed scared too, only daring to give a prolonged After a while, he reassured himself and calmly said, "I wasn't sure when I was with Ma-gyom earlier, but now I understand." He curiously asked, "Are you two really close?" Gunman raised his hand, glanced at him, and exclaimed, "Amazing, Ma-gyom has a trustworthy friend." He continued, "I wish I had a friend like that." But the leader just sneered. "Sounds annoying." He looked at Ju Young face to face, mocking, "Cha Ju Young, you're too loyal. I like you already." Then he quickly jumped high, swung his fist toward him and asked, "Do you want to be friends with me too?" Ju Young refused to back down. He stomped hard on the ground and jumped up to confront him. No one knew what happened next, only hearing him confusedly groan once. It turned out he quickly grabbed his neck and slammed him hard onto the ground. He spun once in midair and then fell heavily onto the floor. At that moment, Ju Young just smirked and asked back, "You want to be friends with me?" He looked at him lying motionless on the floor and continued, "I'd rather die." After dealing with the leader, Ju Young turned his back and loudly asked, "Why did you do that?" His eyes coldly stared at the person opposite him and reproached, "That's too much." But Gunman only softly repeated, "Too much." Immediately after, he burst out laughing mockingly. "Are you kidding me?" In the room at this moment, only Gunman's voice echoed, "Because of that traitor, I have to live in pain, you know." He raised both hands, recounting everything with a resentful tone, pretending to be my only childhood friend, pretending to care, but scheming behind my back. But Gunman's eyes became dangerously terrifying, crushing me like a snake trying to kill me. Then he looked at Ju Young kindly and warned, "So you should be careful when you're with him." At the same time, while he was attentively listening to Gunman's story, the leader had regained consciousness and stepped right behind Ju Young. Immediately, he tightly grabbed his head with extreme bitterness. "You think I'll let this go easily?" His hand squeezed Ju Young's neck even tighter, whispering, "This is all just a stepping stone for this moment." At this point, Ju Young was suffocating, his face flushed red, grimacing as he struggled. Gunmen on the other side saw this scene and excitedly shouted, "Oh, that's right, break his neck!" The leader tightened his grip and asked, "So do you want to be friends with me now?" Ju Young painfully gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. He thought the grip was no joke. He didn't want to escape this way, but Ju Young then used his strength to strongly bend the leader's finger, causing him to groan in pain, thinking, "You won't be able to use this finger anymore." Unexpectedly, at that moment, Gunman stabbed a knife into Ju Young's stomach. His eyes blazing with murderous intent, Gunman laughed madly and said, "I have to do something too." Seeing this, he happily praised Yoon Gunman, "You bastard, you really are a good friend." Ju Young endured the pain from the knife wound while being suffocated by his grip. His face gradually turned purple, trying to breathe but failing. Suddenly, someone shouted, breaking the tense atmosphere, "Let go!" Ma-gyom wrapped a chain around the leader's neck and said, "You'll have your neck broken if you don't release him." Seeing this, Gunman was startled and confused, thinking about Ma-gyom. He frowned, gritting his teeth as he looked toward the cabinet, silently thinking, "When did he get out?" Then Gunman recalled that earlier when Ju Young kicked the leader, he accidentally fell into the cabinet. That was when the lock was broken. Thanks to his help, Ju Young quickly seized the opportunity and kicked him hard in the face, causing Gunman to spit blood from his nose. Ju Young looked at him lying on the floor and said with satisfaction. After dealing with one guy, he glanced around the room and said, "That was really dangerous just now." Ju Young turned to look at Ma Gyom and the leader to check the situation and saw him with a chain wrapped around his neck, screaming in pain. He trembled and shook from the intense pain. Immediately after, he tried with all his strength to pull himself forward. Damn it, Ma Gyom also staggered, trying to follow. Seeing this, gunman cheered happily, full of hope. Great, keep pulling. But Ma Gyom just gritted his teeth and said, I told you. He almost shouted loudly, if you use any more strength. Which surprised Ju Young. Ma Gyom shouted loudly, your neck will break! Then immediately kicked hard into his head and pulled the chain strongly backward. After a struggle, finally, his eyes rolled back and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ma Gyom's grip was so strong that fresh blood flowed down the chain. The blood dripped onto Ma Gyom's hand. At this moment, Ma Gyom angrily shouted, let go or you'll die. Finally, his body became weak and lost all reason. Seeing the situation was unstable, Ma Gyom immediately released his grip on the chain, causing him to lose support and fall to the ground. Ma Gyom seemed exhausted, standing there gasping for breath. Ju Young held his wound on his stomach. Then he slowly walked over to where the leader was lying. On the other side, Ma Gyom also fixed a cold gaze on Gunman. He stepped closer to him, causing Gunman to panic, step back, and stammer, wait. He panicked, eyes wide, screaming in despair. I'm the victim, and because of you, this happened. Gunman stubbornly shouted loudly, I was just defending myself. I did nothing wrong, damn it. But Ma Gyom ignored him, looking at him with eyes sharp as bullets. Seeing that gaze, Gunman suddenly became so terrified that he fell backward onto the ground. Finally, he became afraid and immediately knelt down, begging nonstop. Sorry, I'm really sorry. Please forgive me, Gyom. He grabbed Ma Gyom's leg and continued. I was just foolish for a moment. Gunman looked up, pleading pitifully. You know I'm a stupid loser. Please consider this a mistake of a fool and forgive me just this once. But the reply was a cold word. No. Ma Gyom coldly looked down at him and indifferently replied, I never thought of you that way. Hearing that, a spark of surprised hope flashed in Gunman's heart, and he exclaimed, huh! But Ma Gyom's voice rang out, Yun Gunmin, your selfish delusions have ruined my life. That is an unchangeable truth. Ma Gyom looked at him kneeling and explained, I've killed 7 people already, so I'm still thinking about how to deal with you. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Gunman's face, leaving him stunned and speechless. Immediately after, he turned away and said, but thinking back now, I don't hate you that much anymore because we were once friends. These words left Gunman stunned for a long time, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly, old memories flooded his heart. Recalling not-so-happy memories from before my friend, Gunman's expression changed, full of murderous intent. He laughed loudly and thought silently, it's nonsense anyway, a foolish believer. Sooner or later I will. But before he could finish thinking, a foot landed with the words, that hurts my heart. Immediately after, unprepared, Gunman was hit and rolled several times on the ground. Gunman lay motionless after that blow. Ju Young held his stomach wound with one hand, approached, and disdainfully said, let's call it even this time. Hearing that, Ma Gyom's eyes suddenly shone with deep sadness, and he called out, Cha Ju Young. Not only that, he also placed his hand on Ju Young's shoulder to comfort him. Suddenly, the two sat down on the ground to rest. Ju Young spoke in a way that confused Ma Gyom. He continued, are you an idiot? He heard this and became even more confused, asking back, why did you suddenly say that? Ju Young turned his face away, analyzing a murderer who killed 7 people, but is afraid of that weak guy. But Ma Gyom replied immediately, I'm not afraid of him. Then the two sat silently for a long while. Ju Young smiled and said, I know, which surprised Ma Gyom a little. He turned and continued, I don't understand what grudge you two had, but at least I see both of you. Ju Young's additional words that they are not enemies left Ma Gyom somewhat stunned, not knowing how to respond clearly. After a moment of thought, Ma Gyom only replied briefly, what do you know? Ju Young held his wound, grimacing in discomfort, and said, why haven't you left yet? Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise when he heard someone call his name, Cha Ju Young. Ma Gyom seemed not to notice the difference in Ju Young's voice, and happily said, thank you. He just smiled calmly and replied, Why suddenly say thank you? Suddenly, Ju Young's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing a strange noise. Behind him, a stranger appeared, sat down beside Gunmin, and shouted, "Gunmin!" He turned his face to look, thinking silently about who that guy was. He looked quite fierce, staring and almost shouting, "How dare you leave without my permission? Do you know how scared I was?" Meanwhile, Gunmin was still in a dazed state, not fully awake. Suddenly, he punched Gunmin hard in the face with such force that it caused painful injury. He continued shouting loudly without anyone stopping him. I almost died from fear. Then he kept beating Gunmin relentlessly, witnessing the gruesome scene of blood splattering everywhere. Ma Gyom and Ju Young were also shocked to the point of freezing. Gunmin was now beaten badly, as if he had died and come back to life. Then he raised his hand to wipe his face. Sighed, "Blood is all over my face now." His eyes were bloodshot and terrifying. He kept wiping the blood off his face and shouted, "I hate dirty things! They're full of bacteria!" Suddenly, he grabbed Ju Young's collar, making him widen his eyes in surprise. It turned out he wanted to use Ju Young's shirt to clean the blood off his face. Then he said something that Ju Young still didn't understand what was happening. At that moment, he looked up, blood-smeared, and asked him, "Clean yet?" On Kang Da-yeon's face, he grabbed Ju Young's shirt with a desperate look. "Answer me. Is it clean yet?" At first, Ju Young still didn't understand what was going on. He observed his expression for a moment, then replied, "Not clean yet." On Kang Da-yeon's blood-stained face, his eyes were full of confusion when Ju Young said, "It's still very dirty." Ma Gyom frowned, worried, as he saw him starting to get angry. "What did you just say?" Ju Young seemed very distressed, even his voice trembling. Then suddenly he raised his hand to slap Ju Young. At that moment, the warden appeared shouting, "If you've finished your work, quickly return to your cell." Ju Young lowered his head while the warden loudly scolded, "What are you all gathering here for?" The number on Ju Young's shirt was 799. Kang Da-yeon kept mumbling that number as if hypnotized. He pressed his face close to the badge on Ju Young's chest, repeating 7199. Cut to the next morning, the prisoners were taken to the sports field. He awkwardly asked, "What's going on, everyone?" Because now everyone in the room had gathered, sitting with Ju Young. "Why is everyone surrounding me like this? What's happening?" Namin, standing beside, laughed and asked, "Why is that?" He explained Ju Young, "This is Gu Namin, prisoner of cell number 36. On the field, others were chatting excitedly. "Isn't that the guy? The one who showed off at practice the other day? Heard he got beaten up. Rumor says he's really strong." Namin put his hands in his pockets, teasing Ju Young. "If you're near me, no one would dare hit me right." Ma Gyom also wondered why I'm like that too. Ju Young sighed, "Do as you want," his eyes still focused ahead. "Just don't bother me. I have something to do." He wanted to find a person with a tattoo of a blue dragon surrounded by blazing red flowers, commonly called a red flower dragon. He immediately ran off. "I have to find the one with that tattoo, no matter what." Ma Gyom ran up the stairs, only seeing 3 people chatting and laughing, some petty guys. Ma Gyom ran across the exercise yard, then wondered, where could that damn organization be? Namin followed Ju Young's gaze and curiously asked, "What have you been looking at all this time? Are you still sitting there persistently? I can help you find it." Namin suggested, "Tell me I'm famous for knowing a lot of information." Ju Young listed the tattoo in a broken manner. Namin was stunned and wanted to ask again. "The person you're looking for has a rather ugly tattoo." As evening fell, the common room played a news broadcast reporting a significant increase in juvenile gang crimes. The prisoners sat neatly watching the news about criminal groups with sophisticated systems to steal money and property. One doubted whether the news was truly updated daily, but another confirmed it was based on real events. The news continued reporting that violent acts and serious crimes among students never disappear. Ju Young suddenly spoke up, "Pathetic scum." He kept criticizing the despicable criminals, saying they deserved to be locked up in prison. They secretly thought, why say such harsh words? Gu Namin explained that not everyone here is bad, he knows that. Gu Namin leaned against the wall, smiled and said, "Let me tell you a story." Gu Namin told his own story calmly, why he had to be here. The story began with a tteokbokki pan. "Once upon a time there was a legendary tteokbokki shop in my neighborhood, you see. Over time, I became a regular there. The chewiness of the tteokbokki and the blend of spices were wonderful. But then one day, a gang led by a crazy guy, the son of a local congressman, appeared. A thug relying on his father's influence showed up. "Auntie, give me another serving of tteokbokki." When the food was served, he slammed the plate. "What is this?" Suddenly, the congressman's son cursed. "Damn it, are you kidding me?" He scowled, skewered a rice cake piece, and said, "Is this made from rice cake?" Recalling this, Namin cursed that crazy bastard. They shouted, "Don't you know original tteokbokki is made from rice?" He destroyed the whole shop. Even the family photo was knocked over. But at that moment, I unexpectedly caught a stick. I appeared. Namin introduced himself. The leader of the tteokbokki fan club had arrived. After dealing with all of them, I grabbed my shirt and left. The battle ended with my legendary victory. The hero who protected the tteokbokki shop. Back to the present, Namin held his head frustrated. But in the end, I'm here because that bastard used his father's influence. A congressman. Still, I think I have no regrets. The one with number 7.152 interrupted. "Are you lying again?" He revealed Ju Young. "Do you know what nickname Gu Namin has?" The black-haired guy next to him cut in. "Because he lies so much, he's called Gu Namin. A pun on gu, meaning lie." Number 7.152 continued. "I heard he was once caught lying in the cell before. He hasn't dropped that habit yet, huh?" Namin forced a smile and explained, "What are you all talking about? All my stories are based on real events." Ju Young silently listened to their argument, thinking, "Yeah, all imaginary stories. Now, even if I die, I wouldn't believe it." Suddenly, he spoke up. "But it doesn't sound much like a lie." Namin was stunned, looking at Ju Young intently, and asked, "What?" "Science has studied aphids that produce sugar for ants, and ants protect the aphids. They support each other like my relationship with those thugs." Namin closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "I can tell them I've lived like that my whole life." Ju Young opened his mouth to affirm, "There are no lies in this room." Namin was slightly moved. Ju Young said he wanted to plant a flower he liked, a place where he could express everything he wanted. Imagining that he smiled to himself, if I could become Ju Young's right-hand man, everything would be much easier. In the morning, the prisoners tended the flower beds. Finally, spring arrived. Could the fragrant spring also be coming to me? Namin became happy when he could personally take care of the flowers. Unfortunately, he accidentally flicked soil onto Ju Young's face. He wiped the dirt off his face, and then panicked. Ju Young frowned and questioned, "What are you doing?" Gu Namin realized the seriousness of the situation, his face turning pale, showing displeasure. "The smell is terrible." The obsession overwhelmed him, making his limbs weak. "Because of your lies, because you're filthy." Namin was once forced to drink bleach until foaming at the mouth because of that filthy mouth. The one who caused it was him. "Let me clean it for you." Now Kang Da-yeon appeared here angry. We met again. This is my old cell leader who kept scratching his face and shouting, "Germs, bacteria all over my face. I feel like my face is rotting." Kang Ryong is truly a madman with serious psychological issues. He felt confused, not understanding why he appeared here. I'm sorry I didn't see clearly in front of me." His eyes blazing with anger. "Can you clean it?" Namin cursed silently. "Damn it." But outwardly he had to beg. Yes, I will wash it clean for you. This bastard is truly obsessed with cleanliness." Kang Ryong took out a huge bottle of pesticide. Unexpectedly, he sprayed it straight into Namin's face. "Let me clean you first." Namin screamed in pain, tears streaming down. He slammed his hand on the ground, shouting, "My eyes," Kang Ryong said. "Actually, I'm here to ask you a few things." He repeated the familiar number 7199. Namin felt his ears ringing as he heard him repeat, 19971997199. It seemed Kang Ryong had some scheme. "Isn't that the one who shares a cell with you?" Hearing this, he thought, "If it's 71999, then isn't that clearly Ju Young's number?" Amanya! Suddenly he roared, "He dares to call me dirty! He dares to call me dirty!" Kang Ryong held his face in misery, unsteady. I tried very hard to stay clean, you know that." Namin stammered in agreement. Yes. He was still crying continuously when Kang Ryong forced, "Then let's go together." He opened his shirt holding the pesticide bottle. "Let him see how we disinfect and clean." On Kang Ryong's chest was the tattoo Ju Young had been searching for all along. Cut to Ju Young's cell 95-96. 97. He was doing one-arm push-ups, panting and counting 98-9900. But in Ju Young's mind, he was still worried. Exactly where did I see it? It was the tattoo of a blue dragon with bright eyes backgrounded by the word Thien. That cursed tattoo. He wondered, what if I meet him again? That's crazy. A moment later, Na-min approached. How do you have such a perfect body? Do you work out outside? Na-min brought a glass of water. All right, now have a glass of grape juice. Ju Young asked cautiously. Why all of a sudden, Na-min quickly gave an excuse. After hard training, grape juice is great. At that moment, he finally stood up. All right, let me drink. When Ju Young looked at the shimmering purple drink, he was extremely shocked because it was so unexpected. It was the liquid from that pesticide bottle. Who gave you this? Ju Young exposed the truth about the drink. Why does it look like pesticide? Inside a room, continuous groaning sounds echoed. Na-min was held tightly by other prisoners, his mouth gagged. He kept shouting, but in vain. Someone angrily questioned, "Why did you do that?" Kang Ju Young's eyes were full of anger, gritting his teeth and saying, "Because of your lies." Then Kang Ju Young raised his hand to his forehead, gritting his voice. "Now I have become dirty." He couldn't control his anger, continuously shouting, "That mouth of yours made me dirty. I need to clean it." Na-min's face was full of fear, but he couldn't speak. In anger, Na-min grabbed the pesticide bottle. "Let's disinfect it." This terrified him greatly. After a while, the pesticide bottle rolled on the floor with drops scattered everywhere. Na-min recalled all those horrific moments, the first room I ever entered. Meanwhile, Kang Ryong continued to go mad, holding his head with both hands, not knowing what to do next. On the floor now lay Na-min, motionless eyes rolled back, foam at the mouth. Perhaps he had been tortured with the pesticide bottle. That memory forever haunted Na-min's mind. That place was truly hell. Kang Ryong, with his fear of dirt syndrome, kept mumbling that the floor was dirty, then meticulously wiped the dirt off the floor with a cloth, ignoring Na-min's condition. He felt immense pain and suffering because a demon had lived there. Suddenly, a shout rang out. "Hey!" It pulled Na-min back to the present. Ju Young looked toward the pesticide bottle on the nearby shelf. This thing. His hand held the glass of water. Na-min gave him, his face full of suspicion. "Who gave you this?" Na-min, though hit in a sensitive spot, still shook his head, denying. "Gave it to me." "What do you mean? I bought it with my own money." Inside he was very scared. "Oh no." The others in the room became even more suspicious seeing this. "Suspicious? Isn't there something in it?" "Try drinking it," Ju Young pressed with sharp eyes. "Why did you suddenly give me this?" Na-min, worried, sweat pouring. Is Ju Young starting to suspect me too? Then he thought it made sense considering his usual image. Na-min recalled being mocked for lying and being called the unpleasant name Na-min. He remembered being caught lying and beaten, feeling very sad, recalling it naturally. But what surprised him most was Ju Young raising the glass to his lips to drink. He drank the whole glass in one go before Na-min's bewildered eyes. After drinking, Ju Young wiped the water from his lips, gently nodded, and praised. "It's quite good, thanks." Then he turned and said, "Tomorrow is collective cleaning day. Everyone get ready." Leaving Na-min's stunned gaze and the others' praise so strong, seeing what just happened before his eyes, Na-min couldn't help but be surprised. He felt very regretful. If he had known he would drink it, he would have put poison in the juice instead of just testing the water. Na-min recalled what Ju Young had said before. "Yes, it sounds more like science fiction. I wouldn't believe it even if I died." But he thought, I don't think he's lying. His pupils contracted as he silently cursed, "Damn it." Soon it was bedtime. Everyone in the room was preparing blankets and pillows. Someone was focused on a painting and seemed to be writing a character on it. The dragon was painted in blue ink surrounded by red flowers with a circle in the center, containing the character Tien. Na-min sat beside Ju Young, who was painting, and started a conversation. "What is this cute painting?" he thought to himself, to take advantage of this opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, Ju Young replied, Shikhua Long. It's the blue dragon among red flowers. Namin was still lost in thought. Couldn't he tell these guys that he had drugged him? Then analyzed Ju Young's behavior to find a way to respond. Hearing Ju Young's words, he suddenly turned pale and thought he had to find a way to drug him without anyone knowing the safest way possible. Ju Young perceptively noticed and asked, Do you have something to tell me? Namin raised his hand to scratch his chin. Well, actually, I've been curious for a while. He continued, Ju Young, why do you trust me? Even Namin didn't believe what he just said. He went on, You should suspect liars like me first. Trusting others carelessly will get you into trouble. Namin was confused by his own words. What am I saying? Ju Young pondered for a moment, then replied, Being good at deceiving others doesn't mean you're smart. Ju Young didn't take his eyes off the painting. A smart person like that. Then he calmly continued, Wouldn't make me an enemy just because of those stupid lies, right? Hearing that, Namin's eyes widened, mouth agape. Then Ju Young stood up and turned away. Everyone, I'm going to turn off the lights. He didn't forget to remind Namin. You should go to bed early. Namin sat still confused. Namin turned to look at the painting on the floor. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up. A smart person, huh? The next morning came quickly. The warden reminded the prisoners, announcing that the Ministry of Justice would come to conduct an investigation. So today, they must clean as thoroughly as possible. The prisoners responded in unison. Yes, and each began cleaning. A shout rang out in the bathroom. You said you would do it. Namin's face turned pale as he was scolded. You promised me you said you would disinfect him? You said you would do it. Kang Da-yeon angrily questioned. Now you're backing out. Namin regretted it, thinking maybe he shouldn't have said that. He trembled as he explained. I asked Ju Young, and he really regretted calling you dirty. I mean, that word was a bit too much. Namin mustered courage and looked up. He's a bit introverted, so he asked me to apologize on his behalf. But Kang Ju Young's face was dark, his eyes staring. You're lying again. He threw a strong punch into Namin's stomach, angrily shouting, Lies! Namin was punched painfully, thrown back, and slammed hard against the wall. Kang Da-yeon kept mumbling, I can't forgive. 7199, 71999, I can't forgive you, 7199. He shouted angrily, I will never forgive you! Then kicked Namin. Namin was in great pain but couldn't resist. Kang Da-yeon stomped on his head. He opened the cap of a cleaning solution bottle. I have to. Kang Da-yeon threatened in a scary tone, Disinfect both of you, huh? He poured the solution into the toilet, then stomped hard on Namin's head. Namin was pushed into the solution, unable to breathe, panicking, thinking he was about to die. Kang Ju Young still didn't stop torturing and making Namin hard to breathe. In his mind, he only thought, Damn it, I'm really going to die. But suddenly, Ju Young appeared, questioning. What are you doing in the bathroom? He hit Kang Ju Young's weak spot. So dirty, huh? Making him very angry. He looked straight at Kang Ju Young. You're too dirty. Namin saw him and weakly shouted, Ju Young. He questioned with a distressed face. Why are you late? Flashback to when Ju Young was cleaning. Namin approached and said, I have to tell you something. He replied, What? Suddenly, Namin held the pesticide bottle and explained, Someone threatened me. They forced me to give you pesticide to drink. Ju Young was surprised. What, he continued firmly, but I am Gu Namin. I was born in this world as a man. Namin opened the pesticide bottle and poured it out in front of Ju Young. I cannot betray a close friend. I will not give in to such threats. After pouring out all the pesticide inside, he threw the bottle away. His face. Calm. No matter the consequences, I refuse right now. Then Namin continued, I almost forgot to tell you. He turned back, smirking, the tattoo you drew. One of the Shichua long tattoos. Namin said, I think it might appear on the guy who threatened me. This made Ju Young very surprised. Then he turned away proudly, Ju Young, as you said, I am a smart guy. Back to the present. Ju Young waved his hand. It's stuck on my hand now. Kang Ryong looked back with bloodshot eyes. Ju Young used his shirt to wipe his hand. Being too smart is also a problem. Kang Da-yeon went mad, angrily shouting, You infected bastard, 71999, 71999, 719. He was furious. I will kill you. From your esophagus to your stomach, I will cleanse everything and I will melt everything inside you. But Kang Ryong was grabbed by the collar and slammed down by Ju Young too noisy. At the moment he hit the ground, a bright golden light flashed. Kang Ryong was bruised all over. Is that you? Ju Young thought proudly. Found you. He was furious. That guy threatened to kill me. Ju Young couldn't contain his anger thinking about that ugly tattoo. Namin beside him exclaimed, "That's really lucky." Ju Young cracked his knuckles ready. Now I can beat you to a pulp. His face looked very scary, showing no remorse at all. Moments from the past gradually appeared, starting from a martial arts match where a promising martial arts star appeared. The black-haired wrestler shouted happily as he launched his favorite move. But suddenly a pair of feet clamped tightly on him, legs wrapped around the opponent's belly until it almost exploded. The next scene showed a man using all his strength to hold the black-haired wrestler's arm. Actually, his most used move was dirty play and blocking the opponent's hand. The person mentioned was none other than Kang Ryong. He used his legs and arms to restrain the opponent, giving them no chance to resist or surrender. Kang Ryong smiled crazily, his eyes bright red and haunting. The black-haired man's face changed color, screaming in pain. But after that day, shortly after Kang Ryong's eyes opened wide, pupils contracted, revealing surprise and horror on his face, speckled with drops of liquid. It turned out Kang Ryong's opponent couldn't stand it and vomited on him, making him so disgusted he screamed loudly. No one saw him do that again. Cut to the locker room because, ironically, the wrestler looked inside and witnessed everything. This star on the development stage was notorious for dirty play. Meanwhile, Kang Ryong kept shouting, "So dirty! Really dirty!" His hand never stopped wiping every corner with a cloth, a critical weakness for this wrestler. Kang Ryong held a disinfectant spray in one hand, mumbling non-stop, "Dirty, dirty, dirty." He had witnessed everything and concluded he had mysophobia. Back to reality. Ju Young looked at Kang Ryong lying on the ground and said, "Hey, you germaphobe." Seeing no response, he questioned, "Are you going to take it without saying anything?" Ju Young, with a scary face and wide eyes, said, "I want to know more about the heavenly dragon." But the reply was only unpleasant words. "So dirty, the bathroom floor is full of bacteria." Kang Ryong's cleanliness obsession caused him to lose control, wildly struggling to punch Ju Young. "My skin is rotting away." Kang Ryong's face shouted angrily, "Salmonella infection, Pseudomonas, aeruginosa, Staphylococcus aureus." But Ju Young reacted very quickly, using his hands to deliver continuous counterattacks to him. At this point, Ju Young angrily slapped Kang Ryong's face. "And you're still worried about that?" A mushroom-headed guy in some bathroom peeked through the door crack and whispered, "He's hitting him like a fly." Luckily, I'm on Ju Young's side. Despite being beaten badly, Kang Ryong kept mumbling, 71999, 71999, "I will kill you." Ju Young felt he was really stubborn. "Seems like you still don't get it." He put his hand into the dirty water beside him. "I hate this place too, it's filthy." Ju Young, eyes full of calculation, thought, "I guess I have to use shock therapy." He brought his hand close to Kang Ryong and opened his mouth. Kang Ryong was so disgusted his eyes widened fully. A memory appeared. Kang Ryong looked at his body, noticing he was sweating a lot. He opened the locker room door. "If you don't wash quickly, then—" The moment the door opened, a pile of trash of all kinds fell down, making him scream in disgust. Kang Ryong went mad, eyes wide open, shouting, "It's trash!" Didn't notice someone approached from behind, introducing himself. A man dressed in black wrestled Kang Ryong to the ground. It turned out to be the one who lost in the previous wrestling match. He snapped, "People say you're so afraid of dirt, you can't wrestle anymore." The man looked down at Kang Ryong with contempt. "You couldn't escape just now. That must be true." He questioned, "Do you know how embarrassed I was after vomiting in the ring?" He angrily crumpled the paper in his hand. "That dirty cheater?" The black-haired man held Kang Ryong's mouth with one hand, clenched the paper with the other, and said, "I'll shove this down your stomach." He looked at the crumpled, filthy paper that was uncontrollable dirty. Kang Ju Young's cleanliness obsession now made him bleed from his gums, seemingly losing control in his mind, anyone who makes him dirty. It was unclear what happened, but the man in black looked surprised. The same thing happened to Ju Young now. He opened his eyes wide, pupils contracted. Kang Ryong's mind was full of anger whenever anyone made him dirty. Suddenly, he seemed empowered, grabbing Ju Young tightly. "Anyone who makes me dirty." Then Kang Ryong used all his strength to reverse the situation. He pinned Ju Young down and held both his hands tightly. He exploded. "I will beat you to pieces." Then Kang Ryong used his legs to clamp Ju Young tightly. Ju Young was in pain, gritting his teeth, face drenched in sweat. He crazily said, "All right, if I squeeze your belly until it bursts now." The pain from the leg clamp made Ju Young extremely hurt temporarily, unable to resist, because his hands were locked so tightly, they trembled. The mushroom-headed guy was also very surprised to see the situation reversed. He worried for Ju Young. The mushroom-headed guy panicked, not knowing what to do. Should I help him? If this keeps up, Ju Young will... But shortly after he became surprised again, eyes wide open in astonishment. Ju Young, still in pain, insisted. "This reminds me of the old days." He remembered his father when he was his son. Memories of being choked tightly by his father until he could hardly breathe, never being embraced by him. Kang Ryong used a lot of strength when choking his son, but at least when teaching him to fight, he held him so tightly he broke his bones. Ju Young suddenly counterattacked, grabbing Kang Ryong tightly with both hands. Honestly, he locked him firmly. Truly a disgusting memory. Ju Young continued speaking while Kang Ryong trembled in pain all over. "Thanks to that fighting on the cold ground with me," he continued calmly, "is as easy as peeing." At this moment, Kang Ryong's body was bent so much that waves of pain radiated from behind. He was held so tightly that he gritted his teeth in pain. Ju Young challenged, "Will I explode first?" He broke both of his arms right after finishing speaking. "Or will your life break first?" Next, he bent his body, causing his spine to break under the pressure. In a short moment, Kang Ryong endured continuous pain that he couldn't bear, screaming in agony, tears streaming down. Ju Young simply looked at Kang Ryong with a puzzled gaze when he saw him raise a trembling hand to counterattack. He simply replied, "Are you giving up so I can spare you?" Ju Young smiled meaningfully. He said, "No one has ever taught me that." Kang Ryong's face turned extremely ugly, eyes wide with fear. His continuous painful screams echoed in the bathroom. Outside, the warden urged the prisoners to clean every corner thoroughly. They responded, "Yes, sir." Back to the men's bathroom. Kang Ryong, with a bruised face, was forced to hold a funnel in his mouth. He was tied up. Na-min adjusted the funnel's position and told him to sit still. He looked at Kang Ryong, who kept screaming, "Ju Young, this guy resists fiercely. Why does he seem like he doesn't understand human language?" Na-min turned to Ju Young and continued, "Maybe the shock therapy isn't enough, might have to do it for real." Hearing that, he ran his hand through his hair and sighed. He placed his hand on the waistband, preparing to pull it down. "I don't want to either, but..." Ju Young ignored Kang Ryong's trembling and continued, "Among the things we can do." Then he looked straight into his face. "This will probably be the most shocking." Na-min held Kang Ryong tightly. He was still screaming loudly. Na-min leaned close and said, "Come on, open your mouth. Here's some lemon juice." Ju Young said calmly, "I wonder what it tastes like." Kang Ryong was so scared and disgusted that tears began to flow. He screamed even louder. Then Na-min removed the funnel from his mouth. Ju Young said sternly, "This time answer properly." He looked at Kang Ryong with cold eyes and a murderous expression. "I want to hear everything you know about Thin Long." A voice echoed in Kang Ryong's memory. "The tattoo is created by piercing needles under the skin and injecting ink." A tattoo artist said, "New recruit. I heard you're afraid of germs. Don't worry, this is very clean." A brown-haired woman with a charming face and many tattoos named Hee-won continued, "I will make it beautiful for you." Then she continued tattooing Kang Ryong Shi Hua Long. Hee I-woon asked, "Do you know why such a big organization accepts someone as weak as you?" She explained, "The dragon is a symbol of strength and power, and the flower symbolizes vitality and life." Hee I-woon continued, "But no matter how beautiful the flower blooms, one day it will wither." She said, "Thin Long is searching for a seed that will sprout in the next generation. Many chosen by Thin Long are weak youths. They all have potential that adults do not have." Hee I-woon continued, Depending on their environment and experiences, their growth potential is huge. Those who sit in their positions are all targeted individuals. She said, "We recruit talents early to nurture and train them in the organization's garden." He I-woon believed those seeds growing this way. She continued, "Will bloom like the flowers of Thien Long." Then Kang Ryong returned to the present. He shouted loudly, "That's all I know. I'm just a low-level member of the organization." Kang Ryong pleaded, "Please spare me." Ju Young seemed to somewhat understand, so that was the reason. His memories returned to the old days. Ju Young could not forget the image of his father always shouting and making him redo things. When he fell, he only received one sentence. "Do it again." Ju Young recalled that old man my father taught me from a young age. He painfully fell after failures and continued to hear, "Do it again." Ju Young believed that thanks to that hellish training, he fell so many times that his whole body was bruised and his face was full of wounds. Ju Young could not help but feel angry, recalling to make me bloom faster than anyone else. Namin called out confused Ju Young. Kang Ryong stammered, but he wondered, "Why are you asking about the organization?" "Could it be?" Kang Ryong asked, "Do you also want to join Thien Long?" Ju Young's eyes widened. "What?" He confidently said, 71999 dares to challenge Thien Long, so that's why you stopped me. If you still want to treat me well. Kang Ryong continued, "Maybe I will recommend you to Thien Long." Hearing that Ju Young only gave a bitter smile, Ju Young struck a blow to his neck. Kang Ryong painfully wondered why. Why all of a sudden? He couldn't hold back and shouted, "I've told you everything." Ju Young ignored him, holding Kang Ryong's neck with one hand, preparing to throw a punch with the other. "Shut up." Ju Young put force into his hand. This punch is because he mercilessly threw a devastating punch at him. "I'm pissed off." Cut to the hallway outside. The prisoners were still diligently sweeping under the warden's urging. "Now clean up," they responded. "Yes." Ju Young was wearing gloves and scrubbing the floor with a cloth. "It won't come off." He turned around and said, "Bleach." Behind him, Namin was kneeling respectfully, handing him a bottle of bleach. "Here, Ju Young." He asked curiously, "What's wrong with you?" Namin replied, "Thank you." This surprised Ju Young a little. Namin said excitedly, "Thanks to you, killing that OCD bastard, I can finally sleep well now." But he replied, "I didn't kill him." Ju Young looked at the bleach bottle in his hand. "Besides," he said in the previous cell. Ju Young asked, "Have you ever been tortured with bleach?" Ju Young wondered, "Usually people who go through that die, but you survived." Namin answered, "You know a lot about that. Usually people tortured like that foam at the mouth, but I'm smart and planned ahead, so I only pretended with room freshener." He proudly said, "Actually, I lied because I wanted to transfer to another cell, so I arranged it beforehand." Namin couldn't help but feel scared thinking about that bastard's madness. "I was terrified." Ju Young replied, "Anyway, no need to thank me because you helped me find the tattoo." Hearing that, Namin said, "Yes." Namin wondered, "I heard before you were looking for a tattoo of a scary organization called Thien Long. Why are you looking for it?" The surrounding scene seemed very quiet. But Ju Young's words seemed to break that peace. "I intend to kill them." Namin asked, "What happened, Ju Young?" Ju Young said, "I've caught 2 of them now, but I will soon find the rest." Namin was a bit vague. There are many people with tattoos in the Juvenile Detention Center, so he wanted to know if they had anything in common. After thinking for a while, Ju Young replied, "Thinking back." He drew a conclusion. "Both guys I took down were cell leaders." Ju Young thought, "Got it. I'll keep an eye on the cell leaders." Namin said again, "You don't have to do that." He announced, "There will be a meeting of the cell leaders next week." Ju Young was surprised to hear Namin say that because that day was the meeting day. He asked again, "Meeting day?" Namin was surprised. "You didn't know." He explained further, every quarter the cell leaders of each area gather to strengthen relationships. That's just the official reason. Namin added, "In reality they discuss upcoming illegal activities in prison." He suddenly made a scary face, threatening, "It's called a criminal syndicate." Ju Young said, "Shut up." Namin continued, "All right, if you go there, all the cell leaders will be there." He placed his hand on Ju Young's shoulder, advising, "You have to be careful. You haven't forgotten, right? Namin seriously said juvenile criminals from all over the country gather here. He continued. Besides, there's a very dangerous one, so never show yourself. Juvenile Detention Center. Cell Leaders Meeting Day. A slightly curly white-haired guy with number 521 named Jesus spoke Park Young-chan, and that OCD bastard have both been defeated. Another man with a dragon tattoo on his neck stood listening and said, I heard the one who made them like that is a guy named Cha-Ju-young. He said, I'm really curious. The man with the tattoo named Park Do-won agreed me too. Another man numbered 8356 with slicked back hair angrily shouted, Get lost! We have to beat him like a dog to teach him a lesson. Another man with carp tattoos on both arms reading a book replied, Brother, calm down. God favors peace. Right after he finished speaking, the door behind slowly opened. Someone stepped out and immediately grabbed a nearby shovel. So it's this easy to find, you guys. That person was none other than Ju Young. With an indifferent look, he broke the shovel in half. I really brought trouble on myself for nothing. Then Ju Young threw the shovel head far away at an extremely fast speed. Park Do-won wore a cloak sitting in a visible spot in the room. Ju Young's appearance caught everyone's attention. They all turned their gaze toward him. Park Do-won spoke, What is this brat doing here? Ju Young held the sharp wooden handle of the broken shovel approached and placed his hand on his head. I will, he declared with a serious and slightly challenging tone. Take care of all of you. The prison space was full of dust, with prisoners working continuously. No one dared slack off under the warden's supervision. Shouts of urging echoed in the hot midday weather. Hurry up, dig with all your strength. In another hidden corner, 3 people gathered discussing an important plan. Ma Gyeom said, Listen carefully. Today is our beloved Ju Young's day to attend the cell leaders meeting. Say some encouraging words. The other 2 listened to the mushroom-headed guy rambling about the meeting without understanding. One asked, What's that? I don't know either. The mushroom-headed guy laughed. Let me explain. The sky was clear clouds drifting, and he began to share his knowledge about the cell leaders meeting. It was an exchange meeting between cell leaders directly approved by the wardens. That place was very dangerous, sharing information and illegal transactions. He said, I've seen a lot in movies, right? They're not just local thugs. I heard the scale can rival major crime organizations. Ma Gyeom looked at Cha-Ju. Young Cha, have fun at school, be careful, and enjoy learning. The mushroom-headed guy said, Is that all you say? Say something more sincere. Anyway, that place is full of dangerous people. Don't cause trouble for any reason. Cha-Ju Young tightened his grip on the shovel, his eyes determined and thoughtful. It seemed the meetings had started. All necessary people were present. What did you say about the seed? Everyone eagerly awaited the answer. Cha-Ju Young's voice rose. I will dry it out. In an instant, he grabbed the broken shovel, the jagged, sharp wood capable of killing, and lunged at Park Do-won, pressing it against his neck. All those damn seeds. Before the hostile gazes of the onlookers, Cha-Ju Young seemed completely unafraid. What are you standing there for? Come at me. Park Do-won suddenly smiled lightly. He was not afraid of the sharp object that wanted to end him, no thanks given. Cha-Ju Young was somewhat surprised. He explained his understanding. The cell leader can use violence under the pretext of maintaining order. It seems you act like that because of that law, but you've forgotten the most important thing. Park Do-won began to remind Cha-Ju Young of previous fights. In recent fights with the 3 cell leaders you defeated, it seems a reasonable excuse was needed for the battles to be approved. The smile on Park Do-won's lips grew clearer, as if he held the key point commonly called, a legitimate reason. Got it. He looked at him. Still stuck in that mindset. That means a pointless and meaningless fight like this has no legitimate reason for me to respond. However, if you recklessly throw punches and disrupt prison order, the other cell leaders won't let you get away. This was a warning ordering him to stop this foolish behavior. Park Do-won smiled slightly. So are you still going to stab me? The battlefield showed he was surrounded in a dangerous circle. Cha-Ju Young began to ponder his words. If he acted recklessly, he would become a target of the other cell leaders. Is that right? He looked at the others. This situation accidentally matched his desire just as he expected. If he turned everyone in the prison against him, the chance to escape without injury while controlling this place would be very slim. This method was very risky. Cha Ju-young released Park Do-won and took back the shovel in his hand. Luckily, he had confirmed it. Park Do-won approached him closely and whispered in his ear, "Is this joke over? You never intended to stab me from the start, right? From your actions, it seems you have some grudge against Thean Long." He brushed past him, leaving a few contemptuous words about his joke and private intentions. "You really don't know your place. Pathetic." The chaos gradually subsided, returning silence and a somber atmosphere. The meeting host was a young man with glasses that made him look more intellectual. Now the cell leaders' meeting began. Around him were other cell leaders, each choosing a corner to participate. Unfortunately, a few people were absent at first. He began listing the faces unable to attend: Kim Seong-ho, cell leader of Cell 65, Park Jong-cheol, cell leader of Cell 7, Kang Ji-on, cell leader of Cell 2. All were absent due to injuries. Nam-gung clasped his hands together. "Oh dear, how pathetic." The host said again, "The cause of those incidents is still believed to be Cha Ju-young, the new cell leader of Cell 36." All eyes turned to him, the one who fought with the 3 absent cell leaders today. That guy from the rumors? Quite handsome. Which gang is he from?" Cha Ju-young observed the whole scene. There were 15 cell leaders gathered here. At a glance, no one bore the Thean Long tattoo. His gaze stopped on Park Do-won, except for that guy. The host spoke Cha Ju-young. "Do you want to say anything as the new cell leader?" Cha Ju-young seemed a bit bored with the question, speaking arrogantly, as if provoking the other cell leaders. Is being a cell leader such a big deal?" Choi Jun-teek nearby heard this and felt displeased. "What?" Cha Ju-young said again, "I really look forward to what's coming." Choi Jun-teek crushed the cup in his hand, a rude bastard. The host cut through the tense atmosphere. Now moving on to the second issue, the income sources managed by the cell leaders in prison, also known as the shops. A portion of the profits from these shops is paid to the prison director. The host's gaze turned to one person, but there is one who did not pay this quarter's tribute. It was Park Do-won's casino. He sneered politely and replied, "Honey, there was a little mix-up with my share. We guarantee full payment by the end of today." The host adjusted his glasses. "Thank you for confirming." Suddenly someone spoke up. "By the way, there's a strange rumor lately that all high-stakes games in the casino are based on trust and fairness. But in reality, all are scams." Just as the question mark was placed on this statement, Jesus stood before Park Do-won. He calmly responded, "Everyone knows what happens if caught doing that here, so there's no way I would do it. If there really was cheating in my casino, Cha Ju-young had been silently listening to the meeting, having no comment on Park Do-won's attitude, simply observing. Park Do-won gently dropped the final word on the matter. "Feel free to come take my head." The meeting continued. The host wanted to move on to another issue: cigarette distribution in Area 2. The night was silent without a breeze. Inside the house, a pleading voice was heard. "Please don't do it anymore. Stop. Isn't it enough already?" An iron barrel contained blazing flames. "No, no more." Someone was tearing at his hair. "I've been cheated." In front of him were 2 cards just laid down. Another person said, "Wow, such bad cards, and I still won. Hey." The other angrily shouted, "Damn it, I'll win it back next round." Another laughed mockingly. "Keep going and you'll be broke soon." "Ha ha," he kept yelling. "Bring more chips here." This place was called a casino, located at the auto repair shop of the vocational training center. This person was Ju Young-hoon, the dealer at the casino. "Is this your first time at the casino?" The games here were simpler compared to other usual gambling houses. The casino area wasn't large. Each gambling table offered a different type of bet. Ji Eun-hoo said each table plays a different game, but since it's your first time, I'll introduce the simplest game, dice. Ji Eun-hoo seemed very excited, as if this was an exciting game that could earn a big profit. "It'll be fun." The person sitting opposite Ju-young had been silent until now. Now he smiled softly. It was none other than Cha Ju-young. "Really, should I play around?" Dice game. Huh. He suddenly recalled his conversation with Park Do-won. Stretching it out isn't fun anymore. You said I'd be dealt with if I kept trying to stab you without a legitimate reason, right? Cha Ju-young glanced at Park Do-won sitting quite far away. But that also meant, on the contrary, if I have a legitimate reason. He recalled what he said in the meeting. If there really was cheating in my casino, feel free to come take my head. In front of everyone, Cha Ju-young slammed his fist down on the ground. Whether I punch you to bits or take your head off, we can all choose as we please. Ji Eun-hoo panicked and quickly dodged Cha Ju-young's fist. What are you doing, Cha Ju-young? Can't you see? There was a magnet inside the dice. On the mat lay a dice broken at one corner from impact, revealing a magnet attached inside. These bastards are all cheats. The morning sun shone proudly on the reform facility under this country's sunlight. The Juvenile Detention Center operated with the purpose of reforming juvenile offenders under strict supervision and management. Nightfall descended, symbolizing the dark and corrupt level of the so-called prison, as known by outsiders. Inside the room, those considered to have authority were still sipping premium coffee. Chang Seok, the 26th director of the Juvenile Detention Center, with a sharp face and a bit relaxed, no one knew what he had done. Since he started working here, this place had turned into a den of criminals where illegal activities ran rampant. Inside the prison, most profits came from prisoners acting as cell leaders. He profited both openly and secretly. These profit sources were usually called shops. A portion of those profits was shared with the wardens. In return, the cell leaders received privileges and freedoms that no ordinary prisoner dared to dream of. The prison corridor was desolate and bleak, representing the coldness of human hearts. The director's room was empty. Sunlight shone on half the room, symbolizing the duality of light and darkness that this prison embodied. Who would imagine? In a place like a juvenile prison, a criminal gang had formed. This was one of the casino shops. The juvenile inmates in the gambling den excitedly cursed. Going crazy, damn it. Just now I was lucky, but now I'm broke. One more round, I'm about to win. He was on the verge of despair, going crazy from losing all his money. Suddenly, Park Do-won approached nearby. We'll lend you some. If you provide collateral along with a lucrative offer, a pre-written collateral debt note is ready. The kid sweated nervously, glancing at the accompanying collateral paper. In an instant near Park Do-won, who was still smiling. Get lost. Don't joke with this guy. Why say that Park Do-won thought silently these kids are already addicted to gambling? Back here, Cha Ju-young smashed the dice, speaking to a still panicked Ji Eun-hoo. Hey, did you see that? Dice has a magnet. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Isn't this a scam? Everyone here became more aware and alert. Ji Eun-hoo blinked. A scam. What do you mean? Cha Ju-young crushed the dice, leaving only the round magnet inside. This is manipulating the results. Around them, chaos erupted with the news. What, there's cheating in the casino? The shiny magnet in Cha Ju-young's hand proved this casino shop was cheating, manipulating results. Am I wrong? You guys control the dice with magnets to pick numbers as you want, right? Ji Eun-hoo felt a bit choked. That's not it. What you're confusing with is the magnet usually used to stabilize the dice's center of gravity. That's the dice's weight. As he spoke, Ji Eun-hoo took out a magnet rod from his pocket. All right, here's a real magnet rod. Cha Ju-young asked confusedly. What Ji Eun-hoo brought the magnet rod close to Cha Ju-young. Do you want to try putting it near? He also brought the object in his hand close to the magnet rod Ji Eun-hoo offered. As expected, the metal and magnet did not attract each other. If they were real magnets, they wouldn't fall like that. Ji Eun-hoo raised the magnet rod, attracting some small objects. See, this isn't a magnet. The atmosphere around became noisy again. Ridiculous. Maybe it's out of money. Haha. Another guy brought 2 dice. Ji Eun-hoo laughed as if nothing had happened. Let's play again. Park Do-won stood at a distance, observing all that had just happened. His face was full of personal calculation. A moment later, Ji Eun-hoo laughed. Gawa, that was fast. Cha Ju-young sat cross-legged, holding his forehead. Already lost everything. What I thought the chances of winning were equal. His eyes looked at the 2 dice on the mat. Is this really just my bad luck? Ji-Yoon-hoo laughed. You're out of money, right? Cha-Ju-Young. He fumbled in his pocket. Wait. In an instant, he pulled out a piece of paper and threw it forcefully on the ground. It was just a piece of paper. Ji-Yoon-hoo comforted. But for a first time, that's pretty good. Suddenly, there was a loud noise nearby. A tall man with dark skin was using a screwdriver to pry in all directions. Damn it. This scam. It's all a scam. Do those bastards think I'm stupid or what? Everyone felt unable to understand what was happening. They only saw the man seemingly losing control. Don't give them money. His wrist was squeezed painfully. The screwdriver dropped to the ground. Park Do-won looked very calm. When you win, you're happy, but when you lose, you're noisy, huh? He grabbed the troublemaker's head and slammed it hard on the ground. Park Do-won laughed. Do you have any proof of cheating? A trembling troublemaker spoke word by word. It's just that only odd numbers come up, Park Do-won replied. That's just speculation, no evidence. Park Do-won smirked. If you want to cause trouble, it's a big problem because it disturbs other customers. Cha-Ju-Young quietly observed the situation. He said again, Oh, sorry for safety reasons, please understand us. Everyone continued playing. One exclaimed, Wow, look at that confident look. Today there are many real players, idiots. If you're angry, play well, ha ha. Cha-Ju-Young felt unsure what to do next, remaining silent amid the surrounding mockery. The corridor was deserted, the cell rooms closed off. Inside, the mushroom-headed guy asked Cha-Ju-Young, Ju-Young, how's the casino? Cha-Ju-Young slightly lowered his head. Lost all my money. I couldn't find any evidence of cheating. Light shone through the door crack from outside. What about you guys? The other two put their hands in their jackets. Wait! They simultaneously pulled out two different cards. The mushroom-headed guy said, We stole them as planned. He recalled when Cha-Ju-Young smashed the dice earlier. During that time, they had taken two cards from nearby. He exclaimed, Ju-Young, you acted brilliantly. Thanks to you distracting everyone. We easily stole them. From another table. 3 people sat close together staring at the 2 cards on the ground. How is it? The plan was excellent. So embarrassing. Wait a moment. If it's cheating, we'll find something on the card. Cha-Ju-Young smiled. Yes, there must be something here. Elsewhere a fight was happening. Water splashed and pleas for mercy were heard. Please forgive me. It's my fault, it's my mistake. Park Do-won grabbed the hair of the troublemaker from earlier. The sound of an engine seemed to threaten to take his life every second. My casino is a scam. People like you only know how to spread baseless rumors. As he spoke, he pressed the troublemaker's head and pushed it into the spinning wheel rotating at high speed. Even though the man screamed and begged for mercy, he coldly said, Don't bother me. A scream rang out loudly. Blood splattered along with the loud screeching of the engine. The man collapsed, blood spreading on the ground and staining Park Do-won's sleeve. Ji-Yoon-hoo cautiously stepped forward, and Park Do-won responded. What? Ji-Yoon-hoo trembled as he said, A customer named Cha-Ju-Young at your table caused trouble. Park Do-won took the handkerchief from him, the blood on his hand soaking into it, then said, It's not your fault. He put his arm around the boy, hugging him, as he stood dazed on the street. The boy didn't understand his words, thinking, What's so fun about this? He teased again, not intending to let go. Come on, kid, betting is fun. You act like you don't want to understand what I'm saying. The boy's eyes widened as he looked at him. Gambling. He still smiled, but boldly stuffed the cake in the boy's hand into his mouth, making him choke and unable to speak. Oh my, look at you. Are you still pretending not to remember anything? The casino scenes flashed through his mind, losing bets. Going crazy, Park Do-won suggested, There's still pawn options. We'll lend you money in exchange for collateral. He placed the pawn agreement in front of the boy. The pawn contract you signed, he said. He grinned, showing a gold tooth, looking like a scoundrel, pretending to be classy, both scary and hateful. He read each word, agree to organ harvesting. The boy felt like he was struck by lightning, staring blankly at the signed paper. He kept rambling about the boy's information, 1.74 man tall, 64 kilos, doesn't drink, smoke, or have serious illnesses. A healthy young man. Most importantly, the boy's blood type is O. I've been waiting for you a long time. In front of them were steps. The higher they climbed, the faster his life was taken away. The boy was scared. Wait, but it seemed too late. The trunk was closed. Meanwhile, he was comfortably settled in a cool room. They are young and full of vitality, so their organs are fresh and sold at high prices like fresh shrimp. He laughed broadly while pointing at the newly implanted gold tooth in front of him, as if boasting. Look, I also got a new tooth planted, all thanks to our beloved Park Do-won. Park Do-won also laughed in response. Ha ha, it's no big deal. Park Do-won is an organ smuggler sentenced to 2 years and 6 months in prison and currently running a gambling den inside the prison. Behind his sunglasses were cold, sharp eyes. He looked more dangerous than his joking exterior. But how much longer did the boy intend to continue? The two sat facing each other, separated by iron bars. He placed both hands on the table. If you leave traces for too long, you'll be discovered. The prison director is a sly fox who can avoid responsibility, but you might have to bear all the blame alone. Though he spoke with concern, he smirked as Park Do-won continued. Even if this gets exposed and the worst happens, it's okay. Because in this world, there is no problem that money can't solve. The iron window of the cell still let light in every morning. The three of them were still absorbed in the 2 cards stolen from Park Do-won's casino. Have they been marked already? Cha Ju-young examined the back of the card carefully. The difference was very subtle. Now he understood why no one had noticed until now. The mushroom-headed guy held his forehead before Cha Ju-young's sophisticated analysis, yet still felt a bit proud and smug. Ma Gyum said, "See? Even the salon fears my sharp eyes. I know I was the one who discovered it, but I can't help feeling proud." Ma Gyum didn't want to comment further on the mushroom-headed guy's attitude. The backs of Cha Ju-young and Gyum were perfectly straight. Now I have the sword to cut off his head. Cha Ju-young seemed certain of victory, his expression resolute. Tonight, we will go to the gambling den. The door opened, the noise still echoing as before. Cha Ju-young stepped across the threshold, going all the way inside. He met Ji Eun-hoo again, who was preparing a gambling table. Cha Ju-young, you're back already. Cha Ju-young approached the table where Ji Eun-hoo stood. His task was simple. First open a card game table. Cha Ju-young asked, "Are these cards on the table the marked cards?" Ji Eun-hoo smiled and replied, "Yes, sit down." Cha Ju-young sat down, still deep in thought. Right in front of everyone, I will expose the tricks of this place, then I will... His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar yet strange voice. Without knowing when, Park Do-won was sitting opposite him. "You're here. I've been waiting for you." Park Do-won remained calm, sitting across from Cha Ju-young, smiling lightly as he continued speaking. Though Cha Ju-young was still mentally chaotic, Park Do-won asked, "Want to play around with me?" He was surprised. He's joining in from the start. I didn't expect this move. What's going on? But Park Do-won said, "I'm very curious." Cha Ju-young asked why. The two faced each other, both seemingly testing who would lose composure first. Park Do-won spoke gently. "Why are you targeting the Heavenly Dragon Society?" Many doubts ran through Cha Ju-young's mind. "What is his scheme?" "I won't reveal my private matters to you," Park Do-won said. "How about this? If I win, you tell me your reason." Cha Ju-young pressed his lips. "All right, it doesn't really matter. Actually, this is even better." He smiled lightly. "If you want it that way, fine. Now I don't have to look for you anymore." People around had noticed where the two were sitting. The operator of this place would personally play a game. "Is this the first time?" Park Do-won crossed his arms. "You can choose the game." Cha Ju-young pretended to think I've tried dice already, so I wonder if I should play cards I've never tried before. Ji Eun-hoo brought out a deck of playing cards. If so, how about trying a game that even beginners can easily play? He asked, "What do you think about the matching card game?" Ji Eun-hoo explained. "This game is very simple. You just flip cards and try to match cards with the same number." Ji Eun-hoo demonstrated the rules and scoring. If you get 2 matching numbers, you continue your turn. If you mismatch, it's the opponent's turn. The key point is to remember the positions of the cards you've seen. Cha Ju-young showed interest in the game. "Sounds good. As long as someone knows which cards are marked, that person will never lose. If I don't know about the marked cards, I'll definitely lose." Ji Yun-hoo neatly arranged the cards on the table. Those around stopped what they were doing to watch this game. The gambling den operator, Park Do-won, faced off against Section Chief Number 36, Cha Ju-young. People were in an uproar upon hearing the identity of the person forcing the operator to appear. Who is this Cha Ju-young? Didn't he target other section chiefs in the camp? Someone said, "Hey Ma Gyom, am I seeing things wrong?" Ma Gyom remained as usual silent. Cha Ju-young was a bit stunned. On the table were playing cards. He tried to spot differences from details but still saw nothing. The marks on the back of the cards had all disappeared. The mushroom-headed guy felt a bit scared. What is this? Are those marks so small that our eyes can't see them? Ma Gyom also quietly observed. Isn't that definitely the case? There were no marks left on the cards. Park Do-won looked at Cha Ju-young and smiled. The patterns on the cards are so beautiful, aren't they? As you can see, our gambling den only uses the highest quality decks. Cha Ju-young felt trapped. He realized the man had known all along. But Park Do-won said that besides this game, they had many games for beginners. If you find normal betting games too difficult, you can start with a light game like Catch the Thief. Cha Ju-young seemed to understand that Park Do-won had known from the start. He knew they had stolen the cards. Ji Eun-hoo tilted his head to look at Cha Ju-young. Are you ready? If so, please place your bets. Park Do-won placed a stack of cash on the table. Maybe I'll start with this much. Everyone around witnessed this scene. Park Do-won said, "I'm the operator, so I can't play too much. I hope this game won't be too boring." Cha Ju-young looked at Ji Yun-hoo. "But I don't have money." Ji Yun-hoo smiled and replied, "Don't worry. Even if you lack money, you can still play. As long as you have collateral." The mushroom-headed guy was surprised collateral. The pawn agreement was brought before Ju-young. He just needed to sign here to agree to organ harvesting. He only needed to mark the body part corresponding to the amount he wanted to bet on the agreement form, which included prices and illustrations of body parts. Kidney, 262,000. Approximately 295 and 600,000. 1 pint of blood, approximately 380,000 won. That's how it is, hurry up! Cha Ju-young was still stunned looking at the agreement. The surroundings buzzed non-stop. I only heard rumors, never thought it was true. What graves are they taking? Is this really happening in prison? This is crazy. Must be a lie. The two at the gambling table eyed each other like fierce tigers. Park Do-won laughed. "Oh my, are you scared now?" Ma Gyom pondered, "They definitely washed the cheating in this game. Cha Ju-young has no chance of winning." Luckily, we realized before betting. He can quit now. Suddenly, everyone couldn't believe their eyes when Cha Ju-young signed the agreement. "What's going on? Damn it!" Cha Ju-young said, "Don't say things you won't keep. I don't need money but can still play as long as I have collateral, right?" Both the mushroom-headed guy and Ma Gyom exclaimed, "What is he doing?" "That crazy guy." Cha Ju-young put down the pen. "How could I refuse? From my head to my toes, I will bet everything." Cha Ju-young and Park Do-won sat facing each other. On the table were neatly arranged cards. Cha Ju-young slammed the agreement down. He risked his whole body from head to toe, eyes blazing with determination. From head to toe, I bet it all. Around them were people watching the entertainment. Such an exciting event was impossible to ignore. Park Do-won smiled. "All right then." The mushroom-headed guy and Ma Gyom could only silently observe from outside. Clearly, they cheated. Yet he was willing to bet his organs. What is he thinking? Ji Yun-hoo interrupted, breaking the tense atmosphere. Matching cards, flip cards, and find pairs with the same number. The first turn belonged to Ju-young. Cha Ju-young raised his eyebrows, looking at the cards on the table, lightly gliding his hand over the card faces before choosing one. 8. 9. Ji Yun-hoo laughed. Different numbers. Park Do-won reached out his hand. He picked a card and flipped it over. A 9 of diamonds, this 9. Cha Ju-young was somewhat surprised. 9. Park Do-won continued flipping over the 9 card that Ju-young had just chosen. The card he flipped here was correct. The crowd murmured. Cha Ju-young was not startled and said, "You were really lucky from the start." Park Do-won continued flipping pairs of matching cards. Inside, he felt a flash of contempt at the word luck. As always, luck is the most important thing in any gamble. He clearly had seen the positions of the cards somehow. Luck, now it's my turn. It can't be just luck. I know the exact positions. Park Do-won raised a 2 card. Oh, this time I flipped 2 different cards. Ji-Yoon-hoo chimed in. Wrong again. It was Cha Ju-young's turn. As expected, he still chose wrong, not a pair. Again, not a pair. Park Do-won continued to dominate. His thoughts circled, I know the exact position of every card, and I memorized them all before starting. No evidence, a simple but perfect cheat. He laughed loudly as luck kept favoring him. Ha ha, I'm quite lucky today. You just sit still. And be helpless as I take everything from you. Pathetic. Now Ji-Yoon-hoo announced the next win. 4 pairs already next is the boss's turn. Park Do-won recalled a memory. The dignified man before him was his beloved father. The man asked Park Do-won, "Why do you want to be like your father?" Young Park Do-won carried the demeanor of a well-off heir living under his father's protection and greatly admiring him. "Why do you ask such an obvious question?" "Because I make a lot of money." The man patted his head with a bright smile. "Kid, is that what you say when you go to work?" "I guess so." "Today I will work hard for my son Do-won." Park Do-won remembered his father as a great figure. A broad back that could shield from rain and wind. "My father has the most reliable back in the world." I think so, but what dream spares anyone? The image of his great father shabby in a casino shattered the beautiful image in the child's eyes. "Every day my father didn't go to work, but to the casino. Later I heard he borrowed 50 million won at high interest like a fool, unaware the casino system had cheated him." He sat before the casino game screen, unconsciously saying those words. "Park Do-won, you want to be like your father. I will make lots of money for you." Now sitting before the cards, Park Do-won thought, God, maybe luck is on my side today. I can't believe I flipped all correctly. With the mindset of a family member of a victim, he saw it as stupidity. I'm not as stupid as my father. I'd rather be the one who cheats. People outside the game began mocking Cha Ju-young's bad luck. Ju-young still hasn't flipped a correct pair. This guy is doomed. Ha ha. The laughter grew louder. No one doubted or worried about the player's survival. They just watched the game. At this rate, the game was almost over. When he gets his organs taken, he'll just cry. But then will he even have eyes to cry? Facing those malicious words, Cha Ju-young was calm and gently said, "Should I show them now? Let them know this game has been rigged." Park Do-won looked at him with suspicion. Cha Ju-young flipped a card. It was a cue matching the one he had just flipped. The crowd was startled, both were cues. The mushroom-headed guy and Ma Gyeom were half-believing, half-doubting. Did he finally get lucky? No way, must be coincidence. 2 5s were flipped by Cha Ju-young. Everyone marveled. He got another match. That's luck again. Anyway, it takes a while to flip 16 cards. Still right, there's more. Park Do-won frowned deeply. Someone outside began to wonder, wait, how many pairs has he flipped? Cha Ju-young's hand swiftly flipped pairs of matching cards continuously. The onlookers shifted from surprise to disbelief. How can he flip all of them correctly? 13 in a row, and cards. Almost out of cards. Park Do-won clenched his teeth silently, an indescribable frustration rising inside. This can't be happening. Only I and the dealer know the positions of the cards, only I and the dealer. True, his panic was justified, because he had made a deal with Ji-Yoon-hoo beforehand. On the day Cha Ju-young came to the casino to play dice, he left a note when clearing the table. Now Ji-Yoon-hoo had picked up that note. He opened it to read. A message was left on it mentioning something behind the restroom. As arranged, the two met. Ji-Yoon-hoo asked, "Why did you call me here, Cha Ju-young?" He crossed his arms, leaning against the wall. Every word went straight to the point, I know. You guys are cheating with the cards. Ji-Yoon-hoo remained calm, wondering what he meant. It turned out he was the card thief, but they had already been replaced. Cha Ju-young continued, "You must have swapped all the cards for unmarked ones. That's why I called you here. I'll be direct." The two stood facing each other. Cha Ju-young said, "I will save you." Ji-Yoon-hoo still couldn't believe his ears. What Cha Ju-young continued analyzing. You and the other dealers in the gambling den are working to pay off Park Do-won's debt, right? Lending money to others using their organs as collateral. I will pay off all your debts. Just help me once. Ji Hyun-hoo replied, You're talking nonsense. You're all talk. If I side with you and something happens, Park Do-won will kill me. This conversation was not a plea, but a deal. I heard you owe him a lot. Do you think you can pay it all off when you're released? I mean, you only have 1 week left until bail. Cha Ju-young painted a realistic picture for Ji Eun-hoo debt work and what he would face upon release. I don't know if you want to be taken to the operating table the moment you're freed. Ji Eun-hoo pondered. Cha Ju-young softly said, Your role is as simple as rolling dice. When everyone watches, you will expose the truth about this scam. The face-down cards on the table were flipped up one by one. Cha Ju-young smiled lightly. Oh, looks like my luck is good today. Park Do-won was slightly panicked. Wait, Cha Ju-young said again, or maybe my memory is good because I remembered all the card positions. And you and the dealers decided beforehand. The onlookers were enlightened witnessing this game. That means Ji Hyun-hoo said it must be true. All games in the casino so far have been rigged. Among the crowd, Ji Eun-hoo officially sided with Cha Ju-young, wanting to expose the casino's tricks. I'll show everyone what tricks have been used in these games. The crowd buzzed anxiously. The gambling addicts who had poured money here began to feel angry. Are they really cheating us? Hey, boss, say something. Damn it, please tell me he's lying. Do you know how much money we lost? Everything was rigged. If they cheated us, they must pay us back. Park Do-won laughed shakily. He never expected to be exposed this way. You say my casino cheats. Ridiculous, that's impossible. While he was babbling, the boy said, Am I the cheater? That's nonsense. Cha Ju-young rushed forward, slamming Park Do-won's head hard onto the ground. Is this enough evidence? The cards fluttered and fell down. He reminded him of his words, If my casino really cheats, then just behead me. Park Do-won collapsed to the ground, eyes glancing at Cha Ju-young. Cha Ju-young was holding up the recycled barrel turned into the table they had just played on. Then as you wish, I will behead you. The sound of pounding on the door echoed rapidly, along with threatening shouts. Park Do-won, still wearing his high school uniform, opened the door inside. You gambled away all that money, and now you don't want to see me. His youthful face turned suspicious. What do you mean by gambling, Dad? He hurriedly approached his father, who was sitting dejectedly, and questioned Dad. Say something. Park Do-won's father was nearly insane, biting his fingers repeatedly and muttering, I did nothing wrong. You said to make money. You said you wanted a father who makes a lot of money, so… Park Do-won couldn't believe his ears hearing those illogical excuses. His father was thin, sickly, and wandering as if awaiting a death sentence decided by fate. Park Do-won sat curled up against the wall. In misery, eating a piece of cake because of that gambling debt, my father lay bedridden. Without money, I can't protect my family. Just as the table was lowered, Park Do-won resisted. Cha Ju-young let out a shout. Are you running away again? Before he could finish, Cha Ju-young took a full punch from him. He was thrown back, a distance naturally not giving up. At some point, Park Do-won stood behind Ji Eun-hoo. You not only betrayed me, but also accused me of cheating. Ji Eun-hoo trembled before he was grabbed by the neck and lifted. You will pay dearly. Drool dripped from his mouth. Choking. Changed Ji Eun-hoo's voice. You think I could die right now? Don't make me laugh. The evidence I have already proves you're the cheater. Park Do-won asked again. Where's the evidence? Ji Eun-hoo's face flushed red from lack of oxygen. He saw another gambler carrying evidence trying to escape. He was speechless. Where's the evidence? Another gambler was fleeing with evidence. Park Do-won's grip was very strong. He slammed Ji Eun-hoo's head hard onto the ground. I'm the one who should be angry. I didn't expect you to collude with outsiders to slander this casino. Is that how you pay your debts? As Cha Ju-young rushed in, Park Do-won threw Ji Eun-hoo's body onto him. They piled on top of each other and were thrown apart. But Park Do-won calmly spoke each word. Indeed, money is the only way to buy people's hearts. His fist was raised. He continued delivering powerful blows to them. I don't intend to blame you, but I won't spare you either. The mushroom-headed guy and witnesses were amazed at his strength. Park Do-won's speed was brutal, unexpectedly fast. Ji Eun-hoo was bruised, his face unrecognizable. Cha Ju-young prepared a kick to help Park Do-won relax his muscles. Of course I did too. Cash flew everywhere as Park Do-won fell down. Cha Ju-young stood proudly, boastfully saying, "I don't intend to run away or let anyone else escape." Park Do-won looked at the money flying in the air. He recalled the dark times when his father was still struggling with illness. Sitting beside him then was a man who said, "It seems your father hasn't woken up yet. I didn't expect him to end up like this." Park Do-won lowered his eyes. That rigged gambling turned my father into this. The man could only exclaim, "Oh my God!" He held his father's hand. Though he hated him, surely he bore many burdens. The gambling debt had all been paid off by gambling itself. The young Park Do-won then realized one thing. When my father was bedridden, I realized that if a person has no money, they cannot protect their family. The body of Park Do-won's father, already dissected and stitched up in patches, was revealed. The man sitting beside him was an organ trafficker. He laughed. "If anyone heard this, they'd think your father made the decision himself." He looked excited, seeing Park Do-won's calm face. "You bastard, you've sold your life to me. That's why raising children is pointless." Both still sat there beside Park Do-won's nearly dead father. But now that he had paid off the debt, why was he still caring for this vegetative father? Could it be paternal love? Park Do-won asked again, "Paternal love. Does that make money?" "No, because it means selling your own family." The flashback gradually ended. Park Do-won sat up, declaring, "Don't worry, I will never run away without my money." Cha Ju-young challenged, "Are you trying to probe this man? He keeps babbling about money. Fighting like this is pretty bad, huh?" Cha Ju-young almost had the upper hand when Park Do-won found a loophole to counterattack. "Fighting. Is it really that important?" Everyone panicked. The mushroom-headed guy unconsciously shouted, "Ju-young!" Cha Ju-young was hit, thrown far toward a nearby car. Park Do-won wiped blood from his hand. "Dumbasses like you are only good at making money under my command. You think knowing how to fight makes you the best." The onlookers mocked. Wow, he was pretending to be tough earlier. "Is that guy dead yet?" The mushroom-headed guy's eyes widened. "Wait, what will happen to Ju-young now?" Park Do-won returned calmly smiling and said, "Sorry for the disturbance, everyone. As you see, this was just a small accident. Our casino has no problems. We will quickly sort it out." Cha Ju-young, lying among the rubble of broken pieces, suddenly spoke. Park Do-won was interrupted, turning to look at him. "Looks like I was wrong. As you said, your casino doesn't cheat at all. I have no reason to kill you." Park Do-won said, "Even if you regret it now." Cha Ju-young replied, "No need. What reason is there? After all, this is a place for fun." The mushroom-headed guy didn't know what Cha Ju-young was thinking. Park Do-won turned to look at Cha Ju-young. "Still lying there. From now on, you and I will play hide and seek." Park Do-won hesitated. "You," Cha Ju-young continued, "hide it well, or it'll be your tail sticking out." Shards of broken glass scattered. Cha Ju-young sat up. "If caught, you won't live." Cha Ju-young continued speaking. "Hide it well, or it'll be your tail sticking out." Shards of broken glass scattered. Cha Ju-young sat up. "If caught, you won't live. I'll come get you immediately." Park Do-won bent down to pick up the dice and rushed into a brawl with Cha Ju-young. Unbelievable. His desk was still scattered with bills. "If I've taken everything here, then there's no way I'm running away." This guy still didn't understand the situation now. Cha Ju-young caught his hand, blocking the strike. "Boldly kicked him down. Everything you have will soon turn to ashes." Park Do-won, like a machine that feels no pain, stubbornly replied, "Don't talk nonsense." Cha Ju-young locked Park Do-won's hands behind his back. "I don't like this game anymore. Switch games. Let's play dice." The dice on the ground showed 3 dots. Cha Ju-young laughed, clenching his fist. He struck Park Do-won 3 times. "3 punches for you." Park Do-won collapsed onto the table, head still down. "You dare drag me down with this damn trick?" His face distorted, still having strength to respond to Cha Ju-young. "I'm not like you, not the type whose hands are faster than his brain." The dice were thrown again. Park Do-won watched. "I am a man with ambition and plans." The reflection of the dice was imprinted on his eyes. Ju-young stood looking down from above. The dice stopped at 6 dots. Ambitious and clever, but you're unlucky. Park Do-won shouted, "Stop talking nonsense!" Before he could finish, Cha Ju-young charged forward. Park Do-won was nearly unconscious. Fragments of memories resurfaced. He went to a tattoo shop. The woman he loved was Hee-ae-woon, a beautiful girl with unique tattoos. She was adding ink with needles on the body of a pig. Your mother allowed you, right? Lately, koi, fish, and goblin tattoos are popular among students. What do you want? Young Park Do-won stood opposite her. Without hesitation, he said, "A dragon on your chest. I want something like that." She shyly covered her chest with her hand. "Oh, my real men look at the chest first." Park Do-won said again, "I already know. I know you belong to the Heavenly Dragon Society." He opened his bag full of money. "Take me in. If I join the society and use my plans," Park Do-won said firmly, "I can make a lot of money." Hee-ae-woon spun the tattoo machine in her hand, smiling seductively but beautifully. "I don't know, but I like men who put their lives first instead of money." Park Do-won grabbed the tattoo machine from her hand and decisively stabbed himself. She didn't have time to react to his action. "Right for money, I can bet my life as many times as needed." Hee-ae-woon laughed softly, pressing close to Park Do-won. "You're accepted. Now what do you want the society to do?" Park Do-won looked at her. "First, get me into the Juvenile Detention Center." Night had fallen outside. Inside the casino area was still chaotic. Park Do-won no longer kept calm as before. He fled, weaving through the crowd surrounding him. "Get out of the way, you bastard move! Don't block me, damn you all!" His body was covered in wounds so much that he couldn't run normally. He remembered the evidence proving cheating that someone else had taken. Though furious now, he had to avoid it. All evidence of cheating must be destroyed before being discovered. That bastard Cha Ju-young would sooner or later track him down. He ran wildly until he faced Ma Gyom, who had disappeared until now. In his hand was the bag containing the evidence taken earlier. He swung it hard at Park Do-won's face. "I brought it back. Here's the evidence." The zipper of the bag was loose items spilled onto the ground. Cards and dice all fell out. People around picked them up. "Who's that? His stuff is scattered all over the floor. Game over." "These are the cards they always use," Ma Gyom said. "Look closely. The dealer earlier also said this batch of cards had problems." The person who carried the evidence and fainted earlier was gradually sitting up. Ma Gyom firmly said, "Clearly this place cheated. Park Do-won is done for." The mushroom-headed guy standing nearby didn't forget to praise Ma Gyom. "You're really useful thanks to you." The crowd became chaotic again. "Cheating? I put all my money here. Of course I want every penny back." Park Do-won lay on the ground, looking miserable, clutching money on the floor. "I will never pay back. I will never let you steal it from me." Blood flowed from his head, face, and eye sockets. "This is my money. I earned it myself." Cha Ju-young stepped closer, pouring gasoline over him and his beloved money pile. "It's not over yet. The last game, its name is." "Hey, just call it electric shock." Cha Ju-young held a stun gun in his hand. Currently, Park Do-won was still more worried about the money than his life. "You lost, so you go first." "Wait, my money is soaked in gasoline." Electric charge surged through his body, the convulsions painfully deep. I said, "Stop, you bastard!" Park Do-won couldn't move due to the electric shock. Cha Ju-young said, "I told you already. What you've earned is about to turn to ashes." The second electric shock. Park Do-won lost consciousness. Those around watched in shock. After a few seconds of silence, someone spoke. "Park Do-won's done for." "That's not the issue now. Pick up the money first." The crowd rushed to gather the scattered bills. "Whoever loses owes me all my money." Gu Jesus didn't know when he had been standing there. He laughed. "I knew it was cheating all along." Park Do-won still lay unconscious on the ground. "Dear Park Do-won, now you no longer have the power to run this place." Time passed quickly. After 1 year and 2 months, prisoner number 7849, Park Do-won was released. He stepped out of this prison gate laughing. "Though I lost in prison thanks to that guy, I learned a lesson and prepared an even bigger plan. Just need to start over." The person who greeted him was none other than the organ trafficker, Dear Park Do-won. "You've worked hard, well done." He brought him a piece of tofu, kindly saying, "Here, I bought tofu for you. Only I care about you." Park Do-won took the tofu, smiling. Sorry I'm out of prison and no longer have a supply for you, he replied. I'll arrange it soon, just wait a bit more. Of course there will be a place for you. But first, the money you owe me. I think we need to settle this first. Park Do-won faced him. You know I have no money now, he laughed. Money comes and goes as long as there's a person. There's money. Don't worry about that. The scene before him was a room on a sleeper bus and a doctor. You know better than anyone what we have. Park Do-won suddenly panicked. What the hell is this? He seemed excited, continuing. Let's see your total debt this time. I only applied the maximum legal interest rate. Total is 1,238, 767, 440. 1. Park Do-won was terrified, sweating profusely, speaking haltingly. Wait. He didn't wait for him to finish and pushed him into the death bus. All right, get on the bus. Our dear customer is waiting. The engine roared, it turned and disappeared. The mushroom-headed guy made a slashing gesture across Park Do-won's neck. All thanks to my sharp eye spotting the marks on the cards. Ha Ma-gyeom also claimed credit. I found the evidence there. Cha Ju-young encouraged them. You both worked hard. They stood before their room. Cha Ju-young opened the door. He reviewed the faces he had dealt with. One more person, making 3 in total. I crushed 3 seeds of the Heavenly Dragon Society. Next target. All 3 froze when they saw someone appear in their room. Who's doing something's in the room? That figure was Jesus. He held a photo, smiling. Aha, it's this girl. She was run over by a car, poor thing. Cha Ju-young rushed in, losing his composure. He forcefully slammed Jesus onto the floor, then said, Get me a pillow. The mushroom-headed guy still didn't understand. Why a pillow all of a sudden? Cha Ju-young's hand still covered his mouth. His eyes were fierce. With a pillow, there's no noise in the hallway. Jesus suddenly screamed, Oh my God! No one understood what he was planning next. Mom. 2. Mom. 3. The wall in the warehouse was covered with many writings. A thug spoke. How many mothers do you have? Jesus sat on a chair, but tilted his head back, looking very bored. He must have some neurological issues. Nothing more interesting. Something that raises my dopamine already. After ranting, Jesus suddenly fell silent. The warehouse door slowly opened. Too easy to find you. Ju-young snapped a wooden stick in a flash. I went through all that trouble. Jesus said nothing upon seeing him here. What did you say about the seeds? It turned out Ju-young had just broken the handle. I will dry them all out. His eyes looked at the enemy like a pencil dropped when war breaks out. Those damn seeds are for you. He was serious, but Jesus suddenly burst out laughing. He seemed more excited than ever. That's right. A photo of a couple fell to the ground. Ju-young lost his temper. Give me the pillow. Namin hadn't understood what was happening. Why suddenly a pillow? He tightly covered Jesus' mouth. It was truly impossible to guess Ju-young's thoughts, so his screams wouldn't echo into the hallway. Jesus struggled hopelessly while Ju-young kept shouting, Don't you understand what I'm saying? He was about to punch when he surprisingly asked, You're making noise. A colorful drawing appeared before Ju-young. Jesus even boasted to him as if it was his achievement. Surprised, apparently he had investigated Ju-young's interests. This dragon tattoo, you're looking for it, right? Ju-young must be angry that despite being gagged, Jesus still babbled. Should I? He was no pushover. Want me to help you out? Ju-young doubted his actions now, so you can eliminate those dragons one by one. Jesus kept talking. Before I do that, let me clear up the misunderstanding. He still thought he had the right to speak. This drawing fell out of a notebook. I meant nothing else, so spare me. Jesus wanted to intimidate him, because I'm just a savior, wanting to help you. Ju-young remained silent. He quickly snatched the photo and shouted, Get lost! Jesus was pleased with the successful deal, all right. He wasn't afraid of anything whispering into Ju-young's ear. I thought you were smart, but you look dumber than you seem. Jesus reluctantly cursed to cool down. You're the head of the room. You can beat anyone you want here. Judging by his eyes, Jesus knew he had no chance to make this true. But if you keep pushing others, other heads will kill you themselves. His words made the atmosphere tense. The juvenile prison had more dangerous people than you think. Jesus deliberately provoked him, yet he still intended to refuse my help. He tried to control himself, unable to trust him. Ju-young thought it was all too coincidental. Suddenly he appeared, bent the iron bar of the window. Every action made Ju-young suspicious, then suddenly made this offer. His skepticism about life was normal. Help me. Jesus seemed off-bent like this. Yunhu didn't know what to say about this case, plus the crime of property damage. He decided to stay silent. What would he gain? Finally, Ju Young asked, "Where's the crow's nest? What's your scheme?" He didn't understand what Jesus wanted, what his real purpose was. Jesus was like a person with two personalities. What do I want? Did he understand what he was saying? The quiet morning of the next day, juvenile prison auditorium. People were whispering and chatting excitedly. Unbelievable it turned out. They were attracted by Yunha in the sweaty juvenile reform camp they were based in. The girls came here to preach and bring songs to the prisoners. Girls too. Everyone appeared attentive and prayed, but their nature did not change. The hymns excited me so much, amen. The prisoners were engrossed watching the girls on stage. Truly, a grand church blessings are on another level. Ju Young was annoyed by the whispers beside him. God is the future. Mary is the future idiots. The letters on the signboard were in uppercase. That caught his attention. Everything changed only hearing someone's call. Hide, hide. Don't show your hair. The voice echoed along with the image of a girl entering the church. Hide, hide, don't show your hair. The stained glass window blocked sunlight from entering the room. Dayon found him in a dark room. She became cheerful. Found you. Lee Dayon, Ju Young's childhood friend, 17 years old. Ju Young's reaction easily made others sad. Oh, she understands Ju Young better than himself. I knew it. You're sleeping again. He didn't expect to fall asleep and had to wait until he was awakened. Dayon worried about his health. I told you it's cold here at night. Ju Young's definition was completely opposite to everyone else. Anywhere is more comfortable than home. She didn't know what to say to Ju Young. He questioned upon hearing a door open. Who are you with? Dayon didn't know what to say. It seemed she knew who it was. Could it be? Indeed, Dayon guessed right. Unha called out, but got no answer. Sister Dayon, are you here? You said you'd return to the orphanage soon. Sung Yunha's voice indicated she was not far from the room. Coming back late means getting scolded. He looked up at her. Hey Lee, Dayon. Ju Young didn't understand her meaning. What are you doing? Dayon didn't want others to know. Quiet if we get caught. We have to clean the church for a whole week. He had to sit still. Ju Young seemed to recall the scene just now at the chapel. What was that? Did I just see a miracle? Two prisoners competed praising. Bright light and sweet singing. They sat there to satisfy their eyes and hunger in their souls. Where is this heavenly beauty? Where over there look. In the prisoner's eyes, there was only the figure of Sung Yunha, the saint. She was the one who attracted all the gazes. Sung Unha wouldn't stop until she found her sister Da Yeon. Are you here? He suddenly called out to Sung Yunha. The image of her singing hymns appeared again in Ju Young's mind. She immediately recognized an acquaintance, brother Ju Young. The dining room here used sunlight to save electricity. Hansua seemed worried. Sister, we came here to spread faith. She kept casting judging looks everywhere, but I don't think there's any hope here. The prisoner spoke with hidden meanings. Truly a beautiful scene. Just by looking, it was clear he was teasing. Looks delicious. Another prisoner stared at the girl singing hymns. Instead of sausages, I'm more curious about other things. Kang Gyeon immediately brought gifts to make friends. So his action of drinking water with his tongue was no different from a domestic animal. Kang Gyeon was curious about the two girls' reactions. I wonder what's inside there. The girl with the short haircut seemed forced to come here to preach. Why should I do charity for these bastards? Send them to hell. Hansua thought they should still be respected. You're speaking too loudly. She was very displeased with the prisoner's attitude. Feeding them is a waste. Nam Gung suddenly appeared. Thank God. Nam Gung suddenly clasped his hands. Thank you for giving these sinful sheep bread every day. He acted like a devout Christian. Thank you, sisters. May God bless you both. She whispered to Hansua he must be a believer. He made the sign of the cross repeatedly until tired. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. A moment ago he was Christian. The next second Nam Gung turned to Buddha, Namo Amitabha Buddha. His unstable behavior stunned the two girls. "Thank you, Bodhisattva." She wondered, why hasn't Sung Yunha arrived yet, and why is she taking so long? The girl with the short haircut also didn't know why. She said she was just resting a bit. She suddenly became shy. Is it because it's too stuffy here? It turned out Sung Yunha was sitting next to him. It's a bit hot, I guess. Ju Young didn't know what to say now. "Sorry, only here can I avoid outsiders." She didn't ask for much. It's okay. Wearing choir uniforms is a bit suffocating anyway. The light bulb in this room was broken. Sung Yunha couldn't hide her feelings for him. "It's been a long time since we talked like this, so I'm a bit shy." Ju Young listened as she spoke. "The three of us used to be very happy together." When she mentioned Da Yeon's name, Sung Yunha suddenly felt heartbroken. "After she left us," he wanted to explain. "Wait, Sung Yunha, that." It seemed she felt like an extra, "I know you and Da Yeon have always been together." But Ju Young didn't want her to keep repeating this. "It's always just the two of you." He was confused when Sung Yunha placed her hand on his head. "So you must have suffered a lot recently, right?" And she appeared innocent, but full of feelings. "You're very lonely, aren't you?" Some people looked at the approaching girl and asked, "Who is she?" They marveled, "Does our school have someone this pretty?" Sung Yunha beamed as she sang and walked amid the murmurs. "That's Sung Yunha. She's a freshman, even more beautiful in real life. Why is a goddess like her on the 524th floor?" They wondered, who is she here to see? Ju Young was putting books into his backpack when he was drawn to look up. He saw Sung Yunha standing before him and asked, "Why didn't you answer me?" He looked blank and apologized. She sulked and questioned, "What's wrong? Haven't you checked it yet?" Sung Yunha was a bit embarrassed, gently twisting a lock of hair, and softly said, "I still have quite a few gift chai coins from last year's birthday, but I can't use them all by myself." She then asked him, "Will you help me?" Ju Young stood up smiling and declined. "I already have plans with Da Yeon today." He left saying goodbye with a promise, "I'll help you tomorrow." "Sorry, Unha." After seeing him leave, she immediately stopped smiling. Her eyes suddenly became cold. Ju Young was a bit embarrassed, scratching his head and saying, "So things must have been very hard for you lately, right?" Sung Yunha replied, "And you must have been very lonely too." She gently sat on Ju Young's lap, hugging him intimately. Ju Young asked in surprise, Sung Yunha was shy, not daring to look directly at him. "You know how it feels to be abandoned in this world." She held his hand, comforting him. "You're not alone." She stood up firmly, saying, "I will stay here because of you." Ju Young was moved wide-eyed, calling her name Eunhye. Yunha puffed her cheeks in a pout and said, "By the way, you haven't replied to any of my letters." He stammered in response. "Because I had things to deal with." Suddenly he asked, "Did something happen?" She curled her hair, feeling he was still the same as before. Sung Yunha kept curling her hair. She suddenly spoke, "Hey you!" A voice outside startled them both to look toward the door. "Chairman Kim, haven't you eaten lunch yet?" It turned out to be two guards chatting. "I heard they're serving lunch. Hurry and get some." "Oh my, I'm so hungry." Sung Yunha adjusted her clothes anxiously, saying, "Right lunch, I've rested too long." She smiled and said goodbye. "Nice to see you after such a long time." Ju Young replied, "Yeah, same here." He promised, "In 3 years I'll meet you outside." Sung Yunha suddenly turned and called. She revealed information, "I'll come again next week." She added, "Our church will also visit regularly every Sunday from now on." Sung Yunha's face was radiant with happiness as she asked him, "It's great that we'll see each other often, right?" In the dining room, people were chatting. "Do you all like it?" Then Sung Yunha came wearing an apron, smiling, "Let me clean up." Two prisoners sighed. "Let this trash handle the trash, Saint, you just rest." "Saint, I'm even more trash." "Please give me a towel." "No, please bless me, Eunhu." And she glanced disdainfully. He spoke up. "She's flirting as usual." Ju Young ate without understanding. "Why do you say that?" Eunhu exclaimed, "Daring to behave like that, even with criminals gutsy." She showed no change in expression and said, "I could vomit." They still glanced at Sung Yunha, discussing that rumor must be true. "You mean the one about Sung Yunha frequently going in and out of the rest house?" Ju Young was shocked. He mocked truly a saint. The saint loved Ju Young very much. He had to turn to look at Sung Yunha, who was smiling warmly. The nun clasped her hands and said, "Oh Lord, I am so lacking." The prisoners stretched tiredly and said, "Me too. Oh Lord, when will this boring act end?" "Hey kid, God doesn't exist." A woman took off her dress. The nun kept repeating John 8:32. "And you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." The girl stood with hands on hips, listening as the nun continued, "Anyone can be freed from sin by the truth and love of Jesus. That means you can be free." The nun prepared to say something important today. "Even you will be free?" The girls cheered excitedly. The nun raised her hand, signaling, "Now everyone shake!" The prisoners shouted loudly. Sung Yunha was dancing very passionately. The girl beside her was too. The other two were no exception. The prisoners kept cheering. Unha shouted loudly, "Sin test!" The prisoners immediately yelled, "The saint is dancing!" A disgusted prisoner licked his lips and praised, "She's really hot." He said to his cellmate, "Why not go to the bathroom then swing by their restroom?" The other laughed shamelessly and asked, "Then what?" He scolded, "You're already there, and still asking." Idiot Ju Young sat silently watching without reacting. In the restroom, a voice praised everyone did well. A girl spoke up, "I couldn't hear anything because of all the shouting." The nun held her hand and said, "Let's pray." "Thought this was some military drill," someone exclaimed. "Kim Minji is wearing pink," the other girl replied. "Damn it, don't touch Sung." Yunha watched the figure approaching the door. The two prisoners from before said with delight, "Pink, just as expected." They sneered and continued, "Let's see what color is elsewhere." Suddenly someone twisted the door handle and said, "I can see." Ju Young coldly replied, "The bets aren't like before anymore." The two immediately got scared out of their wits. They all turned their heads and screamed in terror. "Hell!" Screaming in terror. Hell! Suddenly a loud noise rang out with a voice saying, "The 10 Commandments." The 7th Commandment. Namgung sat arrogantly on someone. Two prisoners said, "You shall not commit the sin of appearance." He raised his arm and said, "Truly, an insult to the saints," then clasped his hands in prayer. "God will not forgive this." The girls in the room looked confused and asked, "What is he saying?" Sung Yunha, a bit scared, asked Ju Young, "What's happening?" He seriously called her Sung Yunha. She suddenly startled, eyes wide open. Sung Yunha looked at the two prisoners lying knocked out and screamed in fear. She grabbed Ju Young's sleeve, hid behind him, and shyly asked, "Did I scare you?" Sung Yunha stammered, "Sorry." Time passed to 1 week later. The nun stood on the pulpit preaching, "Therefore God forgives the sins of the guilty." Meanwhile, in the donation warehouse, Ju Young sighed. Moving donated goods is hard enough. And now this. 3 prisoners pointed knives at him. One asked, "You just found out." The prisoner with the knife approached, shouting, "Too late, idiot!" Then all 3 simultaneously stabbed him. Ju Young didn't feel pain, but called out. It turned out he had raised a water bucket to shield himself and said, "Heaven will punish this." A prisoner questioned, "Why dare you ruin donated goods?" Ju Young didn't answer, but threw the water bucket at them. "Hey, go take a shower." One wiped his mouth, incredulous. "Clearly you're not." While he was speaking, Ju Young slipped behind the instigator. He pinned all the prisoners flat on the floor. He coldly glared and asked, "Who told you to do that?" He suddenly froze. A guard suddenly opened the door and asked, "What was that noise? What are you doing in the warehouse?" He suddenly went blank. Suddenly, Ju Young's eyes widened as someone shouted loudly, "What's going on? Why are you here?" That person continued loudly, "Don't tell me it did something to you." The girl raised her hand trembling and pointed at him, saying, "He." Sung Unha's face was cold as ice as she said, "He did this to me." On the screen, a chat message displayed. "How much do you need? Around 30 to 50. I'll send you the location." "All right, by 7 p.m. then." Sung Yunha leaned against the wall, reminding, "Don't go back on your word." Sung Yunha provocatively approached and said, "You'll give me 500,000 won in cash, right?" The priest laughed confidently. "Of course I have plenty of money." He then complimented Sung Unha. "You're even more beautiful without makeup. We should thank heaven for that." She pretended to be surprised and joked, "Oh my." The priest patted the bed, laughing, and called, "Should I explain to you?" "All right, come and sit here." Suddenly, he saw something surprising. Nam-gung, tall and imposing, opened the door and entered. The priest panicked and pointed at someone. That guy spoke up an illegal meeting, right? And it was none other than the church pastor. The priest fearfully stepped back. He looked at Sung Yunha and Nam-gung, trembling, trying to shout loudly. "Are you threatening me, you insolent kids?" Surprisingly, he took a full punch. Among our church elders is even a police commissioner. The other grabbed his head innocently and asked, "Are you sure you'll be okay?" Sung Yunha raised her bag with a hidden camera, coldly looking at him. "You are a pastor of a cult." Nam-gung kept talking. "Surely you can handle it if this video leaks." The camera was blinking red. He firmly held the pastor's head as he begged, No, don't worry, Father." He laughed and said, "We will be ready to settle for a large sum of money." Sung Yunha silently stood there watching like the high sun. Now in the cell block, the guard called out 7188 Cha Ju-young. He slammed the door and announced 10 days in solitary confinement. The guard sneered and asked, "Hey, punk, you did that during visiting hours." He looked at Ju-young, still with his back turned, saying, "I know you get special treatment from the warden." The guard coldly said, "But since outsiders are involved in this case, you can't leave solitary confinement for this matter." He also hid the camera and added, "Even the Justice Department is monitoring security cameras. If that's the reason I can't release you, remember that." The guard adjusted his hat and sighed. "God, this is a juvenile prison." Doing something disgusting here, Ju-young remained silent and still. He recalled when that arm was only his. Sung Yunha was telling someone he did this. He felt confused inside. Why would Sung Yunha do that? Ju-young remembered when everyone was preaching on the noon sermon day. Meanwhile, in the prison parking lot, someone inside the car said, "Our meeting like this must be God's will." Nam-gung sat with hands clasped, greeting Sung Yunha sitting beside him. "Long time no see, Sister Sung Yunha." She turned and asked, "I know this place is rotten, but is it okay for a prisoner to move freely like this?" He casually replied, "The heads of these cells pay the warden monthly and are guaranteed a certain level of freedom, so don't worry." He confidently said, "Even if not as long as I can be with you, I can endure anything." He recalled meeting the priest. Being together like that reminded me of the times we had. Nam-gung remembered when he was beating the nearly dead heretic, judging the lost souls. He coldly smiled. "Though my methods are a bit harsh." Nam-gung 12. Serious assault cases and threats to 18 others remain undiscovered. Nam-gung said again, "You have always been my strong supporter." He entrusted, "So I will entrust this case to you." Judging Cha Ju-young, Sung Yunha still sat quietly listening. Ju-young sat alone, thinking. He pondered deeply. "No matter how much I think I don't understand, based on the current situation, someone is trying to trap me." He recalled being attacked and guessed, "Those trying to harm me when they all stabbed at once." It was just a staged act to buy time. Ju-young knocked them down to the floor. Then he noticed Sung Yunha sitting in the corner. The real target was to use Sung Yunha and frame me for attempted sexual assault. The guard approached and asked what she's accusing him of this. Sung Yunha shyly replied, "He saved me." She changed her mind at the last minute. She pointed at the prisoners and explained, "All those lying unconscious here forced me here and tried to harm me, but he saved me." The guard ordered after hearing, "Now drag them out." Ju-young then turned back, looking exploited. How did someone end up using me? Who and why did she? He didn't expect her to change her mind at the last minute. "She saved me." Ju-young called the guard. "Guard, I have something to ask." He reminded him. "What is it?" "Don't draw too much attention because of the surveillance cameras." He agreed. "I know." He made a request, "I want you to call someone." Nam-gung frowned and asked, "The first day you visited the prison last week?" He recalled when she avoided me and ran away. That was when he and Ju-young were standing there. Ju-young asked, "What's going on?" He exposed while looking behind someone, I realized. Ju-young asked, "Are you scared?" Nam-gung declared, "She was bewitched by a heretic." He said again, "So I gave her a chance for her to judge that heretic herself." He leaned in and asked, "But why couldn't you do it?" Sung Yunha trembled and said, "The judgment you mentioned, can I stop doing that now?" Nam-gung's face changed as he said, "You did everything I told you outside the prison. Have you forgotten?" He reminded her, "I have all those videos." Nam-gung smiled brightly and said, "You did very well. From now on, just keep helping me like that." And then your mother? Hearing this, Sung Yunha gritted her teeth. She stood up threateningly. I will report you to the police. She continued, I will expose all the crimes you committed outside. Namgung threw the rope away, pinned Sung Yunha down, making her scream. The curtain was drawn, he said. It seems you've been corrupted more than I thought. He lay on top of Sung Yunha, judging the heretic. She covered her mouth in horror, but Sung Yunha still said, Don't worry, I will use this opportunity. He smiled cruelly, to cleanse you, right here. Sung Yunha screamed in fear. Namgung calmly said, You can scream and cry as much as you want. People were preaching inside. Because right now, outside the bus, it was deserted, no one around. He sneered. It's just the two of us. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the bus. Namgung was startled and turned to look. A figure stepped onto the bus. Sung Yunha also turned to look. Ju Young was standing there confidently. Namgung calmly asked, How did you? He suspected get out of solitary confinement. He looked at Sung Yunha and said, Wait a moment, okay? She was too scared to speak. He continued, I have something to deal with. Ju Young locked the bus door. Do whatever you want. The bus door slowly closed. He widened his eyes and said, Because I'm about to do what I need to do. The familiar prison scene appeared. Ju Young in solitary confinement, said Warden. I have something to ask. The warden approached and advised, What is it? Don't do anything to attract attention because of the cameras. He replied, I know. Ju Young requested, I want you to call someone to help. A voice echoed in this quiet space. Jesus, holding an iron bar at the door, spoke teasingly. A private room, so jealous. Then he continued joking. Looks cozy, I want in too. But Ju Young was serious. I'm not calling for fun. He looked at Ju Young through the bars. You once said before. Ju Young recalled, If I cooperate, you'll help me. At that time, Ju Young said, Want my help be a benefactor? Ju Young inside called out, Prove it, prove you're really useful to me. Jesus seemed to ponder upon hearing that. He was unusually serious speak. Jesus asked, What do I have to do to help you? Then he gave a knowing smile, everything. Cut to another scene, Sung Yunha blushing Ju. She lay on the bed and called out Ju Young. Ju Young shot a bullet-like glare at Namgung. Stay away from Sung Yunha. He immediately raised his voice, but still touched Sung Yunha's hand in her skimpy old outfit. Don't misunderstand. Namgung gave a lecherous smile. This is just a religious ritual, Ju Young warned. Hey, he demanded sharply. Stay away from her. Namgung stepped closer to Ju Young. I told you. He continued with a challenging smile. I told you this is a religious ritual. Then Namgung lunged at him. With a heretic like you, I don't understand. Ju Young didn't hesitate and charged forward, taking the initiative. He threw a strong punch right into his chest. Namgung winced in pain. Ju Young said, Stop talking nonsense. Looking at Sung Yunha in her pitiful state, he emphasized, What you did to Sung Yunha. Ju Young seemed to go mad, growling angrily, Is a crime worthy of being torn apart. He continued to attack Namgung. He angrily prepared to strike again. It's a crime. Suddenly Namgung reacted. He spoke with his muscular body. Strong punch. Namgung gave a strange smile. This is the first time I've seen a punch hit the weak spot so precisely. Who taught you that? But Ju Young wasted no time and kicked him straight. I didn't learn techniques from humans. Suddenly Namgung said, What I have? Surprising him for a moment. He seemed unharmed despite a large dent in his chest. Is just the blessing of the gods. Sung Yunha anxiously shouted, You! Namgung seemed more energized, preparing to throw a punch with his God-blessed body. A loud noise came from inside the vehicle. Only Sung Yunha's eyes welled with tears, her hands covering her mouth in shock. Namgung said, I only... Looking at Ju Young lying on the floor, he said with satisfaction, I carry the mission to punish heretics. Namgung continued proudly. Then he suddenly gave a disgusted smile. Namgung turned to look at Sung Yunha with a face full of disgust. Cut to a youth Bible summer camp at some time in the past. Sung Yunha said, Now because of debt, we have to be apart. She sadly said, But one day we will surely live together with Mother. Sung Yunha clasped her hands sincerely, Amen. Two people there comforted her. Being apart from Mother is because of the debt Father left. So are you going to pay it all alone? That's wonderful. Others added, We will also pray for Sung Yunha. She was very happy hearing that, and said, "Thank you all." Nearby was Nam Gung. He looked at her, a beautiful figure walking. His face became ugly with a strange smile, amen. A somewhat dark hallway scene appeared. Nam Gung ran behind and called Sister Sung Eunha. She turned and asked someone. He introduced himself. "I'm Nam Gung. I attended the Bible camp last week." Nam Gung looked sincere, having overheard her unfortunate situation. She recalled talking to everyone. "Being apart from mother is because of the debt father left, so are you going to pay it all alone?" He spoke up, "I can help you solve this." She was a bit surprised. Nam Gung continued. "There's a way to pay off debt very quickly." She was curious. "What way?" He said, "It's the job of punishing heretics." "It's a respectable job." Nam Gung firmly held Sung Eunha's shoulder. He said it would suit her well, but she noticed something unusual and felt uneasy. Back to the present, the Bible was placed not far away on a red chair. Nam Gung grabbed Ju Young's leg. "The heresy has seduced Sister Sung Eunha." He lifted him high. "Father Ju Young." Nam Gung angrily said, "I will punish you." Suddenly he felt a sudden pain from behind. Nam Gung rubbed his head. Sung Eunha behind held an umbrella, trembling, but still trying to loudly demand, "Stop." But it didn't affect him at all. "It's all your fault." He angrily threw Ju Young, causing him to crash into several seats before being flung far away. Ju Young hit his head on the bus window, cracking the glass, while Nam Gung coldly shouted at Cha Ju Young. Sung Eunha was extremely worried and terrified. Her brother spoke up, but he had completely changed. Nam Gung seemed to have lost all patience, slapping her hard and knocking her to the floor. He gave a sinister smile but said, "Don't worry." Nam Gung slowly approached Sung Eunha, coldly saying, "I will purify you right now." But suddenly a sharp pain shot through his body. Nam Gung clutched his chest in pain, mumbling, "What's happening? My body can't move." Then suddenly he coughed up blood. The bus floor was now covered in blood. Nam Gung was shocked. "What's going on?" Ju Young behind him spoke up. "You said it yourself." He continued speaking. "I just targeted your weak spot." Ju Young looked at his miserable face. "Even your blessed body can't withstand internal injuries." He kept a determined look. "You two surely you're not intact anymore, right?" The space suddenly became quiet for a moment. Then Ju Young's face darkened. "This thing," he said angrily, "compared to the pain Sung Eunha had to endure, this is nothing." There was a golden basket inside containing bottles of cleaning solution. Ju Young looked at Nam Gung. "I've made up my mind." He still didn't understand what Ju Young was going to do. "A criminal like you." Then Ju Young held the cleaning solution in his hand. "Must be completely castrated, whether physically or chemically." He was furious, his eyes full of murderous intent. "You must be completely castrated." Memories of the past returned. Sung Eunha shyly lowered her head in embarrassment. When she heard Ju Young call her name, Sung Eunha slowly looked up. He cheerfully asked, "Is this too much?" "Thanks to you, I get to eat here." Sung Eunha gently replied, "I have a coupon from last time, so just enjoy it." Ju Young was very observant, "But you haven't seemed well for a while. You don't like this dish?" She blushed and denied, "No, it's not that." Sung Eunha explained, "I'm just looking around." She felt a bit sad and thought that everyone has a mother except for herself, right? Ju Young pondered over her words. Then he replied, "I don't have a mother either." "Are you teasing me?" Sung Eunha was a bit startled. "No, I just—" A mischievous boy behind them called out, "Mom, this guy says he doesn't have a mom." But Ju Young ignored it and continued talking to her. "Does that make things hard for you?" She answered immediately without thinking. "No, not at all." Sung Eunha smiled brightly. "My mom promised she would come back for me." She continued. "This tattoo, do you know what it means?" Below Sung Eunha's right collarbone was an English phrase. She gently explained its meaning. "I will wait for my mom." Mom returned to the present reality. Ju Young looked toward Sung Eunha. He spoke up, "Sung Eunha, just wait a little longer." Ju Young looked at her delicate face and comforted her. "Everything will be over soon." Then he changed his tone. "I'll make sure that the prisoner in front of you." Ju Young held a bottle of chemicals and a metal rod in his hand. He looked at Nam Gung with eyes full of anger and murderous intent. He will never do anything filthy again. But suddenly Nam Gung grabbed a heavy object nearby, angrily saying, So annoying. He threw it at Ju Young and shouted loudly, "That's not filthy!" Namgung furiously charged at Ju Young. But it didn't matter anymore. The bottle of chemicals in Ju Young's hand was also knocked away. He shouted, "Playing the role of a disgusting religious freak like that is enough already." Suddenly a bone-piercing pain spread throughout Namgung's body. He buckled on one knee, shouting, "Damn it, that hit injured me," seeing Namgung in pain and gritting his teeth. Ju Young said, "You still don't get it." He threw a punch at him. "The more you move, the more you'll get hurt." Ju Young delivered a powerful push to his left cheek, causing him intense pain. At this point, Namgung's mouth was full of blood, but he still tried to say, "My strike should have injured you much worse." Ju Young looked at him provocatively. "Try me and see." Both did not hesitate to throw strong blows at each other. They kept hitting and blocking each other like that for quite a long time. Namgung's face quickly changed color with anger. He realized his body could not endure any longer. Yunha was watching the fight from a short distance away. He seemed to find a lifeline. He decided to use this little girl as bait. Ju Young sneered, "Your blessed body, you said that. But in the end, this is all you can do." He angrily launched a powerful strike this hostage kidnapping game. Ju Young even kicked harder when he had fallen down. He looked at Namgung for a long time, then said, "I just fought someone your size, so I need some time to get used to it." Ju Young sent a message to his father. "Compared to that guy's body, you're just a shrimp." Namgung trembled in pain, but suddenly he burst out laughing loudly. Then Namgung continued speaking. "I still have videos recording all the crimes I committed with that girl." He continued threatening to send them to the girl's mother, which made Unha extremely scared and worried. Namgung kept rambling about what would happen when she found out her daughter was playing a prostitute to blackmail others by threatening them. He laughed maniacally. "I really want to see what her face will look like." Ju Young opened his mouth to speak. He looked at him with eyes sharp as bullets and detailed 5 violent rapes, 9 intentional violent rapes, and 4 sexual assaults. He calmly said, "The crimes you committed have never been made public." Ju Young threatened back, "I will expose everything." Namgung trembled in fear. "How do you know?" He held an electric gun in his hand. "If you want to threaten someone..." Then Ju Young pointed the gun directly at Namgung. "You better prepare yourself." Sweat dotted his face as he asked, "An electric gun? What do you intend to do?" Ju Young said nothing and directly pressed the electric gun against him, causing Namgung excruciating pain. He said, "I told you already." Ju Young's gaze became even more steely and cold. "I will make sure you can never do anything filthy again." He thought to himself that it was really a good idea to carry it for self-defense. Ju Young added, "I'm speaking from experience because that strike hit the right spot. You will never be able to use it for the rest of your life." Namgung was in so much pain he couldn't speak. "What would you call this kind of castration?" Sung Eunha then spoke up Ju Young. She anxiously ran over and asked, "Are you okay?" Sung Eunha, with teary eyes, said, "I'm sorry it's because of me that you got hurt like this." Ju Young gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "Now is not the time for you to worry about me." He questioned, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that he was threatening you?" Sung Eunha fiddled with her hair, stammering without knowing how to answer, just sighing helplessly. She wondered, "But how did you know?" Sung Eunha asked about her habit. Ju Young recalled old moments and said, "When you want to say something, but hide it, you usually touch your hair," he said with a sorrowful look. "I should have realized it long ago, I'm sorry." Ju Young suddenly noticed, raising his hand to her face. "Wait, come here. You have a wound on your face." Sung Eunha shyly replied, "It's just a scratch." She gave a gentle smile. "It's nothing." Ju Young looked at her tenderly. "I can't believe you managed to hit such a big guy with just an umbrella." Ju Young kindly advised, "From now on, never do such dangerous things again." He looked at her warmly. "Understand?" Sung Eunha looked at him with mixed emotions, feeling very happy inside. The surroundings seemed frozen in this moment. She smiled happily and replied, "Yes." But suddenly both were surprised. A male voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, young couple." Jesus had been standing in the driver's seat all along, saying, "You two look good together." He leaned his head back and said, "You make me feel clearly single." Ju Young spoke up. What are you doing?" Ju Young suddenly asked. "Why did you start the engine?" Jesus calmly replied, "What's gas? What's brake?" Suddenly he shouted and pressed the accelerator. Forget it. Let's hit the road. Jesus drove fast, causing Ju Young and Eunha to lean forward by inertia. He said, "This is for all the singles in the world like me." He laughed maniacally, "All you couples." The car sped up more and more along with Jesus' screams. "Go to hell, all of you." In a corner of the hallway, a strange voice sounded. There are many ways gangsters handle corpses, countless methods like burying under concrete, sinking in the sea, or cremating. On the chair was a man with strange tattoos tightly bound. Kang Chain smirked. All these methods focus on erasing traces. He stood at the door with sharp eyes. But we don't need to do that. The way Tian Long handles things is to always keep the body fresh for reuse when needed. In the mirror reflected the image of the curled-up man. He did not understand what the man intended to do. Kang Chain asked, "Do you have anything to say in the end?" The man looked up, gritting his teeth. "Did Kang Jian order you to do this?" He angrily said, "Your Tian Long gang, because you don't want to share the pie, destroyed the allied organization. Do you think you can last long?" A subordinate stepped forward to hold him back. He said, "If you don't stop now soon, you will face a tragic end." Kang Chain shouted, "Witness my end in hell yourself!" They threw him into the sea bottom. The seawater submerged his body. Suddenly a phone rang. Kang Chain picked up and answered, "Yes. I am Kang Chain of Tian Long." Kang Chain looked alarmed. "Really?" The gate barrier. Ju Young gasped in surprise. "What is this? What's going on?" Jesus drove wildly forward to gain freedom, causing Ju Young to panic. "If he keeps rushing like this, it's definitely a prison break." He laughed. "This is a performance race." The car swerved and rushed outside. Outside, it was still bright. The car sped too fast and crashed into a wall, cracking it. Ju Young approached and shook her awake. "Sung Eunha, are you okay? Are you hurt?" He slumped over the steering wheel. Ju Young shouted, "Hey, still conscious. You almost got seriously hurt." He gasped for breath, then ran off. Ju Young helped Sung Eunha out of the car. Jesus shouted, "Run fast." Behind them, a prison guard was chasing. He hurriedly pushed the two out of the car and said, "Hurry up." That morning, they ran into the forest to hide. Jesus asked, "Are the guards gone?" Good, Ju Young replied. He held 2 branches, left the car on his own, and destroyed it outside. Ju Young said, "That big pervert will take all the blame. You did all this just because of that. He committed a crime and can't explain it through the camera. Perfect, right?" He jumped up happily. "Exactly perfect. Then this savior says hello and goodbye." He laughed. "You two just enjoy your time together." Ju Young looked at her worriedly. Eunha said, "The nuns will probably look for me." Ju Young replied, "Yeah, that's right." Suddenly she paused and said, "Wait." Sung Eunha looked confused. "I almost forgot the most important thing." She took something out of her pocket and looked at Ju Young. "Anyway, I think you should keep this." Ju Young opened his hand. Inside was a bear-shaped keychain. Ju Young's face showed some emotion. "This is..." A memory appeared of them happily going to a claw machine store. She asked, "Right side or left side?" "Left side." Ju Young answered. Sung Eunha looked admiringly. Da Yeon got 3 of them. Ju Young said Da Yeon just said she couldn't do it earlier. "That's her skill?" Sung Eunha enthusiastically encouraged. "You try too." Ju Young sighed. "Damn, this is harder than it looks." Da Yeon thought about the 3 bears she'd just won. An idea came to her mind. "Let's split them up." She held up the 3 bears and smiled brightly. "Daddy bear, mommy bear, baby bear." For those without family, sometimes sharing like this makes a lot of sense. Da Yeon's face was radiant, as if having these meant they would always be together, wherever they were. Ju Young frowned confusedly. Da Yeon, "I can't take it anymore." Hearing that, Da Yeon said, "Gives you goosebumps, huh?" "Wanna die," Sung Eunha replied, "but I think it's nice." Ju Young looked at the bear keychain with interest. But the more he looked, the more he felt. Da Yeon laughed. "This looks like you!" Sung Eunha's eyes were filled with sadness. "I found it while cleaning my room," she said. Da Yeon's voice echoed in Ju Young's ears. "With this wherever you are, it will feel like you're together." Sung Eunha looked at Ju Young. It was placed on the table right in the most visible spot. Ju Young smiled softly. He seemed very stubborn. Sung Eunha stood up. "Well, I'm going now. Ju Young, be careful." Ju Young watched her figure. Why is she in such a hurry? Sung Eunha looked embarrassed and shy. "Obviously, I can't say it." She ran while smiling. Da Yeon anyway. I kept my honesty till the end, right? Next time it's okay to say you like it. A nun was waiting. Oh my, where have you been so late? Sung Yoonha replied. Sorry. Shouts echoed in the prison. Did you hear? Did you hear? He clung to the prison bars, shouting. The pig tattoo. Pervert has been cut there. He thought of the man around who was being electrocuted. I wonder what happened. 1 million volts of electric shock there. Ju Young pondered. Wait. Why are you here? He asked. Are you jealous because I have a private cell, just causing a little trouble? Ju Young said. So what's the next question? He replied. Oh man, being interrogated like this excites me. Ju Young asked seriously. How did they pull me out of this cell? In the corner of the room was a camera. He clearly remembered the guard saying this place was under surveillance. He recalled Ju Young's conversation with the fat guy. Ju Young spoke about crimes not yet exposed. I will expose everything, he said. You are the one revealing his hidden crimes. He frowned and asked, Who are you? What is your true identity? Still a secret. He recalled the moment he wanted to help Ju Young. Anyway, the evidence is clear now, right? Ju Young smiled softly. Good, let's shake on it. Jesus wildly rejoiced, shouting and punching the air in excitement. Ju Young said, So now, tell me clearly what you will do to help me. The space became silent. No answer from him. Ju Young said, Hey, don't tell me you're sleeping. Jesus had fallen asleep. Ju Young looked out beyond the prison bars. The sky was gloomy, but the moon was very bright tonight. He tightly clenched the bear-shaped keychain in his hand. A red car was approaching. Hee I-woon stepped out of the car. The driver nearly died from tension. She frowned irritably. Really? Why build a house in the forest like this? She admired Kang Ryong's house, a villa he built for himself. She walked to the door, arms crossed. You're the second in command of Tian Long. You could live in a high-rise in the city, right? She stood before the large wooden gate. Anyway, his taste is really unique. She opened the door and stepped inside. You called me, right? I missed you so much. I drove 300 kilometers to get here. Her face flushed. Oh, sorry. The room was messy all around. Hee I-woon asked, Are you training? Kang Chain poured tea just in time and said, I'm done. Kang Gyeon asked, Was the journey difficult? Hee I-woon replied, The mountain air is so fresh, I really like it. He drank his tea and said, That's good. He looked at Kang Chain and asked, So do you have anything to say to me? Kang Chain replied with a stern look, Yes, about the young master. His face tightened. Kang Ryong's villa was designed very modernly around. Kang Ryong asked, Any news about my son? Kang Chain recounted. Since he entered the juvenile reform camp, there have been several conflicts with the group leaders. The result was that he completely won. Among them were seeds of Tian Long. The father frowned. This speed is astonishing, unprecedented. Hee I-woon smiled softly. The ones I was watching have already been dealt with by him, quite embarrassing. Kang Ryong laughed. Is that so? Hee I-woon must be proud to see her son develop well. His face was cold as ice, his hand clenched tightly, truly disappointed. He looked at the flower tree in the yard. What I expect is for the flower to bloom. But now it's not even a flower, not even a bud, just a newly sprouted seedling. How long has it been since he entered the reform camp, and now he has only defeated a few group leaders? The two dealt with the man upon hearing his words. If he is my son, he must show more than that. He looked outside. His eyes narrowed. There must be a way to make the flower bloom sooner. That morning at the prison, lively chatter echoed. Hey guys, do you know what my dad said when I went to prison? A prisoner pulling trash asked, Who is Jun Teek? He's my dad. Another said, Is he really crazy? What did he say? He frowned trash. Got beaten to become a decent person. My mom said that too, and my uncle as well. He pondered. But coming here, I realized this place isn't just for trash, but also nuclear waste. That guy even bribed the prison director. The other one, I even learned to smoke here. Prisoner 328 was puffing on a cigarette. This is a gathering place for irredeemable trash. Maybe we should just burn it all. With a cigarette in his mouth, he frowned. Anyway, this life is already shattered, leaving behind a name for the world as a madman. Junteek smirked slightly. By burning everything down, isn't that exactly what my father said was right? Junteek frowned. Let's see. That guy looked scared, forced a smile. Just kidding. Burning it really ruins things. Juntaek, you guys like to overdo it. Juntaek's eyes were bloodshot angry. So annoying. A memory returned in the classroom, everyone staring at a sullen guy in the class. Juntaek with cold eyes puffing on a cigarette. Punishment has to be like this. A man lay motionless on the floor, bloodied and messy. Teacher, he kept opening his mouth saying this and that. He turned and left. Stop acting so arrogantly. Since then, someone called him the room leader. He frowned at the name Ju Young. He said last time he was sullen, just left it like that. He angrily threw the cigarette into the trash. Just keeps acting arrogantly. Inside the cell, he rolled his eyes in worship. The group bowed their heads to the ground. He has returned. Ju Young stood there looking at them. Ju Young has revived. Stop these childish tricks. Guillaume was reading a book. He looked toward the other side. You look better now. Ju Young smiled softly. Ju Young looked at them. What happens without me? My Na-min watches carefully. Ju Young looked curiously at the new face. Na-min recently got a new recruit. Na-min held his head a bit slow compared to his big body, but not a bad guy. Ju Young looked at him. The new recruit. The guard stood outside. Room 36, afternoon schedule is outside work. Get ready quickly, then go. The prisoners cheered happily. Only Ju Young and Na-min felt something was off. At Kang Ryong's villa, he muttered, "Loneliness has a saying." Inside was a jar containing many worms. He put all the poisonous worms into the jar to imprison them, to let them bite and tear each other apart. The last surviving worm becomes the strongest poisonous worm with extremely toxic venom. The reform camp is where Thien Long keeps poisonous worms. Kang Ryong looked at them. My son there must swallow many poisons, even stronger poisons. He Iwoon blinked and asked, what does poisonous worm mean? Kang Ryong calmly replied, I've already put in a very strong one. Kang Chain frowned and asked, outside work. The entire Cha Ju Young's room is currently working behind Area 5. That's good. At dusk, he had fiery eyes. Whenever he saw Ju Young do something excessive, anger flared from deep within his bones. He clenched both hands tightly, feeling like he had reached his limit. He frowned. So what, room leader or whatever? Whatever the reason, Juntaek just walked away. Let's go kill him! His legs and knees had red marks. He fell to the ground, red stains like blood appeared on his clothes. They looked at each other in shock. Na-min said blood. Suddenly, Ju Young stood up, making both gasp in surprise. Ju Young laughed. Red paint is hard to clean. Na-min, let me do it, Guillaume asked. Why did you fall? It was already dark. Ju Young finished work. Tomorrow will be even more tiring. Get ready. Ju Young twisted his body, aching all over. He said, filing a complaint to the Human Rights Committee for forced labor right. Will it ever succeed? Ahead appeared red marks that made them freeze. Na-min wondered, what is this? Why is there paint here? Ju Young said, wait, it's not paint! Na-min suddenly panicked. Upon seeing the number 8356, this person is the room leader of room 37. His body lay sprawled on the ground with numerous wounds. His face was distorted, bloodied, and messy. Kang Ryong coldly said, son, it's your father. He stood by the tree trunk looking up at the night sky, only able to count the days waiting for his son to truly bloom. He frowned looking up at the flower branch. But be careful, don't let it be cut off before the flower has a chance to bloom. He Iwoon muttered, poisonous worm. If it is a poisonous worm. He smirked, I have already put in a strange face. In cell 36, there was a long-haired, quiet guy. Na-min glanced at him. Recently, a new recruit came in. Kang Ryong said sternly, struggle, my dear son. He stepped forward, standing behind Ju Young. Inside cell room number 36, the prisoners whispered to each other. This room has changed many people, huh? The door opened, a young man entered with the number 7583 printed on his chest. The guard said, you have a new member. They looked at him with surprise. Na-min said, new guy. This dude is huge. Just as Ju Young entered the solitary cell. Ju Young looks a bit scary too. Other prisoners also looked at him with scrutinizing eyes. He looks like a lackey, huh? Na-min stepped forward and asked, what crime did you commit to get here? Special violence or murder? Everyone in the cell watched him attentively. He said nothing, only laughed, making a chip sound. Everyone was stunned. He did not respond, but only made chip, chip, chip sounds. Namin wondered, what the hell is wrong with him? I told you he's scary. From behind him, a bird flew out. Everyone was confused and shouted, a sparrow! Everyone held him back, because they were too surprised. Namin asked, what is that? Why is there a bird here? He replied. I picked it up on the way here. Gyom asked, why bring it in here? He scratched his head, his eyes drooping, letting the sparrow perch on his hand. He said, it looks like it was abandoned by its mother. I felt sorry. This place is not a nest. The sparrow suddenly took off flying away. He pointed at it in panic. It flew away. It flew away. He hurriedly ran to catch it again. At this moment, they cheered again. Namin said, what, he's dumber than I thought. The other said, lucky he's really dumb. He in the corner said nothing, just silent, making the atmosphere heavy. Gyom did not understand what was happening to him. The sparrow stood on the cabinet below was a photo of Da-yeon and Da-yeon together. In the photo, they were smiling happily with each other. He glanced with a face cold as ice. Kang Ryong smiled. He eagerly awaited the day his son would bloom brilliantly. He stared at the flower with a terrifying gaze. Be careful. Namin widened his eyes in fear. Isn't this the room leader of room 37? His body is full of bruises and bleeding. Ju Young frowned, recalling his father's advice. Don't let anything hurt you. Before the flower blooms, he, with a cold face, stood behind him observing. In the bathroom, prisoners were changing clothes and chatting. What's wrong with him? Especially Ju Young, just returned from solitary confinement. That guy, room leader 37, was found unconscious and taken to the hospital, but it was said he had 23 broken bones on his body. Namin frowned. Don't know how long he'll be in the hospital. Because there are no security cameras, it's unclear who the culprit is. Gyom grimaced. Who dares to do that? He said nothing, still silent as always. Now Gyom looked at him and muttered. Gyom recalled when they were painting the wall. At that time, everyone was painting the wall, but Gyom did not see him anywhere. When he returned, Gyom saw something stuck on his shoe. Gyom was stunned when he realized that what was on his shoe was not paint. Gyom observed his back, which was covered with crisscrossing wounds. It could be the marks from the previous fight. Ju Young patted Gyom's shoulder. What are you still standing here for? Gyom replied. I was just thinking. Gyom frowned. I have something to tell you. Suddenly Namin screamed, what, the new guy? Namin looked at his body. He was covered with bruises. Namin asked, which gang are you from? What did you do before coming here? He scratched his head and forced a smile. Well, these marks are from being beaten by my father. Ju Young stared at him. Slightly frowning, he recalled past times. At school, 5th period physical education class. In class, he had to borrow gym clothes because he grew too fast and none fit him anymore. All eyes were full of surprise. Him? What? Him? Below the classroom, Ju Young was changing clothes. Someone shouted, Ju Young. He's been famous in this area for a long time. Ju Young's back had many bruises from being beaten by his father, a gang member. Someone else asked, really? Why didn't he report to the police? Ju Young sadly lowered his head, hearing the gossip. It's scary. How could I dare? Ju Young was rinsing himself, thinking about his words. Poor guy. People bathing around teased and laughed. Oh, this guy has grown. I think I've grown about 1 centimeter since coming here. Hurry up, we have less than a minute. Gyom turned to look at him when he heard him ask, who lent me a towel? Gyom grumbled, maybe I was wrong. His back was covered with overlapping wounds. Ju Young looked at him, perhaps with some sympathy, seeing a reflection of his former self. Ju Young looked at him washing his hair and asked, do you have shampoo? He was surprised by Ju Young's question. Ju Young handed him shampoo. Here. He laughed. Is this pity? Ju Young glanced at him. He thought, do I look like someone pitying others? He held him for a few seconds, confused. Ju Young continued, especially since you and I both have equally pitiful lives. Ju Young turned and walked out. When you're done, let's go. In the changing room, Ju Young was drying his hair with a towel. He approached, I have a question. He looked around. Where is everyone else? Ju Young replied. I told them to go ahead. He bowed his head and asked, Why? Ju Young's face darkened. Can't you see? The scars on your body. And the scars on my body. Ju Young compared the scars on his and the other's body. They were exactly the same. He was very surprised. Speechless. That was when Ju Young lunged forward to grab his neck. He choked, his teeth clenched tightly. Ju Young's eyes were sharp. It can't be a coincidence. No matter how I see those scars. Ju Young thought of his cruel father. They were left by him. You don't have tattoos, so I didn't recognize you. Ju Young's eyes filled with hatred as he shouted, Kang Ryong sent you, didn't he? His face turned sullen. Ju Young tightened his grip on his neck. Not going to say anything. Keep being stubborn then. Ju Young rolled his eyes at him. Soon you'll confess everything. Nighttime at Kang Ryong's villa. In a room, Hee Woon approached with a delighted face. I have brought them here, sir. Young men lined up long. She entered among them. They were much cuter boys. She frowned. Promising talents are unclaimed. You can use them as you wish. Of course, no one in Tianlong knows about this, so you can use them freely. They lowered their heads with sullen faces. He sat there with a dignified posture. Did you bring them? He looked at them with contemptuous eyes. But they're all trash. Just by looking, you can tell they can't kill anyone. What I need are hunting dogs that can tear prey apart. Only keep that big guy. He turned to look at him. Throw away the rest. He turned and left. Hee Woon was stunned. Really, I worked hard to find this group. Suddenly, he heard a scream. Yeah, he was attacked by him, bitten on the neck. He fell to the ground. It hurts. Get off, you crazy. His eyes were cold. His face was full of excitement. Here it is, the eyes of a mad dog. He looked at him and laughed. From now on, call me your father. Cut to the prison. Ju Young shouted, Are you deaf? He tightened his grip on his neck. Let's see how long you can last. Ju Young gritted his teeth. Soon you'll spit it all out. Ju Young pushed him against the wardrobe in the changing room. He gritted his teeth, eyes wide. I am his hunting dog. Ju Young frowned him. Ju Young recalled the bathroom moment. I found it strange because you don't have tattoos. Are you not part of any Tianlong faction? But you're Kang Ryong's personal pet. Ju Young squeezed his neck until he was about to suffocate. Ju Young shouted, Tell me why he put us together. Sad and lowering the room leader's name. When he was targeting me, there were many chances to attack me, but you just stood there watching. Ju Young slammed him to the ground. Why, you tell me your purpose. Ju Young looked at him and sighed. His hand tightened more. In the end, you still plan to stay silent until death. Ju Young lunged and pinned him to the floor. He was not afraid, his face unchanged. Ju Young raised his fist. At this moment, he felt he could no longer get angry. Ju Young recalled what Kang Ryong had done to him. The terrible memories of that man's beatings flooded back, making him feel bad. His eyes filled with resentment. Speak. The tighter Ju Young squeezed, the harder it was for him to breathe. But he remained stubborn, making Ju Young scream even more wildly. Speak. He could no longer breathe. Ju Young looked at him with surprise. He squeezed so hard that he fainted. He had countless chances to resist, so why didn't he fight back? Ju Young released him. Eyes thoughtful. This guy is not right. What is Kang Ryong aiming for? The sparrow flew in and perched by the window, chirping. He stared at the bird with eyes longing for freedom like it. Suddenly, he approached, scattering crumbs, and shouted, Stop feeding the birds crumbs! So noisy! Ju Young frowned, looking at him, feeling strange. He had been watching for a few days after that. At lunchtime, Namin was carrying a tray of food, savoring a piece of golden fried meat, perfectly crispy, but noticed no suspicious behavior. Suddenly, Namin accidentally tripped over something. Namin's tray spilled all over him. Namin hurriedly apologized. Are you okay? He remained silent despite my threats and pressure. He raised his hand to his head, brushing off the food, and said, I'm fine, showing no aggression. Ju Young looked at them. I'll get you another piece of fried meat, wipe it off. Outside the prison, sunlight filtered in. Ju Young's eyes were thoughtful. Kang Ryong wouldn't send him here without a reason. Water splashed all over his face. Namin looked at him in panic. Gyam asked, Are you okay? Namin was arguing harshly, and he even dared to dodge my strike. Gyam said he actually doesn't need to dodge. Come on, stop it. He stepped forward, his eyes thoughtful as he looked at them. Night at the mountain prison grass grew thickly. Namin held a sickle in his hand. I will kill you. Noise came from the prison. There is work on the hill behind tomorrow morning. Why cut grass in the dark night? Namin sighed, holding the sickle. And there are only 4 of us. Ju Young, finish quickly and let's get out of here. Ju Young looked at the sickle. It really seemed reliable. Ju Young thought the warden only assigned the 4 of us to work at this hour. Something feels unnatural. He swung the sickle to cut grass. He approached and looked at Gunmin Yu. He probed Gunmin. Does he have a close relationship with Ju Young? Gunmin asked. What do you mean? He shouted me. Gunmin was slashed in the stomach by him. He raised his head, I guessed right. Namin ran over carefree no matter how you look. My spot has more grass swap with me. Jian nodded. Namin's eyes were extremely shocked, huh? Ju Young heard the scream from afar. He hurriedly ran to them. What happened? On his blade were drops of bright red blood. He coldly looked at the unconscious Guillaume. You're late. Realize it now. Ju Young rolled his eyes, angry. He glanced at Ju Young. His intention when sending me to you. At Kang Ryong's suburban villa. He shouted, Kang Ryong is getting sharper and sharper. His body was covered with wounds. He stood calmly watching the hunting dog's teeth ready to bite the prey's neck. He wiped sweat from his hand because my father will bite them all to death. He laughed, of course. Kang Ryong looked at him. Just in time, I have a task for you. After stabbing them, he approached Ju Young. First, enter Ju Young's territory to block all outside interference. Second, monitor Ju Young and find out who is close to him. And third, eliminate them right before Ju Young's eyes. He moved close to Ju Young. All this is just to make his son stronger. Ju Young's eyes full of resentment. Is that so? He smirked. Your father is a madman. Ju Young and the listener were not much different. He frowned. What? He panicked, seeing them stand up. Clearly I hit the weak spot. Guillaume pulled a piece of pigskin from his belly. Why do they have to use pigskin? That smell is disgusting. Namin felt the stab was very real. Right, look at that fool caught in the trap. Ju Young smirked, investigating what Kang Ryong wanted. He recalled the previous meeting at the office. The sun becomes stronger. I thought about how far that guy would go. He recalled Dai Yeon's accident. Really didn't expect him to use that method again. At this moment on the mountain, the wind blew leaves rustling. Ju Young punched him in the head. Disgusting. Ju Young punched hard into his chest. Ju Young's face was angry, shouting unbearably. Kang Ryong's hunting dog was unlike other kids. He was cursed by his own father. How do you know whose son this bastard is? Get lost and stay out of my sight. And I was abandoned. The mother of 7583 left with a lover. She seemed to have difficulty speaking. My life could not be ruined or affected, and I was abandoned. When there were no parents to continue raising him, he was sent to an orphanage. But a child always sullen like him sooner or later would affect the other children. If he caused trouble for the orphanage, it would be problematic, and I was abandoned. To the point that 7583 was mocked by traffickers. This motherless, fatherless little rat. I heard someone wanted to buy him, and again I was abandoned. His appearance then looked shabby and pitiful. They kept gossiping. They said this guy has all limbs but is skinny as a stick. How to sell him. 7583 was restrained with handcuffs. They thought he couldn't escape, so they continued the deal. Hard to swallow or sell to another buyer. Suddenly, a loud noise made them pay attention and turn around. What is that? And then, at that last moment, surprisingly, 75583 managed to escape. They panicked. He's running away. He broke the chains, I've decided. He broke the chains, I've decided. With legs full of wounds, he slowly walked with hope just to meet someone who wouldn't abandon me. Looking toward the vast city at night, 7583 was certain, I will do it for them regardless of anything. Back to reality, Hee-I-Woon's voice echoed that kid's story. No home, no family, wandering everywhere like a stray dog. A gentle breeze brushed her hair lightly. Hee-I-Woon proudly continued, I chose him to give to the boss. Jukong Chain beside her also commented that blind loyalty comes from the desire not to be abandoned, hearing that she smiled with some interest. Interesting. Before the car sped away, Hee-A-Woon also said they were half-siblings. On the other side, both 7583 and Cha Ju-young stood facing each other. The only common point between them was being sons of Cha Kang-ryong. Under that dark night, Cha Ju-young sighed. Unbelievable that he could use that method again. He rushed toward 7583, his face growing colder, and said, "Truly disgusting." After finishing speaking, Cha Ju-young punched him hard, sending 7583 flying. His eyes grew cold with anger. Kang Ryong using that training method on others made him feel horrified beyond acceptance. The silent night was left with only a quiet pause. Cha Ju-young called Ma Gyeom-go, call the warden. Upon hearing this, both Na-min and he felt confused and asked, "Why call the warden, just deal with him now?" Can't. It seemed Cha Ju-young realized all current events were Kang Ryong and the prison director's performance. Under that night, he firmly stated, "Those guys will find a way to cover it up." Someone doubted all of them. Cha Ju-young, now impatient, repeated, "Go call the warden here now." He turned his back and walked towards 7853, who was getting up, and said, "Bring people here, and someone to carry the body down the mountain." Cut to a highway in the mountains on a bright red car. Hee-ae-woon's voice echoed, "According to your management level assessment, which chicken will win?" Hearing that Ju Kang Chain beside her sincerely commented, "The only common point between the young master and that kid is both were personally trained by the boss." Back to Cha Ju-young's side. Both rushed into a fight, but every punch and strike was exactly the same. After that punch, both Cha Ju-young and 7853 were pushed away, but quickly regained momentum to continue advancing. Even the kick he threw was blocked by an identical move. The next punch to the chin was the same, both sides bleeding equally. Not stopping there, both continued to kick each other's sides with such force that the sound of wind could be heard. Perhaps because of that, Cha Ju-young lost strength and stepped back. He lightly raised his hand to wipe the blood at the corner of his mouth. Not only Ju-young, but 7853 acted exactly the same, from losing strength to wiping the blood at the mouth with their hands. Then both raised their fists and charged again. The force was so strong that even the wind resistance showed no sign of stopping. Ju Kang Chain lit a cigarette and put it in his mouth, as if he had predicted that, because they were taught by the same person, their fighting styles could be similar. On that road, not only was there Hee-ae-woon's red car, but also another red car beside it, running the same route, as if implying that both Cha Ju-young and 7853 were alike. Perhaps the two opponents would be very surprised by each other. A cigarette was slowly brought close. The lighter flared brightly. Ju Kang Chain was about to take another puff when Hee-ae-woon interrupted. "I asked who will win," making him stop and think. Cut to the scene. The two were still fighting fiercely. 753 finally realized that every action of both was completely identical. He threw a strong punch toward Cha Ju-young, so powerful that even the air trembled. No, suddenly he spoke softly and slowly. No, it turned out this time Cha Ju-young caught 7853's punch, so he said it was not the same. Cha Ju-young pulled his hand strongly forward, causing 7853 to lose momentum and lunge forward by inertia. He pushed him against a large nearby rock. Suddenly, a strong wind swirled before 7853's eyes. Cha Ju-young's voice rang out, even if taught by the same person. Suddenly, he received a straight punch to the face from Cha Ju-young, affirming, "But no one is the same." A thin dust cloud dispersed, revealing 7853's face distorted from the punch, also cracking a large chunk of the rock behind. Suddenly, 7853 smiled strangely on his bruised face from the punch. Yet he could still smile. Immediately after, 7853 tightly grabbed the arm, squeezing his face, and softly opened his mouth. 7853 used all his strength to squeeze Cha Ju-young's hand, trying to speak. "You really are a good student. You really are a good student." Seeing that, he frowned and asked, "Because you couldn't learn this move, so you want to use strength?" Ju-young looked at him with some contempt. "It's useless." Suddenly, a painful sensation spread through him, making him shudder. It was him biting Cha Ju-young's hand so hard it bled. It caused him such pain that he clenched his teeth and let out a slight groan. Cha Ju-young angrily kicked hard, sending him flying away. Dark clouds gradually drifted away, revealing bright moonlight in the dark night. Cha Ju-young tightly held his bleeding, bitten hand. 7853's voice echoed again. "Exhausting move." He still had strength to swing his fist. "I don't care." 7853 took momentum, charging toward Ju Young, resolutely saying, "I only obey my father's orders." 7853 had just started to say, "He told me to kill you," when he was hit with a handful of sand in the face. Cha Ju Young covered 7853's face with his hand, making him unable to move. His hand quickly pressed 7853 down to the ground, speaking slowly, "Don't mention." Cha Ju Young's eyes full of hatred, as if wanting to silence 7853. "Dad already mentioned that name in front of me." He kicked hard, sending him flying away, then threatened, "Otherwise you won't die whole." After that kick, 7853 fell rolling on the ground. Ju Young's shadow slowly covered him. Not far away, several pieces of pigskin and some blades left earlier lay scattered on the ground. Nearby, Hee A-woon witnessed the fight, holding a cigarette and smiling softly. "See?" She leaned against the car, confidently saying, "No matter what, a wild dog is still a wild dog. Can it eat our young master?" Ju Kang-chain seemed to realize the real battle was just beginning. So far, both had been fighting barehanded. He lightly touched the lighter in his hand and guessed if there was something else in hand. The symbol of two swords engraved on the lighter implied that if 7853 wielded weapons, he might turn the tide. Returning to the dropped items earlier, strangely some pigskins remained intact, but the blades mysteriously disappeared. A sharp sound lightly brushed through some strands of hair, causing them to fall, leaving a long mark on Ju Young's face. Suddenly his voice rang out. "One day my father told me." It turned out that 7853 had quickly grabbed two blades while repeating Kang Ryong's words, "You really are a genius with weapons." Under the moonlight, the shiny blades in 7853's hands gradually appeared, affirming the saying that bare hands should not be empty. Recalling his solid chest covered mostly with the long scars on my body. 7853 slowly stepped toward Ju Young, affirming that they were all. A faint blue light flashed across Ju Young's eyes. Following were a series of consecutive blade swings toward him, moving at high speed. He continued speaking. "The achievement my father taught me with the sword." A blade grazed Cha Ju Young's head, causing him slight fear and evasion. "How strong are you?" The next strike aimed at Cha Ju Young's hand, but he managed to dodge. He said the reason he was here. Accidentally, while dodging wildly, Ju Young's foot hit a toolbox. Opposite 7853 continued. "And the truth is, you are his biological son." He swung his arm simultaneously, making Cha Ju Young bounce backward. Regardless of the truth about him, I didn't care. Cha Ju Young lost momentum and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing that 7853 threatened, "Today, your life is mine." Holding two blades, he spun them skillfully, then struck a very cool pose, looking down at Cha Ju Young sitting below, and said he would fulfill his father's wishes. Silent for a moment, he finally replied, "I already said." That statement made 7853 a bit confused, frowning. The toolbox that Cha Ju Young hit earlier spilled its contents outside. He softly reminded, "If you want to die whole, don't mention him." Cha Ju Young's next incomplete words made 7853 dumbfounded 4 times over. He explained, "You mentioned father 4 times. Under the silent dark night, Cha Ju Young contemptuously told him, you think being his biological son means you didn't learn swordsmanship." He picked up a handsaw from the ground just in time for something even better than a sword. Just imagine touching it. This saw blade would cut flesh tendons, nerves, blood vessels, and even bones. It would cut everything into pieces. The two stood facing each other, each holding a weapon. The real battle was just beginning. "Today I will..." Ju Young looked at the finger sliding lightly along the saw teeth and threatened, "I'll just cut you into 4. Japan's #1 swordsman, a famous figure always carrying 2 swords. No one else but Iamoto Musashi. With a reputation of winning over 60 battles, just a few basic moves could defeat opponents. His swordsmanship was known as the style using 2 swords simultaneously in combat to defeat enemies, called the dual sword style. The silhouette of that figure stood under the dark night, only he and the moonlight, as if no one could intervene. This also showed that the dual sword style, with its overwhelming damage capability, had become a terror for countless swordsmen. Under the dense night, each gleaming blade sliced through the wind, leaving streaks of light that seemed to cut through the silent space, moving so fast that the naked eye could not keep up. It was Cha Ju-young facing off directly against the new roommate who just entered the camp. The movement suddenly slowed. He looked at him seriously. The sharp saw blade glinting right in front was the dual sword style. With quick speed and advantage, 7583 remained calm, dealing with low attacks, a common trait of someone too familiar with such brawls. The two swords made the opponent extremely tense, their unpredictable transformations, like a storm crashing into each other. Both charged like a hurricane, their strikes clashing with a piercing sound in the dark, evenly matched. Suddenly, 7583 lunged, swinging a blade straight at him. Fortunately, Ju-young timely leaned aside to avoid it. He glared at him closely, following more dangerous than I thought. Before he could catch his breath, Cha Kang-ryong's hunting dog appeared right in front. But Ju-young was not someone easily subdued in this remote place. Without enough skill, he wouldn't have survived until now. He quickly blocked 7853's blade. The metallic clash echoed, shaking the silent space. After a while of fighting, the other laughed provocatively. The saw blade was originally just a tool for cutting wood. Each heavy strike pressed down on Ju-young's weapon, but through thousands of years of history. No matter how Ju-young defended or dodged, he still attacked continuously with agility. Swordsmanship passed down through generations of swordsmen. He tried to hold on to prevent the blade from touching his body, even as he strained. Holding the saw blade crushed by the exquisite sword, it could never be replicated by something like a saw. Yes, when very young, both opponents had no intention to back down. Suddenly, a dazzling light flared up, blood splattered in the air. The conflict ended with a slash across the body. Ju-young staggered and fell to the ground, blood gushing out. I have trained in swordsmanship. 753 stopped, glanced back, crossed his arms, returning to the characteristic defensive stance of a swordsman with dual swords given by his father. I can strike precisely at... He recalled his training time. That familiar, instructive voice echoed, carotid artery, brachial artery. Ju Kang-chain, under Cha Kang-ryong's command, was lecturing about the human body. Specifically, vital weak points, heart radial artery, subclavian artery. His voice was unusually calm, just a precise stab within minutes, and the opponent will faint. These weak points can take a life. A brutal training class in the gang. Before Kang-chain were teenagers holding knives, practicing on half-body dummies. But since the opponent was not real, they would thrash and resist. In real combat, aiming precisely at weak points is almost impossible. Each tried their best to stab repeatedly into the dummy below. According to him, what you need is to reduce the opponent's survival rate by continuous attacks. Among them was one who stabbed so hard into the dummy that fake blood splattered. Never hesitate when taking an enemy's life. Even a little hesitation is failure. That was 7853 when he was young. Although still little, his eyes were full of killing intent without a trace of hesitation. Each stab of his knife seemed to tear the dummy apart, a small body stained with blood like a little demon on the battlefield. Remember that the fate of a hunting dog that fails its mission can only be abandonment. As night fell, the training ended. Kang-chain's voice rang out. That's enough for today. Tomorrow is the test day. Rest well. After everyone left, he sat curled up in front of the door, long hair hanging over half his face. A tall figure stood before him, teasing. Your stomach? Growling is too loud, isn't it? That young man seemed about the same age as 7853, slim, but strong, smiling at him. Are you the one? The kid just brought here by father? In his hand was a steaming pan of food, hot fried rice with crispy fried eggs. I planned to eat alone, but do you want to share? 7853. Just stared at the pan of rice, swallowing hard. The young man continued. I'm not good at many dishes, but my kimchi fried rice is top-notch. He was still a bit cautious since he had just arrived. At this moment he showed no killing intent, like when holding a knife. Still, he took the pan and ate eagerly. The man smiled and handed over 2 spoons. Come on, you must be very hungry, right? 7853's face was very happy while eating the pan of rice. Such a friendly senior started talking to him in a place surrounded only by death. You don't have family either, that's why you came here, right? That friendly senior was the first to talk to him in a place full of death. From now on, call me brother. I'll work as much as needed. But that gentle moment didn't last long. The one he once treated well now betrayed him, blood staining his whole body, his eyes wide open lips as if trying to say something but never able to speak. It was that person, the newcomer. His eyes no longer innocent but became those of a killer. In his hand was a knife stabbing repeatedly into the senior's body. The knife stabbed repeatedly into the senior's body amid the silent crowd. He acted without hesitation. From afar, a cold, deep voice sounded, He sneered, looking at him. It's Kang Ryong. All right, kid, it's over. 7583 had killed him. Blood stained both their bodies. Among you, the best died in this test just because of a moment's hesitation. Hearing that, he stopped, wiped the blood off his face. His expression remained full of killing intent and cruelty. He continued, only those with ruthless hesitation deserve to be my hunting dogs. Kang Ryong threw a pair of blades forward. Take them. He lifted the two swords. Kang Ryong declared, from this moment. He looked at the two shiny swords in his hands, surprise and some shock clear on his face. These two swords were your fangs and claws. Back to the present, the moon still full, illuminating the silent space of the dark night, the wind gently blowing. 783's voice echoed in the darkness. Orphanage parents, I am the one who was abandoned. He swung his sword while rambling about his life, but he was willing to take in someone like me. Ju Young still had strength to defend against each strike from the new prisoner, but this time it was different. His expression changed, boiling anger ready to erupt. He gave me a new life. 7583 changed stance, intending to attack from below. Truly in the sense of a father. Ju Young quickly hid behind a tree, heart pounding. He had never seen anyone strike so fast. 7583's voice rang out again, making him angry, because 7583 could chop a tree trunk into pieces with one hand. Each gleaming sword stroke flashed in the night, making wood chips fall right before Ju Young's eyes from comrades who once stood side by side to even those he had never met. 7583's agility was frighteningly flexible. He was now standing before the head of cell block 65. 7583 seemed not to allow Ju Young to counter a single move. He kept rushing forward with sword strikes, as if wanting to tear apart the space. Cha Ju Young was no exception, like a true Miyamoto Musashi. It was hard to deny his swords were sharp and mesmerizingly beautiful. But beneath that dazzling layer was a dark ambition corroding from inside out. He attacked, while endlessly rambling. I will drive these fangs deep into your neck. In a moment, 7583 seemed to see something. He shouted strangely, both still not stopping, but 7583's voice never ceased. Anyone looking would think you were the hunted. Ju Young remained silent, neither responding nor wavering. 7583 could not understand anything about this roommate. No matter how fierce a beast under such pressure, it would tremble and shrink. He frowned, glancing. But why do you? Cha Ju Young have the eyes of the hunter? Those eyes pierced through sweat-drenched hair, shining with cold hatred, not like prey's eyes. Memories flooded back when he was a child, in the house once called home. As a child, Ju Young was in a very awkward situation. He trembled, holding a small knife pointed at his father's chest. Try stabbing this bastard, father. Kang Ryong ordered, once is enough. At that time, he looked very small before his father's muscular body. His father was training him like sharpening a sharp knife, not teaching love, but survival. No matter how many times he swung the sword, if he couldn't hit the weak spot, all efforts were meaningless. Childhood memories were deeply engraved in Cha Ju Young's mind about his cruel father and harsh teachings. Son, if facing a swordsman, don't obsess over the number of attacks. When young, you knew nothing, only feared the pressure from him. Focus on avoiding fatal strikes and wait for the chance. His blade trembled, touching his chest muscles then when the opponent exposed a weakness. He stood frozen until now his eyes changed, but his mind struggled fiercely. Drive the sword in. Pressure from the notorious boss's servant made everyone fear, even his son. Remember this, once you draw your sword, you must kill the opponent. His face was shocked, if not then. Suddenly, the knife dropped straight to the floor. The father frowned, disappointed. He bowed his head, gasping, tears welling up. That very sword will pierce me. Back to the present, fighting the new prisoner reminded him of that dark time. However, now he had resistance instead of just defense. Suddenly, he charged forward. His angry eyes lit up. Seeing that 7583 was surprised, but he still held the upper hand. Cha Ju-young sneered. He provoked. Keep taking continuous hits, clearly, waiting for something right. He lunged. It's useless. Like a lightning bolt in the dark night facing Cha Kang-ryong's son, the video would end right here. Suddenly, Ju-young spoke in a deep voice like a verdict. Found it. 7583's weakness was exposed. A saw blade cut across 7583's body. Blood splattered wildly, staining the tall grass bright red. Ju-young sneered, glancing at the other. I have been waiting for this moment when your decisive move is executed. The space was dead silent, only the sound of blood dripping on leaves. The saw blade stuck deep into the tree trunk. As you said, a saw is a bit inconvenient. 7583 gasped. If it were a knife? His appearance now was very pitiful, his body covered with wounds. The most serious were the chest and left arm near the heart. His neck had already been severed. 7583 stood towering before the defeated opponent. His memories from when he was at home, he still clearly remembered the words planted in his head. Remember, well, if you hold a knife, you must kill the opponent. 7583 still sat motionless there, however the saw was not without advantages. He took the saw handle and made a stroke on the tree trunk to threaten the kid. The rough saw blade, the pain when it penetrated flesh. He braced his foot on the tree, feeling the pain as he forced to cut through bone. The pain when the bone was ground down. Ju-young's voice echoed in the space, when blood vessels and nerves intertwine, creating extreme pain. His eyes shone brightly, incomparable to a knife or anything else. A sound roared as if to end this, to end the torment from the past still haunting the present. On the deserted hill covered with wild grass, night fell with silver moonlight spreading across the space. The wind blew strongly, scattering leaves, wild grass, swayed whispering secrets buried in eerie darkness. Ju-young pressed the saw against 7583's neck, whispering, feeling the pain as the sharp saw teeth pierced flesh. Now Ju-young had reversed the situation. He looked straight at his opponent with steel-cold eyes. The pain as it scraped bone, the agony as the moon above witnessed the silence before violence, so still one could hear nerves stretching each moment. Blood vessels and nerves intertwined. It was dark, but the surrounding space was bright. 7583 sat slumped under the tree, eyes dark as if awaiting judgment. Compared to a sword, it was nothing. The sky darkened further. The moon rose high. A silence passed. Then he spoke. It should be. The unfinished sentence made Ju-young freeze. You confident. Though defeated, he was not afraid. 7583 smiled faintly. Though blood still poured endlessly, he said, A guy like you who's never killed anyone. Can you really kill me? Sweat dripped on his forehead. 583 gritted his teeth. Go ahead and cut my throat if not. He looked at Ju-young, voice low and bitter. I'll stab to death everyone around you. He hesitated, and finally Ju-young stared at him. Expression unchanged. I will find you out. That statement made him ponder for a moment. Ju-young tightened his grip on the saw handle. It seems. At this moment, the saw blade was pressed against 7583's neck. He exerted force. A cracking sound rang out. He held the handle, wondering what. The saw blade broke in two. 7583 looked at him, looking at the metal blade now only attached to the handle. He sighed. It's broken. He dropped it to the ground. Fine, looks like I don't need to cut your head off myself anymore. He turned his back and walked away, leaving 7583 lying in a pool of blood. If I just leave your face? Maybe you'll just bleed out and die on your own. Perhaps now blood from the wound flowed endlessly, so 70.83's vision blurred. He gasped, thinking what? His hand clenched the wound, blood smeared all over him. When you pulled the saw blade, you deliberately broke it. As for him, he had already left his face still calm with his decision, leaving 7583 full of doubt. Cha-Ju Young. Why me? At the prison infirmary, the space was gloomy and quiet. However, in a brightly lit medical room, a scream echoed. "Oh no, I'm dying!" It was Gu Namin. He seemed to panic. "I'm dying." Everyone was now resting in the sick room. The doctor guessed check if the new prisoner in the cell stabbed me with a knife. 8. 671's overreaction received dissatisfaction from those nearby. Ma Gyom frowned coldly and replied, "Were you really stabbed?" Elsewhere, Ju Young lay still on the bed, ignoring the noisy act. Namin continued crying and struggling like a child. "What are you saying, Ma Gyom? I'm hurt deeper in my heart than any wound on my body. Please take me immediately to the private ward in the medical area." Ma Gyom raised an eyebrow. "Is that what you want?" He sat up. 8. 671 still shouted, full of grievance. "That new brat, after all we did for him, it turned out to be just an act." However, Namin's exaggeration did nothing. Ma Gyom cut in, "Gu Namin, you have no right to judge others."